only lives there because of the mine is operating.
Yeah, more or less. It's sort of fun because I know 122, you're living in Gothenburg, and I originally come from Gothenburg, and I hear my parents and I hear a lot of old friends. They are complaining so much about the situation in Gothenburg. They're building like a tunnel for rails in central Gothenburg, and everyone in Gothenburg is complaining about the bad state and how it's impossible to live in the city and so on. I mean, come on. Compared to Kiruna, that's nothing. Or maybe I
dare you. I dare you, Daniel. You come here and you spend 48 hours trying to move through the city. You'll change your mind. Trust me.
I know. I visit my parents from now and then, but yeah, still, I think I maybe stepped on a sore toe here.
Goodness. Since we have 3 Swedes up, I want to say, first of all, there has just been apparently a second earthquake in Turkey. Just as strong, if not a little bit stronger, closer to the surface, and that's going to be undoubtedly thoroughly, completely devastating on top of what already happened overnight. In that context, Sweden has offered a very substantial aid package immediately to Turkey. Can I just have the two of you confirm that Sweden always does this, and this is in no way connected to what some conspiracy theorists on the internet are saying, that they're just doing that to curry favor and get a NATO affirmation from Turkey?
Yes, we're always very quick to send aid to these kind of situations. So it's not just because of the situation with the NATO ascension. It's sort of like, yes, it's something that we just do. We don't ask questions. When catastrophes like this happen, we are one among the first to send stuff, if not the first one. However, it's not. If you want to see something in all this mystery, it's not inconvenient for us either if we send stuff, so to say. So, but we don't do it for the PR. We do it because that's what we do. We help people, at least. That's yeah.
It's the decent thing to do.
Exactly, precisely, and I think that's of course you're always going to have various Russian-y Vatniki types saying, no, look, it's just for their self-interest. No, sometimes some countries do things just because it's the right thing to do. Indeed, many countries often do things just because it's the right thing to do, and that's reason enough.
I mean, there's a reason why Sweden has participated in so many UN operations. It's not because we want to curry favors, it's because we think it's the right thing to do.
Precisely. Yeah. And actually, kind of connected to that, I would want to say as well, like, there's questions that are being raised, though, Sweden sending all of this unproven equipment, the CV90s, the Archers, whatnot, to Ukraine. Again, there's talks on the various Russian channels. They're just doing it to out of their own self-interest, nothing else. This is completely untested. It's all crap. The one thing that you can say is, through all of these UN operations as well, one thing that has been assured is that things like the CV90s definitely function very well. So just to tie it into, all together into a very large parcel with a big bow on it, doing the right thing just for the sake of doing the right thing is important, but also at the same time, no, and go away, Vatniks, with your utter nonsense. 1 to 2.
It's quite funny actually, because I don't. It is so far from being untested. I mean, the Archer has been tested quite a lot. Yes, it has not seen actual combat, but we've had, the US has had one of the units over in the US, to do trials. It has passed every trial, as far as I know, with all kinds of stars and whatever. And we've been testing for very long, developing on it. So yes, it's untested in combat, but it's heavily tested if you look at functionality and what it can and cannot do. And yeah, so and let's just look at the Panzerhaubitze. It was not really tested either, and it was performing, but then due to the immense stress, it had some flaws as well. So you can say what you want, but I think the Archer will perform excellent, and it will have flaws as well when it comes under that huge stress. So, but it's quite funny that they're saying, "Oh, it's not tested." Oh, well, if you look at the facts, but hey, Russians don't look at facts, so.
I mean, I 1 to 2. I hear they've already destroyed the 117 CV90s and 64 Archers. So, who are you to say?
Oh yes, I forgot about that. Yeah, my bad.
Yeah, you need to do proper accounting. Ukrainians are now at minus 52 Archers. I don't know how they ever dig themselves out of that hole.
Do we already have a negative Leo count?
We've always had a negative leopard count. Remember, the first leopards Russians already destroyed in September. So
yesterday there was also a message with a video that apparently had damaged Leopard. And it wasn't even clear where it was, if it was in Russia itself or in Ukraine. And for my accounting, it was in Russia itself, so they couldn't have done it. They aren't there, so.
It's fine. Let them have it. It's very simple. Actions speak louder than words. Let them have the guns of the Archers, and let them have proper gunnery and impact of the tracks coming in, be it the CV90s, the Leos, and then we'll see. Next.
There is a very, very good saying that says, "Those who know don't say, and those who say don't know."
Du sagst das.
Ja, hörst du ja.
You were actually say something, a few weeks back, Dom, and you were joking about how many crew members there was in Archer, and maybe you were serious about, one guy needed to run out and record everything. I would like someone to record when the Archers hit the front line in force, and they use their capability to fire several rounds in one go, and they will all land at the same time, and watch the face of the Russians when this happens, and they think that it's 50 artillery pieces firing at once when it's actually maybe 8. I would like someone to record that, and preferably some Kaderite, TikToking about it, and so we can watch their amazement.
Yeah, let them TikTok so that the Ukrainian can hit them much easier.
Talking of TikToks, has anybody seen the video and then follow up of something I tweeted this morning, or I retweeted this morning, sorry. A short story from Special Hearse on Cats, from the Kherson region, telling about the Russians' TikTok and OPSEC situation. Basically, they filmed a TikTok in a particular location on the 3rd of February, and 2 days later, that location was demobilized of Russians, shall we say. So I think they probably waited for them to gather up in one particular place and then smashed them. And yeah, it looks quite satisfying.
That's why I said just let them use TikTok. It's the same video I saw, Marcus.
Yeah, they really do like to help the armed forces of Ukraine locate them easily. And well, thank you for that.
Yeah, it just happens, right? It's purely coincidental that one of them just happened to leak their position. Who could have thought? Definitely never happened before, right? Never ever.
I know the story from the guys who were in Afghan that they were training. They were running around the base, and they used an app, and they discovered that app leaked their location, and it was directly forbidden to use their phone or that app.
Yeah, one would have thought that what is it now, 6 years after that at least, people would have learned by now. But I guess learning isn't really necessarily a thing that happens in certain quarters. Axel,
they're
go ahead.
They're just 20, 30, 40 years behind. So that's all it is. They are learning, just at such a slow rate. They've not caught up yet.
So the TikToks recorded on what, magnetic tape? I hope someone got that. Okay,
You had a question.
But I have a very serious point. So the proposal has now come from the government to the parliament in Norway for roughly 7.5 billion euros worth, 75 billion Norwegian krone worth, Axel, of help for Ukraine over the coming years. Kind of formalizing the thing that was long in the works.
We should say thank you to
redirecting some
Peter,
of the
right?
oil profits. We absolutely should. And both of them, to be clear, right? Both of our Norwegian Peters.
That's a lot of pettering.
It's very high quality petering, which is what really matters.
I like the fact that if you think about it, when was it? In early April?
May.
Early April, and in May when they joined us, but in early April we talked about the Sovereign Wealth Fund. And then in May we talked about what could Norway really seriously do in terms of reconstruction. And yeah, they're en route, they're doing it. It's very solid. It's a testament to the European spirit.
What did we say about doing the right thing?
Yeah, it's something northern, but then again, it's also southern. The Greeks are doing the right thing at the same time. Maybe, just maybe, what we once hoped for, that this absolutely sodding, awful war gives the Europeans and their heads a wobble, is essentially the crucible of Europe redefining itself and finally actually throwing off the shackles of ideology and authoritarianism and pacifism and lack of civil engagement and support of sovereignty after the Second World War. Maybe this really is then the tail end of the Second World War.
Axel, I think I know what happened. Yesterday, do you remember during our 7.5-hour marathon, about 3 hours
Did you say yesterday?
It was yesterday.
It's good. No.
Well, the bit that was still yesterday.
Oh yeah.
The bit that was still yesterday.
Oh God, yeah. Well, please.
Yeah. The half that was in yesterday as opposed to today. No, but do you recall the little bit where Thomas brought up specifically the Norwegian defense setup during the Cold War.
Yes.
Right? During the bit of the Cold War that people recognize as the Cold War at the time already. And saying, look, there's a brigade in Finnmark, and then every district further along the coast has the next brigade and the next brigade and the next brigade and the next brigade and the next brigade. Well, I have a hypothesis. Maybe someone in the Norwegian Prime Minister's office was listening to us at the time and thought, what can we do now? Well, we can't get tanks to set up 7 armored brigades between now and tomorrow. But what we can do is commit 7 billion euros for Ukrainian both military aid and then later reconstruction aid. We can do that by tomorrow. Maybe they felt so inspired by it that they thought, you know what, it's time for us to do
Did you say
it's time for us to do something big.
7.5
7.5 billion,
billion?
7.5
I
hours.
was just about to say that.
Clearly, we should have gone for longer.
What is it with Thomas? If he had gone by another half an hour, it would be 8 billion then. I love this. But this is what Jerry Lewis once did with his Teletons, don't forget. So the same thing here. The Tynaton has done something. No, but more seriously, I think many people, and amongst those who have listened to the space, the two Petters definitely, and many Norwegian friends of ours, have campaigned heavily and convinced their political elite to tie things all together and stand up for this. And I'm exceptionally proud of our Viking friends.
Doing the right thing for the sake of doing the right thing.
Isn't that the whole point of the right thing? You do it, even if it's not easy, because it's the right thing.
It is.
Jesus. Yeah, if you think about it. Tobin, was that what you were thinking about when you and I spoke about last year in March as to how to organize things?
Well, I never thought it'd be the form of a Thinathon, but I think it's as good a form as any, really, because the process is just as good as the outcome.
Yeah. Well, then let's keep beating that drum, huh?
Let's. On the point of drums to beat. You know how last year in August, late August, early September, there started popping up these demonstrations across Europe, first in Prague and then in Bucharest and Sofia and then Prague again, that were all awfully similar to one another.
Right?
Decidedly spontaneous, completely spontaneous, nothing unspontaneous about them whatsoever. But do you remember those?
Oh, very much so. The imagery was so well prepared.
So there's been a revelation in a Slovak outlet today about there being specific Russian backing by people within the Russian embassy in Budapest for a similar demonstration today in Budapest by the Hungarian Peace Circle, asking for an end to inflation, peace with Russia, and end to European sanctions on Russia. I, for one, am shocked that there could be such influence exerted in the first place, least so in Hungary. But at the same time, isn't it great that this is now finally being caught on in more or less mainline widespread media, so that finally the realization that the Cold War in a way is back, or as the Norwegian Prime Minister only last week put it, that the new Iron Curtain has been raised.
What did we say about protective chain link fencing and camouflage?
Well, that's wholly different, right? That's wholly different. For protected chain link fencing is to keep out loitering munitions, and such an iron curtain is for Russians to keep in their domestic propaganda while influencing outside the outside world with a separate set altogether.
Alrighty, I need to do something now.
Right, thank you, Axel. And I see we have Per with us. Per, I believe you're our first Norwegian today.
Is it you, Domon? Are you terrifying people when you talk to them? Because
They
I
just
think
scare them off.
you're disconnected. Yeah.
I think he's having connection issues. Let's try again. Let's try again. I don't think am I so terrifying? I don't know if I am so terrifying. Let me
No,
know.
you're not.
Right. Fair enough. Fair enough. Let's Per, you're back.
Yes, I just saw the news about the government giving 75 or 7.5 billion. I think that's fantastic, and I realize it's every year 1.5 every year, so it's 5 years over 5 years support.
Exactly right, and this is in part structured so that it's more drawn out, that it has more of a longer term framework, so that it's structured in a way that also other things can be added on later on without having to fundamentally change the structure of it or extend the structuring, which I think is very good. This sort of vehicle makes it easier then to increase the specific funding if need be, without having to change the legal structure and the fundamental planning.
Yeah, no, so wonderful news. It doesn't seem like a lot when you see the big sums that America is giving, but I guess we are obligated to give. We are profiting off the war. I think this is too little, actually. It should be a lot more, but I guess it's a start, and it might maybe they could increase it, I don't know, over time, but depending on the needs. But I'm happy about it for sure. I hope they can put it to good use. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Per. Daniel?
Yeah, I was thinking if they want to do more, it could be they have a couple of tanks that they are not going to need in the future here. That could be a good thing too for everyone, right?
Well, I understand. They're already moving in some number, and it's only a matter of time, really, when we find out what that number will be. Per?
Yes, it's very interesting. I saw we're buying more tanks, newer tanks like the A72 or no A2A7s. So we're buying quite a lot. Well, a lot for I don't know, maybe 30, up to 50 maybe. So I'm just wondering, actually, this is part of the reason why Germany was kind of why they changed their mind, because they realized, okay, if you give tanks, we will buy new ones, and you will profit. So I think there was some business thought behind Germany's recent switch. So I think they realized, okay, we're going to get more business, and I think there was probably pressure from the industry, from the weapons industry in Germany as well. I don't think it's a coincidence that Norway just bought quite a lot of tanks from Germany just before they announced. So I think that it was a business decision also for Germany.
Hey, anything to motivate right things being done. And I think that's really a very important component here. Thank you, Pat. Thank you for that. War Doggo, please.
This story is about Russia confronting to the civilized part of the globe. Reminds me one interesting joke that I would like to make. Domen, you know what is the average two dreams of average Russian?
Car and vodka.
No. First, to destroy United States, and second, to win a green card.
Oh, very good, very good. But then, you know, what's the point, right? If you made the US look like Russia, then no, why bother moving?
Same nonsense as the others.
Very good. I really like that word, Doggo. Thank you. Doggo, can you maybe possibly give us just a little bit of an update of outside of Odessa? Of course, we know that Odessa has been hit by an accident and a bit of and an error in putting stuff back together. But elsewhere in Ukraine, can you give us a little bit of an update on how the utilities, electricity situation has been holding up over the last couple of weeks?
Well, I can, to some extent, that I can. I mean, I'm not everywhere, and it's not possible to make the assessment of like everything. But considering speaking with different people and getting the information, being on the ground, let's call it that. I would say that, for instance, in the big cities, in the recent 24 hours and recent week, probably, they are getting more or less to the schedules of switching off the electricity because of because the demand is over the capacity that local infrastructure is able to produce. So previously it was more like with every new attack, the electricity was going off for being repaired, and it took time to get it back in some emergency mode. But overall, I would say that it came to the state that is switched off according to schedule to avoid the overwhelming the electric infrastructure by the demand. But behind that, I mean, the picture is always the same. They said that 50% of the energy infrastructure have been damaged or have been destroyed, and that was like several weeks ago they mentioned, and that was before the latest attacks. So is I mean it's not right to say that it's getting to normal, because nothing is normal in Ukraine, and like having the 50% of the energy electrical infrastructure being damaged is totally not normal. But at least those heroes of the utilities services and teams who are doing the repairs, they're doing really enormous job to bring some comfort and lives in Ukraine, for at least some kind of similarity to how it should be, let's call like this, with some comfort. And yes, in Kiev, for instance, in the recent 48 hours, they were switching off like as per the schedule, and is more showing that Ukraine is adapting, even despite this 50% of in the infrastructure being damaged. Ukraine is finding the way how to interconnect, how to mitigate, and how to put the reserves. There are some agreements with neighboring countries to support getting some additional how to call it, feeding, I would put it that way, reserved in the neighboring to in the neighboring border areas. And probably you've seen already that there are some ideas to get support from the how to call it, electrical station generator that is actually a ship that is going to be provided by I think two of them were going to be provided by Turkey to support. And I mean, all of that that Ukraine is getting has the support and its help is helping to mitigate, but with every new attack, obviously, is not bringing how to call it, is not bringing anything good, and is simply destroying the infrastructure that is designed to keep Ukraine up and running for the utilities and infrastructure. And Russians, they don't hide, as you know, they even call it Holodomor. And as we know, like word holod and holod in Ukrainian, they are pretty much similar sounding. Holod means cold and holod means hunger. So like they don't even hide behind any tricks to call this war as the genocidal one, which when Ukraine will win, they will get the punishment and they will get all of the responsibility according to international legislation for the things they are doing. Thanks, Alex.
Thank you, Wardaga. And no, it's good to know that at least for a while now, it's been predictable, which is a lot better than the constant unscheduled cutoffs as well. But nevertheless, as you say, it's completely unsustainable to have 50% out of service, and it is imperative that this gets reset up, but also at the same time that better air defense capacity keeps coming in, building that out both through better integration, through more systems, both detection and missile systems, to be able to prevent further destruction, because it's at a point where there's no more tolerance for further destruction.
Yeah, this is this is the mitigating factor. This is the factor that allows to limit the ability of an enemy to influence in a destructive way. But the solution, not the mitigation, but the solution is the long term, and the solution is to win the war against Russia and make it in a way that Russia is not only to protect from Russian attacks, but also to make Russia being not able to sustain such attacks on Ukraine or any other countries in the future. So that's the long-term solution. How is the way, and like in a business, we're usually doing, if you have the target where you want to go, make a target, and your way to the target is your action plan. That's practically how it's treated. Thanks.
Deterrence. That's what it's going to take in the long term. Deterrence. After victory, deterrence. Thank you, Wardaga. Jörn, please.
Hi. Has anyone spoken about the Norwegian-Ukraine package today?
Only very roughly. You will see it at the second tweet in the nest. But if you want to flesh it out, Jörn, I trust that you have both insight and understanding of it, and feel very free.
Well, it's not many details. It's the sum, really. They're going for 15 billion kroners, which is roughly 1.5 billion euros each year for 5 years, and it's going to be divided half and half between military aid and financial aid for reconstruction. It's going to have broad support in Parliament. The leader of the opposition, Anna Solberg, the former Prime Minister, said that they have no problem with this, and even alluded to that if it had been higher, they would have supported it as well. So there might be room for that in the negotiations in Parliament. but they're looking for a broad coalition, and the only ones that will probably vote against this is the sole party in parliament that is against sending arms aid to Ukraine, which is
and that's good. Yeah.
Even though half their active members support giving aid, and 70% of their voters support giving aid. It's named after Fridtjof Nansen, who is a Norwegian polar explorer, very big nation builder celebrity around the time when we seceded from Sweden. The reason it's named after him is because he was very active in providing food aid to Ukraine during the Hunger years, the Holodomor years in the 1930s. And Zelensky also mentioned him in his speech to the Norwegian parliament earlier. So he's a major link between Norway and Ukraine. So there's little more details about this now. The press conference was the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance presenting it. But they're going to make a document for Parliament now where there probably will be more details. We're sending out a press release now from our association saying that this is great, love it, but it should increase, and it should increase especially in the first 2 years, because this is the most active phase where support is needed, and that this package shouldn't be a limit to the aid if there is an acute military situation which makes them ask for a specific military aid from Norway. This sum of this much military aid per year should not be a constraint in any way. So that's what I have, really.
And Jørgen, that's fantastic, and I'm really glad that it is such broad support, because then there's also a greater chance that it might be getting increased. But what I would ask, Jørgen, is the way the framework is being set up, right? Especially this longer term 5-year framework, that should probably also make it easier to either achieve increases or to tag on additional spot funding, because you have this larger vehicle already in place, right?
Well, it's going to be put as a part of the regular budget process anyway. But since there is already a broad coalition in governments in Parliament saying that this is what it will be like, that makes it highly and massively unlikely that a new government after this would make any major changes or cuts to it. But of course, they could add things into that, but that would be done probably in the regular budget process that is at the end of each year and then amended halfway because of major changes. I should also mention there's a massive poll out today conducted by a Christian newspaper in the south of Norway that shows that there is a massive and overwhelming support for Ukraine in Norway along all parameters. All the questions they asked, including increased weapons aid, whether or not they should be allowed to continue the war until they liberated Crimea, all this stuff that we should support Ukraine as far and long as needed for them to take back all of its territories. All those questions are above 80 and most of them above 90% support in the Norwegian population.
Oh, that's astounding. Thank you. I missed that altogether. When you get a chance, do send me that poll. I would love to have a deep
I will.
Wait, no rush, anytime today, really. That's astounding. Okay. So 80% plus for, increased weapons deliveries, liberating Crimea, etc.
Yeah, because the gruesomeness of the Russians for each month going for each apartment complex they bomb, for every time Lavrov or Putin talks on TV, it just cements the fact that Russia is something else than most people really believed it was. The biggest commentator or the political editor of the biggest newspaper in northern Norway had an editorial yesterday, which is brilliant. And he talks about we having been blind, we've had this wishful thinking that we could have dialogue with our neighbor, and through dialogue, we could have a nice relationship with Russia. And I've always seen the best in Russia, and especially in the three northernmost counties, we've been especially blind because they're so close to us, and we really wanted this to be true. But that Russia now has finally showed its real face, and there can be no softness in our response to that. It's clear as day, and there are no ambiguity to this anymore. And I think that's what we see in this poll as well. The debate is over. There is no one wondering if this side or that side. It's clear as day now for everyone.
I'm very heartened to hear that, Jan. Thank you. That kind of really made my day in a day of some truly appallingly terrible news. 122?
Finally, Norway uses oil money for good use rather than to, tease us with their wealth. So good on you, Norway. Good on you. No, so seriously, very well done. Very well done. What would be really nice if half of this money you said were going to military aid each year, or what was it?
Yeah, that's true.
You remember that cooperation Ukraine signed with Sweden? Cutting in on the FEB line, procuring weapons. Maybe that would be a nice cooperation as well, keeping the money in the Nordics and also supporting Ukraine meanwhile. Might be a thing.
Yeah. My initial reaction to you when you started talking is that thank God that we kept our oil money and didn't pour it into Volvo. But you're absolutely true. The Swedish arms industry is at a top international level, and I really hope that we can help finance those production lines just running on absolute high gear, and sending them CV90s, and we should pay for Gripens as well if there's any way to make that happen. So I have no objection to that at all.
And I agree with everything. I would just note, imagine what could have been had you poured half of your oil money into Volvo. Maybe have like flying Volvos by now or something. Who knows?
Yeah,
One will never know.
or the bankruptcy would have happened 7.5 months later.
Or that. Sorry about that, guys. George, please. Good morning, George.
Good morning, everyone. So, how are you doing today, Doman?
Well, George, I have good news for you. Do you know anyone who couldn't quite stay on for all of 7.5 hours of the Tinython last night?
Yeah, me.
Well, good news. It's all uploaded to Spotify already. It's already published.
That is incredible. Yeah, the Tinython was magnificent. That was really good. If anybody hasn't got a chance to listen to it, here's some maybe not required reading, but look into the second and third battles of Kharkiv. You can there's a half decent article in Wikipedia about it. Just verse yourself in that. That way, when Thomas is discussing strategy in the upcoming battles, you won't be totally lost if you're not first in it. But that's just my tidbit. Like I said, second and third battle of Kharkiv, they were counteroffensives by the Germans against the Russians, and he delves into that pretty substantially. Especially in the first couple of hours of his Tinython. Doman, though, today I like to just we're here for Ukraine. We're all humanitarians here. We're all motivated to do this because we see, the disaster, the death and destruction that Russia has exported to Ukraine. But at this moment, I'd just like to take time to say my sincerest condolences to anybody who has family in Turkey that was affected by the earthquake. Earthquakes are earthquake prone area, but there's a castle that has stood for several hundred years, if not more, and that was utterly destroyed by last night's earthquake, and that just gives you a gauge on the magnitude of this earthquake for it to destroy a castle that's stood there for several hundred years. So just keep those folks in mind, and God give them strength. And I know a lot of international aid is going to go there and search and rescue teams, but it is going to be a difficult situation because also it's very, very cold in that area right now. So any survivors trapped in the rubble only have 24 to 48 hours to get them out of there.
I'm just looking at some videos from the scenes, and there's a lot of devastation there. A lot of buildings that are collapsed. Also seen videos that buildings were dropping down in front of them. It's it's a terrible thing.
And let me just add to that a little bit, George. Immediately, of course, this morning in response to it, there were a number of countries reaching out to Turkey, especially where the bulk of the devastated area is, and offering help, offering all manners of help. Notably, Zelensky and Kuleba, the president and foreign minister of Ukraine, have likewise reached out. I don't know what they'll actually be able to offer under the current circumstances, but at some level, the thought counts as well as ability to help. But I will note that guess what, George? Guess what? Some of the particularly unscrupulous Russian agents on the internet immediately went to, because Sweden, of course, was one of the first that jumped at the opportunity to help and make a difference in the affected area. And naturally, of course, there were cases. On the internet saying, "Oh, Sweden's only promising this. Sweden's only suggesting this. Sweden's only going to help because they want that approval for NATO accession." George, can you believe that?
No, of course I can, because that's the Russians will never give you anything freely. They always want something in return. We need to change the moniker of beware of Greeks bearing gifts, beware of Russians, period. That should be the saying going forward. But I think it was 1999. There was a détente between Athens and Ankara, between Greece and Turkey, because they both suffered devastating earthquakes back to back. I think it was 1999. Someone could correct me if I'm wrong. And that was a thawing of the relations. But of course, then Erdogan got elected. But that's all ancient history at this point. But countries, that's what they do. Sweden has been. It's funny because the Scandinavian countries and Finland, and they have the dogs that can find people during avalanches. Believe it or not, those dogs do great work during earthquakes. I have a relative who's now been retired for 5 years from Greece's disaster response, earthquake response team, and he's been pretty much all over the world, and he's worked in conjunction with those Scandinavian teams, and he says they're top notch, professional. All of them are could be certified combat medics with a first aid that they can give, and their dogs are unbelievable in what they can do and how they can find people. So obviously Sweden would offer that because they have the technology and they have the know-how on how to find people that are trapped. So the Russians are just pieces of shit, and they're reflecting what they would be doing. So
about the aid domain, Ukraine was also prepared with their rescuers to go to Turkey. That was a post I read a few minutes ago.
And I that says something about civilizational norms for a start, right, George? I trust you'll be minded to agree with that, but also especially in the context where Ukrainian cities are getting hit by these cruise missiles at any given point, really, right? And there is certainly need and requirement within. We just saw what the Russians committed in Dnipro on the a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago, and such search and rescue teams clearly being very much needed in Ukraine, right? And this just says not just something, but says a lot. Wouldn't you agree, George?
of course it does, because even one team leaving Ukraine at this point, you're putting on the line, the chance that's one less team to find somebody, in time. But Ukraine's going to do, is going to try to do what it needs to do, because it's gotten assistance from other countries, and it wants to be part of the civilized world. That's the key point. They want to be part of the civilized world, and that's how you become, and that's how you stay a part of the civilized world. By even if you send 100 blankets, for Christ's sake, it's better than zero, and that's how you do it. That's how you show the world, hey, look, I've been invaded. I'm fighting like a war here. I've lost X amount of people, but I understand your pain, and I'm going to do whatever I can do under the circumstances to try to help you out, because you guys have helped us out.
Exactly, George. Thank you for that. I've got another piece of news that you might wish to comment on a little bit, because I think it's quite interesting. The Ukrainian security services have indicted the head of Russian railways, right? So obviously this is not going to be easy to carry out in practice, but indicted the head of Russian railways for facilitating and continuing to facilitate Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine by ensuring that they can transport armored vehicles, tanks, whatnot, into Ukraine and sustain the Russian military. What do you think of this? Right, this feels like a very sensible, at the end of the day, a very sensible extension and expansion of what is normally considered, war crimes and crimes against humanity and the crime of war in the first place. Facilitating this so clearly and so directly. Would you think that this is something that will not only stay within Ukraine, but maybe also percolate up to international courts?
Yes, because the how am I going to say this? It seems to me that the way Ukraine's moving forward on these charges. They're being, they're getting good advice. It seems from people that were involved in the post World War II or have studied the post World War II hunt for war criminals, because there were a lot of drop balls in that pursuit, and I'm gonna put it this way: like, if you look at the German railway industry, or those that worked on the railroads in Germany during World War II, you're gonna tell me they didn't hear those wagon loads of people screaming as they were being sent to their death at the concentration camps? And a lot of those people weren't charged, and they're doing it right, because you start with the head and then you go to the regional directors. If you're supporting, crimes against humanity and war crimes, if you're not actively doing the war crimes, but you're supporting them by doing what you're doing, by sending supplies and stuff in the railways, tough shit. You've got a future date at a courthouse, somewhere. And Doman, I would love to see when this is all done, that the Ukrainians publish a list, and international warrants are put out for these people, and they shouldn't be able to leave Russia. If they leave, they should be snatched up at the first airport they check into, and that should be worldwide. That's how we stop this from ever happening again, because then people will know, oh crap, yeah, maybe I don't want to be part of this. Maybe I should go and demonstrate against the Kremlin, and if I die there, it's better than dying at a hangman's noose after a court-tried funeral, But I digress. But it's 100% right, Doman. These people are supporting the war effort and crimes against humanity, and they need to be prosecuted.
Thank you, George. I thought you'd say something along those lines. Now, one more thing for you, George. What is the one thing? Because I have about 6 or 7 that I would have really hoped to have raised yesterday with Thomas, but you know how it goes. It just sometimes there's just too much, right? And never enough time, even with 7.5 hours of it. But what's the one thing that you really would have wanted to a topic to open, a thing to discuss that we didn't get around to, or maybe something that we did get around to, but
that I missed. Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, my topic would be moving forward. The way the Ukrainian army, or let's put it this way, I keep saying army. The Ukrainian armed forces are going to look like, post-war, because obviously they're going to have to be significant. Obviously, it's going to have to be, I think, a combination. I just would want his input, whether it should be an all-professional force or a force that's a hybrid. In other words, professional and also conscription. Just because they have a neighbor that has 140 million people, obviously their demographics are going to change. But I would be a proponent of a mixed force, a professional army with a conscription element, just so you have a pool of cadre, that's actually spent maybe a year and a half in the military, that's become acclimatized to the military environment and weapons and things of that nature. And God forbid, an emergency, you could call them up and you don't actually have to train them from the ground up. But I would have loved to have heard his input on that.
That's an interesting point, George, and something many people probably won't know is that Ukraine actually, before the full-scale invasion, planned to be transitioning to a fully professional army in the coming years, and obviously that got completely and thoroughly upended by the Russian full-scale invasion. And maybe had the full-scale invasion started, just a few years later, maybe Ukraine would actually have been less well prepared to kick into high gear and start the mass conscription they had to, or rather the mass enlistment that took place. So there's there's a lot of thoughts there actually, but I think Darryl wants to jump in on this one, George. I think you piqued his interest. Good morning, Darryl.
Good morning, gentlemen. One thing about what happened is it allowed a lot of different things to happen. One, yes, we look at the invasion in one way. Of course, it's horrible. But what it did do was allow the Ukrainians to actually get well ahead of the curve on building that. And also, too, many of the other elements of society that were unsavory, to say the least, they were not able to influence it. Zelensky and Zelensky, they both have done a great job in ensuring that the military is what it is as far as a good organization. And that has to be said. These guys have led a really good outfit. And that's and leaders be damned, these guys, they are transforming that nation on the fly. And it's really great.
George, what do you think? What's next?
Well, in regards to Ukraine.
Oh, I thought you wanted to continue on where Darryl left off. You go ahead with whatever.
No, I was gonna say that an all professional force is okay. You see, all professional forces are okay if you don't have an imminent threat right next to you, because Ukraine's going to need an army, a standing army of at least 150 to 200,000 men, period. And and I don't know if they can a professional army, you've got to give them a living wage, and so I don't know if they can pull that off, but yeah, they have to have at least 200,000 to 300,000 men in arms, and that's just the army. That's not the Air Force, and I guess hopefully they'll have a Navy, but it works for Great Britain, it works for Canada, it works for the United States, obviously. But Greece has a mix. They have a professional army and then conscription, because they have to be able to increase our army quickly to 250,000 and beyond in case of an emergency. Now Greece is only 10 million people, and Ukraine's 4 times that. But you understand what I'm saying? They're gonna have to come up with some kind of formula where they have at least 250,000 men in arms.
And George, would you agree that there is really no such thing as a purely conscript army anyway? There's just various. It's always a mix, right? It has to be.
It's always a mix, but and remember, the Germans were really sneaky in doing that. Remember, the Versailles Treaty left them 100,000, an army of 100,000, but they made it that it was a professional army of 100,000, right? That would easily be able to be expanded once they trashed that treaty, and that's what they did. But for Ukraine moving forward, they're going to need a mix, because I don't want to hear them having an army of 150 or 200,000 or something like that.
Deterrence, right, George? Darryl.
Exactly.
Yeah, what George is saying is, I agree and then I disagree. I think they will need to have something larger because they do have a huge border, and they have multiple borders that they will need to at least have for the short term. At least have a heightened security, because the the imminent threat is there, and so that can be understated, of course. Um, the the idea, though, I think will be to have. Thank you. Um, the idea will be to have a mandatory conscription, period. And I think that that's where you can train a good bit of your society, um, and then have a reserve, just much like what we have here in the States. Um, and I think once they get the country back and the country is moving, their economy, I believe they should be able to handle that with no problem. But at a certain point, it will need to downsize, and of course, they do have other needs if they're going to expand the Navy and things like that. There's going to be a lot of costs on the startup, and that's something that we got to look at as far as the other services, Air Force, the Marine, and the Navy are both lacking at this point in what they can, in material and personnel for that matter. So going forward, those three will be immediate, but they will need to keep a large standing army for a short-term period of time at least.
Maybe it's not just about having it; it's about maintaining, right? And that's a big component that cannot be ignored.
No, I was just gonna say I was going to pop off for maybe a day or two here and just say something. But yeah, sure. It's a lot about this, the maintenance part, because what are you going to be doing the most? Is it using it or keeping it? So I hope that makes sense. That's why the maintenance and everything that goes around that is really important to take into account, because that's what you do 95% of the time. Maybe not now in wartime, but yeah. So it's really, really important, and it's often one of those pieces that people that don't know about warfare overlook. That's why people like Darryl and that maintain stuff and repair stuff are really crucial for you, because for obvious reasons. I was just going to say Slava Ukraini to all the Ukrainian heroes that might be listening, or if you have a relative that's Ukrainian, or to anyone else. You're amazing. Stay strong. And to all Turkish people or people of Turkish origin, I really feel for you, and I hope you will get all the help you need to get assistance with this earthquake. So more love and peace to the world in general, but much love to Ukraine and to Turkey right now.
Coming back on that conscript,
and to anyone else listening in on MriyaReport. So take care, guys. I'll see you maybe in one day or two or something like that.
Could you not hear me, 122?
I think 122, whether he heard you or not, but he'll be back in a day or two, he said. We will miss you, 122, but we will look forward to your return. George, go ahead.
Yeah, really quick. All of this, conundrum post-war, some of it will be solved when when Ukraine joins NATO, because then you'll see, multinational battalions or brigades stationed in Ukraine. I see a mixed Ukrainian Polish brigade for sure somewhere in the region, so that will definitely help.
Thank you, George. Quite, and all of these things coming together are absolutely crucial. Now, the other part, maybe this is more of a Darryl thing, but just imagine, Darryl, not for a few months, but for years to come, having to maintain so many pieces of equipment, so many different types of equipment at that. How do you reckon that is going to be panning out?
Well, I mean, after the war, clearly there's going to be a need to move away from a lot of the Soviet equipment. They're going to have a pretty good start with some, but I think that it'll be once you get more of the Western equipment in, that will go initially to your standing army, and then the reserve units. Let them take over the better, say like the Polish tanks that were given, and other more modern Soviet tanks. Let those go to the reserve units, while keeping the Western tanks in the like I say, in the standing army, and then expanding on that. Maybe do a 1-for-1 swap. When you get one, you ship one to the reserve units, and then prioritize those based on their geographic locations, because they will need to be able to support the standing army at a moment's notice. But eventually, you want to get rid of all the old kit. Get rid of it. If you have munitions left over, I would say the older munitions, they go to the guard units, and you keep it around just as long as you absolutely need to. But eventually, move to the Western armaments, where you can train all your men. That way, they'll be trained on, if they get moved up to the general force, they'll be able to interact and be well versed in new kit. But for the most part, they'll be on the old one, in the reserve units, and in the guards units for the district. What they call the not the reserve units, but the guard units for the different oblasts. They'll be able to take up, and then the way you would want to budget it, the bigger oblasts, the more profitable ones, they would actually maybe maintain the tanks, and say the lesser ones, the ones that don't produce as much, they take some of the lighter maintenance type equipment, and that way it does not tax out those particular areas of the country with trying to support those type of units. But that's what I would do. Initial, when it gets longer term. But initially, it would have to be on those oblasts that are at the border, pretty much to make sure that they have the tanks.
And Darrow, deterrence.
Absolutely. You want to make sure that if they're looking, they can see where those assets are. But at the same token, you want to make sure you have multiple places where you keep it, so that it's not a target initially anyway. I hate to say that, but yeah, they're going to need to keep stuff moving for quite a bit, just so that it won't be susceptible to long range fires. But if you got a good air support, air cap, air defense system, it may not be as pertinent as it is right now. The sounds of silence. Did I say something?
No, what you said was just so so completing that there was little to move onward from. Thank you, Darrow. Thank you very much. Now, Darrow, tell me something. Actually, I've got a query for you. Have you seen, when there were pictures of the of Uralvagonzavod, of the Russian tank factory a few weeks ago? There's a video and some pictures that came out. Do you remember seeing that?
Yeah, well, we were trying to figure out what they were doing in the place.
Exactly. And then yesterday, some other pictures came out from the Czech Republic, from the place where they're fixing up and upgrading various D-72s to a more, modern standard, better optics, better protection, etc. Did you see those pictures?
No, I didn't see those pictures.
Okay, I'm gonna have to send those to you. But do you know what really struck my eye? It wasn't just my eye, but what really struck my eye among other people's eyes. The systematicness and the cleanliness of the place. Right? So the place in the Czech Republic, everything was completely tidied up, nothing was lying around anywhere. You could see that, there was a lot of activity, there was a lot of stuff being done, but there wasn't any detritus on the floors. Floors were swept clean. Everything was being maintained in tip-top order. And that was an upgrades place. That was a machine shop. Whereas in Russia, the factory, the original factory that makes stuff from scratch, there was stuff lying around everywhere. It wasn't tidy. It wasn't clean. Now, Darryl, what does it tell you when you see a machine shop that isn't, well kept? What does it tell you about people who work there, and what does it tell you about the quality of work that's being done?
One, you're looking at, I see a couple of things. First of all, you have professionals. You have a professional company that's running it, because a professional company will care about the way their operation looks. Because if they have people that come in, look at what's going on, they want to make sure it looks, like a place that you want to work. Second of all, it has a lot of safety involved in keeping a place clean like that. When you are working with different oils, materials like that, the last thing you need is for a fire. And if you got clutter, you got oils, you have, different, different, flammables strewn about, you just increase your safety. Um, the element of danger in the event of a fire or what have you. So that's the other part. Thirdly, you have mechanics that care. Most mechanics, they clean the tools. They make sure that their spaces are tidy, because if they can't find what they need, you get really pissed. Go into a mechanic's toolbox, take a couple of tools and put them in the wrong place. They'll go ape crap. They'll go ape on you, because they like it to be, when they open a particular drawer, it's where it's supposed to be. And how that transfers to a shop. You walk into a shop and I know that the airline is over here. I know that all my special tools in the right place. I know that there's not hoses for me to trip over walking around. If I drop something, I can clearly see it, because the floor is clean and doesn't have a bunch of trash about it where it gets lost. The guys that work out in the field, we have to do that a lot. Look for stuff if we drop it. But for the folks that are in the shops, they want to make sure that they can see it, go down and pick it up. It's good to go. It's not down in filth where they have to spend time searching for it. But that it's definitely shows the professionalism of those individuals and that company that's doing it.
What would you expect of the product? What would you expect of the, quality of work done? Not just things being bolted together, not just things being there, but how the quality assurance and the quality control is conducted in one place over another. What tank would you rather be in, Darryl?
Definitely the one in the cleaner shop, because one is going to tell me I got more trained mechanics around. They understand what they're doing. They're meticulous. Cleanliness. You have a mindset, and that's you have to be meticulous to keep a place clean. And when you talk about that, when you have engineers that are designing things and you have mechanics that are putting it in, those mechanics, you will have professional, what we call millwrights and others that work in that shop that are at the top of the food chain when you talk about work and the skill levels. So those guys will be very meticulous because you don't want to have to do something twice. And so they get, and more than likely they're getting paid to produce, quality work. If it comes back shoddy, I guarantee you somebody should go home. If not, they need to be sent back to the apprentice school to learn what they need, to learn what they know. And that's, one of the things that I think is prevalent in some of the countries in Europe where it's kind of missing here is the apprenticeship programs that are available for a lot of skills. And so that means you get better work because they have to spend time learning and doing under the tutelage of a master craftsman. So that's what I would be looking at.
Yeah, and you'd certainly expect just one piece of equipment to also what in the field, Darrow? Something that's better put together with greater attention to detail. How is it going to show?
If you got that much detail, that transfer, you should have that much detail in the quality control. And there should be quality control along the whole process and not just at the end. You routinely have the master mechanics looking at something, inspecting what the younger guys are doing, or if they're having a problem, they may even ask the second master, hey, come on over and look at this issue. I'm having a problem with this. Something's up. And then they may see something, oh, well, this, maybe the metal warped or something like that. And that was something that wasn't figured into the process. And it happens. Not everything is built correctly because, first of all, you have to understand, was the piece that you started with made with quality? If it wasn't made with quality, now you have to, shape it, get it to where it needs to be of a certain standard for you to even work on. I'm not sure how much rework they did from the original build, and that's what that's something that these guys are going to be dealing with. How much quality was in the original product?
Darrow, tanks. Tanks are complicated things, aren't they? They need to be done just right to be reliable. They exist at the edge of what is technically possible, right? Every single bit of moving around something that weighs 40, 50, 60 tons needs to actually be functioning correctly in order to truly function correctly, right?
It's a system. You want the system to work as intended, because it wouldn't be in it if it wasn't if it didn't have a function. Everything from the the minute pieces of something that hangs off here. Well, that little tit on this, it serves as a stop for that or what have you. But for the most part, when you look at it, you look at the frame of the tank. All the stress points along, all the reinforced stress points along that hull are there to maintain the integrity of that tank. All those seams on the turret are there to maintain the integrity of the turret if in fact hit with if impacted with something. So everything's designed to stay together in the harshest environment. Nothing's gonna keep you from getting something more powerful than what your hull was intended to take, of course. But If it's intended not to be destructed, I mean, not to be destroyed by something light, then that's what you expect. And everything needs to work in concert to make sure that that happens during the build. The guys out in the field depend on what the guys in the shop do. Their lives depend on it. Their lives depend on what happened at the factory. They don't need a Monday tank. They need a Monday through Friday tank. And if people don't know what I'm talking about, you know, people coming off the holiday on Monday or Sunday in certain places, those guys are tired, half drunk, whatever. Sometimes the quality may not be up to snuff on Monday or on Friday when the guys are expecting to get off and they're rushing to get out. That may just be an American thing, but it's just it's what we term it as a Monday or a Friday tank. So or Monday or Friday piece car or what have you. You don't want the one that's built on those days.
What difference does it make to, you know, the maintenance guy, the guy that actually has to make sure that everything is running and has to make sure that whenever something goes wrong, it's not gonna go wrong, and it gets fixed up and back into the fight ASAP. Daryl, which one of these leads to, you know, hangar queens or shop queens?
When you have fitment issues, if something was not, if it was forced together, say at the factory, that can transfer to a problem for the guy in the field because he doesn't have the ability to force it into shape like as the guy did in the shop. The guy in the shop may have had special tools and, you know, extra um, things to make things work in the shop. Something, a lathe to skim something off, or a press to get something that's more stubborn into where it needs to be. That guy in the field needs to know that when he gets a part from the supply section, that it fits on that tank as intended. So fitment is a great it's a good bit of what goes on in the shop and in production. You want to make sure that what you put in can be put in the field, and what's replaced and what you send in the supply system is intended to fit what's in the field. You want that can't be stressed. I don't need to have something that's built. You need to have standards all the way across. If it takes this type of bolt, you need to make sure that we get this type of bolt, or that bolt's accessible in the supply system. Things like that. But yeah, you want to really the guys, especially in Ukraine, they're out in the field. They're calling somebody saying, "Hey, I need this particular part for this type of tank." The guy that has to go and access the supply system, whatever supply system they're working with, because that's a daunting task what they have right now. But you want that supply system to work, and that guy order and get what he needs exactly. And I think that goes for all the Western kit and the former Soviet kit. And then pray to God that what he gets on the Soviet side, you know, can work in the tank that he gets. Because remember, they got a lot of tanks from Russia who may or may not have had or jerry rigged things. They may have used a different bolt because the bolt that was in it froze and broke in the hull, and they had to re-drill something to make it work. They didn't tap out the item. You know, when I say tap it out, that means you remove the one that broke inside the hull to be able to reuse that same space. But you want to make sure that everything, those guys, they're working miracles, trying to keep a lot of that equipment up, and they need to make sure they get the right stuff.
Yes, so fitting is very important, just like you said, Daryl. I wouldn't like to drive in a Russian tank because with what we have seen and what we know about how they work, I rather be in a Western tank. And Thomas Steiner did say it yesterday also about the tanks, that the way the Russians present their tanks is not what they really are. So it's a lot of crap, those tanks. And then I would rather have a nice tank from the West.
Well, particularly the German stuff, it's going to have very high quality standards. I would expect that. The
Deutsche
stuff coming,
Gründlichkeit, eh?
yep, the guys that are coming out of Finland, I would expect their equipment to be of superior quality and fitment, as well as the British, the American stuff. You know, I would tend to believe that the stuff that they get will be very much up to the standards of fitment and replacement that we would expect. Um, you know, being that those are the three major producers of the equipment that they're getting. Um, I don't know, you know, what the um, and I'm not disparaging any country not mentioned. It's just that I don't know those countries as well. Um, never dealt with their equipment, so I wouldn't know, you know, what tolerances they use in their equipment. But um, for the ones that they get the majority of the equipment from, I would see no issue because part of countries purchasing equipment means that they're getting equipment they can rely on and that there is a supply chain that is sufficient to handle it.
And that's really a big part of this as well, isn't it, Darrow? In uh, one of the things that has kind of been brought forward is it's all well and fine to capture a lot of equipment from the Russians, right? That's all well and fine. That's obviously going to be very useful, but some of the time, you know, it's not easy. It's not easy when you don't have the things already operating in your forces, especially when you can't get spare parts for some of these things, right? And there were some Russian tanks and howitzers simply didn't have any spare. The Ukrainians simply didn't have any spare parts for, and that they simply couldn't keep operating in the same way, and were much less useful as they would have been otherwise. Now, having everything in hand, right, for you as a maintenance guy, how much of a difference does that make? Not having to cut corners, because you know, if you're a mechanic, you're a smart mechanic, and you know, Ukrainians have a bunch of those. You can find bypasses to a lot of problems, right? You can kind of bodge things together, but is that a sustainable way of going when dealing with heavy equipment that has to sustain combat?
No, absolutely not. One thing you want to do is if you have to get something out of off the battlefield, uh, you get it off the battlefield. Yeah, you may have to jerry rig it. You know what I talk sometimes when I say short track something. Um, that just means you putting it in a condition to get it out of where it is, so that you can fix it correctly somewhere else. And that's all it's for, is to get it somewhere where you can service it. You don't necessarily want to jerry rig something and then that jerry rig becomes the norm, because you are setting yourself up and setting the men up for failure. And that's one thing you don't want to have on your head as the mechanic that's maintaining this stuff. Something that leads to the death of the that you are sworn to protect by your skills. Um, most mechanics take it very seriously. What they do, they are in a lot of places they are master craftsmen, or they are in a process of to become a master craftsman. And when your name is on the dotted line to having done something, you want to make sure that, you know, your word is bond. If I said I fixed that, then they know I fixed it. It's not that they know I pencil whipped the paperwork to make it look like I did something and I really didn't do it. Guys' lives are on the line, and bar none, the mechanics, we do what we need to do to get it from where it is to somewhere safer, or to get it running, you know, for the guys so that they can get to the next point where we can probably work on it a little better. But we want to make sure that when we get it there, we do it right. And that means all the jerry rigging stuff comes out and you fix it correctly. You don't leave it there. You make a note of it. You make sure that everybody else knows about it. And then you get it and you have it fixed right.
Exactly. Thank you, Darrow. You know, we heard stuff like this from Konstantin, right? You know, saying, you know, BMPs, the BMPs that Ukrainians were using back in 2015, 2016, that often, you know, you just wouldn't know whether it was going to start in the morning or whether it was going to start and kind of run versus run properly, and you know, would it be able to complete the tasks that they had to do? Would it perform anything like up to spec? No, and I think that's something that's really that's really missing here as well, right? And this is all a part of quality assurance, quality assurance, quality assurance, and that's the big gap between the stuff that Ukrainians are going to be getting now compared to the stuff that they've been used to using in frontline roles as tanks, IAVs, or whatnot.
Yeah, I mean, you looking at the time when Constantine was in, they were coming from a lot of the Soviet era, and a lot of the mistakes and a lot of the things that were done during the Soviet era hadn't really been corrected as of yet. In subsequent years, the military has gotten better, especially, you know, as they've been training with some of the Western armies. They've had to go through and look at, you know, what they were doing as far as the maintenance procedures, the inspections, you know, to ensure the reliability of equipment and things of that nature. You know, that's something that, you know, if you have a bunch of mechanics that were trained in that old system, it takes a while to bleed, you know, for them to attrit out of the system. As they age, you replace it with more mechanics. And if those new mechanics get better training because they are getting a more comprehensive training regimen, because say like when the Western armies, we go to field equipment. When we field that equipment, the first thing we do is we make sure the inspections are done. If the unit, and we talk about the readiness, the fitness of a unit is based on the equipment being up. If you have a bunch of hanger queens, equipment that's been there for months, because morning, you have a bunch of equipment that's been there for months. Why? And why hasn't been fixed? You want to know, and you want to get that stuff taken care of, and make sure you don't have any of those. All right.
All right. Thank you, Darrow. If I can, one last thing before you go and take care of some other stuff.
Yeah, I gotta get rolling.
we keep hearing about, you know, training of soldiers. How long does training a mechanic take for Bradleys, for Abrams? The specific training for a system, is that a number of days or is it a number of weeks?
I would say in some cases it could be months. It could be a couple of months, because it's depending on how many systems that they are working with. Depending on how many systems they're working with, whether it be a hydraulic system, an electrical system, pneumatic, and then you have the engine and transmission, you know, the install, replacement, repair, you know, the diagnosis. It can take a couple of months. to make sure that the those mechanics at least have basic knowledge of that piece of equipment they're going to work on. And then once they have the basic knowledge, it's easier for them to branch out to different pieces of equipment, because at some point it becomes more of the same. Electrical systems, hydraulic systems will change, but if you have a really good mechanic, they can figure it out. There's a lot you can figure out just by being around the equipment at that point. But as long as you know what different pieces do, that's the important part. What does this control, and what controls it?
And
Thank you, Daryl.
And the Ukrainians are very highly motivated, Daryl. So they could learn it faster because they are so highly motivated to learn it, because they're defending their country.
Absolutely. You won't find any argument with me about that. That's why I said they should have had some of this equipment a long time ago, because they can handle it.
Well, I hope that in the trainings from 2014, that I hope that they already have some knowledge of a lot of systems. It would be beneficial for them, of course.
Exactly. Let me do a quick overview of some. Let me let Daryl go and fix other things that need fixing, and go for a bit of an overview of the things that have happened today or have come out today. First of all, one thing I want to stress is the very large earthquake, followed by a number of other of aftershocks in southeastern Turkey, is of course dominating news across the world, with over 1,000 having been confirmed to have perished in the aftermath of the earthquakes thus far, with probably very many more still that will be declared dead as a consequence of the earthquake. It's a tragic natural disaster, of course, and one little thing that's heartening to see, nevertheless, was the immediate response from both the Ukrainian President Zelensky as well as Foreign Minister Kuleba. Even in the great time of distress and need, Ukraine itself immediately reaching out and even not offering not just condolences, but even offering help, apparently in the form of search and rescue teams to go to Turkey to help out with the aftermath of the earthquake. So that really says something about the civilizational norms and civilizational standards that even in the context like this, Ukraine tries to live up to. On the other hand, Russian propagandists are already rather full of allegations and accusations that the country of Sweden and the Swedish government, who likewise immediately offered help with Sweden, is generally minded to do, and generally always does in wake of large-scale natural disasters like this, wherever pretty much in the world. They went and accused the Swedish government of only doing so to get into Erdogan's good graces in order to be able to accede to NATO. And speaking of civilizational norms, well, that is ranking a little bit lower on them, and just shows the assumptions built into what Russians or the Russian system thinks of things, and how they think of things. The other thing I want to raise is no, Minister Reznikov has not been made not Minister of Defense at this point. There's a number of stories circulating around, but at this point there have been no changes at the head of the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense. there were speculations, possibly leaked, that there might be a change at the head of the Ministry of Defense, where the current head of the defense intelligence of Ukraine, General Kirill Budanov, would become the next Minister of Defense, and the current Minister of Defense Reznikov being assigned to a different ministry, possibly as the Minister for Strategic Industries, because there might be a thought that having someone who's of a military background, like General Budanov, might be beneficial under the current circumstances. But either way, nothing has happened as yet, and if anything does happen, apparently, if it does happen, it won't happen this week either. But if it does happen, we'll get around to it at the time. And lastly, I want to share the positive news. Let's finish on a high note. I want to share the positive news that the Norwegian Prime Minister has apparently presented a proposal to the Norwegian Parliament whereby about 75 billion, with a B, Norwegian krona, that's in excess of 7 billion with a B, euros or dollars, will be under this proposal allocated for help to Ukraine, about half in terms of military help, half in terms of reconstruction and humanitarian help over the next 5 years from Norway. So that's a very substantial number. On a per capita basis, it's well in excess of $1,200 per Norwegian over the next few years, allocated to Ukraine. Now, this is I won't say the end, but certainly the beginning of the end of a drawn-out process that started last year, in the spring already last year, as Norway was realizing that its incomes in 2022 from the sale of oil and gas would be much greater than expected due to higher prices, but also somewhat increased demand for Norwegian oil and gas in circumstances where Russian oil and gas were ever less desirable. So there was already a proposal floated then, back in May, I believe, of last year, that some proportion of these additional profits or additional income be used to help Ukraine with. Initially, it was met with resistance in the parliament, but first the parliament came around to it last year in autumn, in October, November, and now the executive branch in Norway has likewise. The project like this might have quite wide-reaching consequences and wide-reaching effects, and I, for one, am very glad that something that we first brought up here back in April, May last year has percolated through, and I can only hope that apparently Jörn tells me there is wide agreement in Parliament. Everyone but a fringe party called RUT, or Red, standing for it, and even a good proportion actually of the membership of voters of that one party supporting it. That if anything, it might only increase the number assigned to that beyond of what is initially being planned. So fingers crossed, and hopefully what is good news turns into even better news in the coming days and weeks. So this is a quick overview of some of the top things to address. And lastly, yes, I need to say this. If you had missed the Tynathon, the 7.5-hour marathon with Thomas Tyner last night, or yesterday, depending on where you are, then you can already find it on our Spotify feed. And if you check the leftmost tweet in the nest, you can find the link to it there for ease of access. So there you go. Scribe, very good morning to you. How are you?
I'm doing well on this abnormally warm day in February for Virginia, but other than that, I'm doing well. I just wanted to give a little comment on like how low Russia can get. From what I've been seeing on several people that follow the Russian Telegram channels, Russians are cheering to the fact that Turkey had an earthquake, so not much of a surprise there with how they are.
Yeah, and I think this says a lot, doesn't it? It really does say a lot.
Also on Thomas Snyder's Tynathon, I only caught like a brief bit of the beginning of it, and then like an hour and a half of the last of it. And boy, can that man just lay down facts and just be able to consistently talk. I admire his capability of speaking for that amount of time.
Yeah, I think that it also reflects just how much there is to say. You know, when it builds up for many weeks, or in this case, just around a month, 4 weeks, I think it was on the dot. Just things build up, don't they? Yeah. Scribe, this has to be asked. Do you live in some sort of an aviary, or next to a rainforest? Because you always have the most amazing sounds of birds in the morning, and I would have thought Virginia, even if it is an abnormally warm day, would be a bit too cold for quite so many songbirds to already be out in February.
Well, like I said, it's abnormally warm today. It's like, I believe it's like somewhere in like the lower or mid 40s, but I'm just surrounded by a bunch of birds right now. I'm walking in my neighborhood and there's always birds all the time.
There you go. Thank you, Scribe. Just had to know that. Very, very beautiful audio scenery in the background there. I will say, you know what one benefit is of listening to the Tynathon on Spotify as opposed to live?
Do tell.
Well, you can listen to it, for example, depending on how much you can handle, but you can listen to it at, say, 1.5 times the normal speed, and then instead of taking 7.5 hours, it only takes 5 hours, which is much closer to just 2 or 3 long podcasts as opposed to 4 or 5.
Thomas Tyner with a Mickey Mouse voice.
No, it doesn't go there. No, nonsense. The software is pretty good. I, for one, am very used to listening to podcasts. Long have done so at an accelerated pace, and it does depend on how the voice sounds. But the software nowadays is pretty good, and it helps you adjust things a little bit. So all good.
Question, Domin, real fast.
Go ahead.
Have we heard of Russia giving any support to Turkey at the moment for their troubles, or has Russia been quiet?
I don't know. I've not seen anything, and I trust that could be because I don't know, they're preoccupied with something else. Who knows? Apparently, what Russia has been rather focusing on, and this is quite interesting, though this is from yesterday, is Putin had a call. You see, he had a call with Lukashenko, and what they were discussing is how was this whole union state business going to go on going forward. What does the words union state mean to you, Scribe? Because what they are is they describe the union between Russia and Belarus, and a particular arrangement that Russia and Belarus and have had for a couple of decades now. So apparently there's some worries of whether the Union state can survive this, and how can cooperation be improved, especially economic and security cooperation between the two countries, to ensure that this concept of the Union state goes on undisturbed. But that really seems to be the principal, so to speak, the principal concern for Russia right now. Now, I'm just having a quick look at what the various reporting is, and including what various Turkish reporting is on the aftermath of the earthquake, and I see Central Asian and Caucasus countries expressing condolences, countries including Malaysia already sending rescue teams to help the relief effort and help save people buried under the rubble. But I will tell you this much: on Turkish sites, I see no comments whatsoever on anything to do with actually trying to make a difference by Russia or on the part of Russia. So it could be, but at least I don't see any readily visible comments having been made, not least help provided. I would note that Turkey has been quite helpful to Russia over the course of the recent months, having aided Russia in evading certain sanctions that have been imposed on Russia, especially when it comes for the ability of Russia to import certain goods that otherwise they wouldn't have been able to import. Now, I wouldn't be surprised at all if I see that Putin did send condolences to Erdogan and Assad following the earthquake. So they did comment somewhat. I would say that whatever they will do with utmost detailed publicity, and don't be surprised if you hear quite a lot about it eventually. The reason why I'm saying this is Russia tends to do things just about as visibly as it possibly can. And this is important to them. And this is important. This isn't just a question of perception, but this is also important because it actually tries. They try to often strengthen their soft power through very, very public, very visible displays of very visible displays of what can we say? Very visible displays of help and assistance for other countries around the world. You might recall that from when COVID was starting, in full and properly, back in sort of February, March of 2020. There was when Russians dispatched a military plane full of alleged helpers off to northern Italy, right? They have done similar displays in other cases, but the actual utility of those has been brought into question on a number of occasions. The reason why I'm bringing that up is it is often an attempt for and by Russians to change the perception of themselves, not just in the world and in front of the world, but especially improve the perception of themselves domestically. And that's a very important component for them. This actually brings me straight to a whole different point, if I may. So I don't have much more time to explain with you here today, but it's quite an important one, I would say. In the recent days, over the course of the past week, there's been a lot of talk about the Russian and Belarusian participation at the Olympics next year in Paris, and specifically the United Nations Special Rapporteur for cultural rights has come out saying that banning Russian and Belarusian athletes from the Olympics would be a grave and flagrant violation of human rights, and saying that this cannot possibly be allowed. I would just like to note that is, well, it's rather silly, frankly, that this would be considered to be a human right, and stretching what human rights cover to include that would be just a little bit excessive here. The reasoning that's put forward by Mrs. Santaki is, well, exceeds rather the intent of the bases that are set out in the various conventions that are noted. But what's crucial here is, while they say that the ethnic origin shouldn't be the basis of discrimination, this goes to something very different. It goes to nationality, and it goes to representation of a country to a great degree, rather than the specific origin of specific peoples who might be participating. The other thing that's very much missing here from understanding by the UN Special Rapporteur on cultural affairs is just what great a pride Russia takes in its presence at events like this, and what sense of normalcy Russian participation at the Olympics affords to the Russian population. A sense of normalcy that, under the circumstances of the Russian genocidal invasion of Ukraine and Belarusian, if nothing else, at least tacit and logistical support for it, well, that sense of normalcy for the Russian population is fundamentally wrong. And if anything, for all of those who say, oh, why can't there just be peace? The sort of people who might also say, well, you should really allow Russians to go to the Olympics. Why would you possibly ban Russian athletes? They're clearly not the ones fighting, right? That sense of normalcy, exactly for people who subscribe to that belief, who subscribe to the belief that the war should just be brought to an end, that sense of normalcy should be particularly jarring to, because it is that sense of normalcy that in part enables the war to continue, enables the regime to continue its path, and enables the regime to continue pursuing its war aims, because there's a sense that, oh, everything's normal anyway. Things can't be that off if everything can be this normal. So in that context, I'd just say it would be incredibly beneficial were Russians and Belarusian athletes banned from the Olympics. Russian and Belarusian delegations were prohibited from participating. Making it as public as possible might just shake some more within the countries out of this sense of normalcy under the least normal possible imaginable conditions. Sorry for a little bit of a tirade there, but I think that's rather important. Scribe, please.
So I want to quickly get this off before I have to head in. For me personally, I do support your idea of not letting Belarusian and Russian players be participating in the Olympics, because after watching the documentary about if not who but us, the NFL documentary that we were able to get the people who made it on Maria this past Friday, very good documentary. I would recommend watching it. I am supporting the whole fact that to ban Russian and Belarusian players. Also, I don't know who should I give this to, but there is currently a change.org petition going on, in that just a lot of people are signing for to persuade and hopefully change the IOC's idea of allowing said players to participate. So I don't know who should I give that to post it up in the nest so that people can sign.
Thanks, Scribe. It's the sort of thing that isn't, and I think that pressure will have to come from many other places rather than the change.org petition, but it cannot possibly hurt to go through that as well. I think people can quite easily find it now that they've heard that it exists. Scribe. I will note, things like this have to be done at a different level, and if anything, a sufficient number threatening with non-participation would probably go a whole lot further. Either way, I think it is something of some level of importance here as well. Thank you, Scribe. Ioana, please.
Hello, Domen. So I searched about the Turkey earthquake, and in fact, the European Union activated the civil protection mechanisms. It is a mechanism through which countries can send help in case of a disaster. And I believe that you talked earlier about Sweden. Sweden is helping within this mechanism, so it's nothing related to NATO or something like this. It's just normal help from European Union. The first country accepted was Netherlands, then Romania, and then Bulgaria, Croatia, Czech Republic, France, Greece, Poland, Hungary, Italy, Spain, Malta, and Slovakia. So there are 12 countries that offered help to Turkey in this, meaning rescue personnel and some material that may be helpful in these conditions. For example, Romania will send 3 planes. I've seen it on the news. And about Russia, yes, Putin sent his condolences and he offered to help. He said that he has 2 Ilyushin 76 planes with rescue personnel available, and he can send this to Turkey. But I don't know if this offer for help was accepted. Also, Putin offered to help Syria because Syria was also affected. We should not forget, yes, it is the earthquake wasn't in Turkey, but it was quite close to the border with Syria, and some cities in Syria are also affected. And let's not forget that Syria is also in a very difficult position right now. And for example, the city of Aleppo, which was bombed by the regime, Assad regime, in cooperation with Russia, the city of Aleppo is not far from the epicenter, and it was again affected by this earthquake. And according to the article I have, the casualty in Turkey are over 1,300 people dead, more than 5,000 wounded, and also in Syria a few hundreds dead and a lot of people wounded. Unfortunately, these numbers will grow because there are a lot of people under the damaged buildings, and apparently in Turkey the situation is quite dire in some cities because the rescuers cannot even reach the places where they have to help for people because of so much damage that happened. There are videos on multiple platforms, and we can see building collapsing after the second. How do you call it? The second earthquake, the replica, the big replica. We can see building collapsing. So it's really a tragedy. Yeah, I don't know what to say. I just wanted to make the summary of what it was offered for help.
Thank you. And I didn't mention Syria in there just because I kind of knew that there would be something there because the Russians treated effectively as a client state to some degree, right? And there would be some sort of a reach out there, if nothing else, to maintain the perception within Russia, if not also the perception within Syria that they are on their side. Axel, if you can hear me, if you can kindly send the co-host invite to Ivana, that'd be really fantastic. Now that Mr. M had to jump off, so I'll need to do likewise in a minute or two. And thank you so much. And Raver, very good morning, Raver. How are you?
Oh, good morning. I did not know that there was an earthquake in Turkey. So the rescue efforts are going to be ongoing. I've got a little bit of experience with. So when you come across a building, first you want everything silent. You want to be able to listen to see if you hear any cries. If you do, or even if you don't, then you send in your lifeline dogs. They tend to work what we call naked, no collars, no vests, no nothing, so they don't get hung up on debris. They can localize survivors. They're trained specifically to find people that are still alive. And at that point, your rescuers go in and they may have to shore, crib, and sterilize big parts of the building just to get to the victim. And then they begin the process of delayering or tunneling or whatever it is they have to do to get to the victim. Then paramedics go to work to stabilize the victim because the victim's going to have crush injuries, they're going to have compartmental injuries. And then once the victim is stabilized, then they can start working at getting them out and safely transported and then lowered back down to the ground and taken to the hospital or definitive care. This process is going to be happening over and over and over again for the next several days. So everybody keep Turkey in your prayers. Keep Syrian civilians in your prayers. Assad and Erdogan are not good people, but the citizens didn't deserve this either.
Yes, of course, and we have seen at least the videos that are circulating on the internet. I talked about the collapsed buildings, but apparently an airport was affected by this. There is in the middle of the runway, there is like the earth cracked and then collapsed, something like this. Also, some highways are affected, and it's really, the situation is really, really dire in Turkey. So as I am from Romania, yeah, go ahead, please.
Yeah, and I expect USAID will probably be scrambling teams, probably VA Task Force 1 and Miami-Dade Task Force 1 or Florida Task Force 1. They tend to be the lead for the USAID teams. The best team in the region is actually is in Israel. They are top notch. They are aces at this, and hopefully Erdogan has repaired enough of a relationship with Israel that he'll be able to ask and get the Israelis in there.
Yeah, so of course, if there are specialized people, they will be welcomed in Turkey because they really need this. The damage is extensive. As I'm from Romania, I can talk about the Romanian help. Romania was the second country that applied to the civil protection mechanism in European Union after Netherlands, and we offered to help. There will be 2 planes sent, one C-130 Hercules and one C-27 Spartan from the Romanian Air Force. And they will transport 58 rescue personnel, 2 specialized dogs, and a lot of material help. I don't know exactly, probably humanitarian or maybe some, yeah. So there are tents, food, and supplies for the rescue operations. I believe that there are equipments or something like this. And also a lot of other countries did the same. I mentioned the Netherlands, also Sweden, Czech Republic, France, Slovakia, and many others. 12 countries until now. I will just search for this. In the meantime, if you want to speak, please come up. You push the button on the left, down the left corner of your screen, the microphone button, and then you can raise hand by clicking on the heart with the plus and the symbol with the hand. Daniel, you wanted to add something? No? Okay. In the meantime, I have other news. There are some interesting economical news because the EU ban on diesel and oil products will began apparently yesterday, but it is enforced today. So this is very interesting because apparently Russia will lose a lot of money because of this. It is estimated to 40 billion. There is an article on BBC about this, and there is also an explanation on the Associated Press news. Just let me bring up some people, and in the meantime, as I said, you can raise your hand if you want. Yeah, sorry for the silence. I cannot push the buttons and speak at the same time. So it is very interesting. I was talking about the oil products that are banned now. So in fact, we don't really want Russian oil to stop flowing because this will greatly affect the market. Everybody hoped that OPEC will step in and increase production, but unfortunately, this didn't happen. So, in fact, what is banned is the import of oil products from Russia to Europe. So, European importers have had some months since the ban was announced in June to line up their supplies, and now this is cut. It was cut by 27% in December, and now it's increasing. The cap is enforceable because it bars Western companies that largely control shipping and insurance from handling the diesel price above the limit. So it is also like the oil cap from before. It is enforced through insurance, and thus the effect that is hoped is to limit the price of the oil. So the oil products imported in Europe will cease completely, and the price will be limited for the oil that is circulating in the market. Okay, so no question about it. If you have questions, please step up. In the meantime, I will just go to look on some military news, and I would really want to talk about one of them, if there are people available to it. In the meantime, just to tell you about Russia losses for yesterday, it was published today. More than 870 liquidated personnel. So this is an increase in comparison with yesterday, and the number is still quite high. Also 11 tanks, which is good. 10 armored personnel vehicles, 5 artillery systems, and 1 MLRS, also very good, and 13 other vehicles and fuel tanks. Too bad Domen is not here because he would have liked this increased number in vehicles. And I have hands. I don't know who was first because I was reading. Mokas, I'm coming to you, and then Raver and Nino. Mokas.
Yeah, just to add a bit more onto those numbers, over the last 4 days, somebody added this up, 20 tanks, 33 armoured personnel carriers, 19 artillery systems, 4 MLRS, 1 fixed-wing aircraft, and 43 vehicles and fuel trucks. So if you add them together like that, that sounds horrific. That's 4 days, and obviously the loss of men was great, very great. So yes, it's a massive loss, and well done to the Ukrainians. That's all I can say.
Yes, indeed, and also if you add all that equipment, it is really difficult for the Russians to replace the equipment. So this is good. This is going well in the good direction. And let's not forget that the big offensive did not start yet, but this rate of attrition of Russian forces is quite high. And I think this is due to the heavy battles that are happening in the region of Bakhmut, Ledar, and Kremina, but also to the fact that Ukrainians are still able to identify concentration of troops and equipment and ammunition depot. I have seen that morning that one ammunition storage facility was hit in the Novakakhovka region, and it was a big explosion, big boom motors. So they are still able to identify such places and hit them with great accuracy. So probably the numbers reflect also this. Raver, sorry, do you want to comment?
Yeah, so when you see vehicle losses go up right now, it probably means that the ground's starting to get hard and the tanks and APCs can actually move, and that's how they're getting exposed. So that might be something to watch, is just the weather trends. The Russians may be trying to add some armor support for their offensives. So far, it doesn't look like they've been able to do anything over the past week except lose more lives. But going back to the earthquake a little bit, does anybody know how strong it was, how deep it was?
Yes, so the first earthquake was estimated at 7.4 Richter. I have seen some estimation at 7.8, but you know, after the initial statement, very often they come and redo it, and I think 7.4 is accurate. After it, there were many replicas. of medium intensity, and like 2 hours ago or so, there was a big replica of 7.5. So basically as high as the first earthquake. And this second replica was very damaging, let's say so, because some buildings were already affected by the first earthquake, and when this big replica struck again, they just collapsed. There are videos with a building collapsing right in front of the camera. So it's really heartbreaking what is happening there, like high-story buildings that are collapsing. And yes, it's a very sad thing for Turkey and for Syria, because some cities in Syria are affected too. Yeah, I hope this answers the question.
Yeah, and then so earthquakes can get kind of confusing. So if the first one was a 7.4, everything after that would be an aftershock, unless there was a 7.5, and then everything before that 7.5 is actually the foreshock, and the 7.5 becomes the main earthquake, not an aftershock. It can get kind of confusing because you have foreshocks, aftershocks. I've not heard of two 7.4, 7.5s being that close together. So that's really bad news.
Yeah, let me check some seismic center or something like this to have the accurate numbers. But what I told you is from the press and from Twitter. So let me check and have the exact times and the numbers. In the meantime, if you want to follow up, or we can go to Nino.
Hi, Joanna. About the earthquake in Turkey. Of course, our biggest sympathies for the people of Turkey and Syria. Let's hope it's the last one. I just want to add a few things. The main earthquake, yes, was very, very strong, but there were many aftershocks that were above 5 or 5.5 or something. I saw the list and it's like endless how many aftershocks were very strong. Also, I want to add that Turkey doesn't have a law that says that the building should be built with earthquake protection, and this is a major problem for them, as we see, unfortunately, every few years. This means roughly that the buildings, when they're built in the concrete, there is no iron being placed between the concrete. So that doesn't make it flexible, and in case of earthquake, buildings can have a tendency to fall down like paper. But the Russian oil, I would like to add this. Maybe somebody knows. In the new sanctions, do they have this thing that, because before it was, yes, ship companies, they couldn't load Russian oil and there was a tap and all that, but there was a trick, something like if there is 50% of Russian oil and then the company would mix it with 50% of another oil from another country, then it was legal. Does anybody know if this thing still is happening? Thank you.
Well, I'm sorry, I really don't know if this is happening. Maybe we will have somebody to speak about it on the space. I will even ask. I know that some oil is bought by, for example, by India or even by Indonesia or Turkey, and then refined in those countries and combined with maybe other sources, and then resold as being Indian oil or Indonesian oil or something like this. And it's very difficult to target it and to to apply sanctions on it as the country that exports it is not Russia. I know that this practice is in place, but I also know that some measures were taken in order to stop this practice. I'm not a specialist in oil shipping and so on, so I cannot add to that, but I know what you meant by this.
Thank you very much, Joanna. Good afternoon, everybody.
Oh, Tim,
Hello,
hello.
Joanna. You'd not noticed me. I snuck up into the co-host seat there, sideways like a crab. Oh, better not say that. Spatial. It's a spatial crash. Something I wanted to point out: re the earthquake, as we are discussing it, is a very interesting study in political tweeting. Now, this comes from the office of the Prime Minister of Sweden. The Prime Minister of Sweden's office says, saddened by the loss of lives in Turkey and Syria following the major earthquake. Our thoughts go to the victims and to their loved ones. I have sent my deepest condolences to President Erdogan. As a partner of Turkey and holder of the EU presidency, we stand ready to offer our full support. Now, superficially, nice, standard nice sentiments. But if you peel it back, there are kind of onion-like layers of subtlety here that are really quite impressive. And this is really quite a masterful tweet. So, expresses condolences, expresses sadness for the loss of life in both Turkey and Syria. Thoughts with victims and loved ones, fine. Deepest condolences to President Erdogan. And here's where it gets interesting. As a partner of Turkey, doesn't mention the Syrian government at all, just Turkey, and holder of the EU presidency, we stand ready to offer our full support. So from that, reading between the lines, I got that they're reminding Turkey, an aspiring EU member, that Sweden is in the European Union and is therefore capable of vetoing any Turkish membership. Also, reaching out to Turkey specifically, given that I believe Sweden's NATO bid currently stands at the mercy of Turkey, among others, reaching out to Turkey and buttering them up a bit. I thought it was a rather interesting, multi-layered tweet, done with an enormous degree of subtlety. What do you think, Joanna?
Yes, I agree with you. Quite subtle. Sorry, I was searching, as promised, I was searching for the earthquake magnitude and for the replicas or aftershocks. And apparently the first one was 7.8. As described, there were some other information that it was 7.4, but no, it's 7.8. And then there were replicas, 5.6, 6.7, 5.6, 5.1, and so on. And the last one is today at 11:24 UTC, 7.5. So another very big earthquake, like a few hours ago. So yes, I was searching for this information. A lot of replicas, more than 20. I can count them all if you want. So it's really, the situation is really dire there.
All the little ones aside, having 3 7-point anythings back to back to back like that is unheard of.
I'm afraid.
Sorry, Tim. Yeah, you managed. I wanted to add Colonel Jeff and I couldn't manage. So
I just added Colonel Jeff. We've also got Daryl on his way up. So this panel is looking very healthy indeed. Colonel Jeff, welcome. What's shaking?
I am literally deep in the heart of the Alps. I just left Maria cell, so I don't know how long you're going to hear me, but I agree with you on the message to Turkey. And in the worlds of diplomacy are sometimes different than the worlds of just human personal thing. And this is really a great chance for both Finland and Sweden to actually step up, PR the bejesus out of it, and let the Turkish people know that they were there and trying to help. Because at the end of the day, all politics is local, and Erdogan might want to be playing his cards from a personal level, but I don't know how long he's going to be able to play those if the people of Turkey are truly inspired by how much Sweden and Finland does for them. right now in this time of crisis.
Absolutely. And do you think this is an opportunity for a rapprochement between Turkey and NATO in general? This is going to have a significant humanitarian impact, and it may be maybe an opportunity for the rest of NATO to defrost things a little. What do you think? What does the diplomat in you say, Jeff?
I do, but I think that where NATO does a really shitty job of PR is actually, for lack of a better term, domestic or internal, right? They do great PR when it's targeted at adversarial nations because we want to appear strong. But, you know, if NATO steps in and really helps out their ally, Turkey, and she is an ally, it's a difficult leader to work with right now, but she's still an ally. And let the people know, not only, hey, was NATO here, but show me where Belarus, Russia, China, show me where all those other nations that your leader seems to be aligning himself to. Where are they when it counts, right? I think that matters, and I would love it if NATO did just a little bit better of domestic/internal PR to remind the people of these nations that they're in an alliance that actually matters and has gravitas and capability.
And I think what's important is to stress just how much more this alliance matters than any dalliance they may have with the axis of evil, right? I think, well, something I noticed straight away because it was all over Twitter was that the Russians were quite quick to pledge assistance. The assistance they did pledge was, I believe, two aircraft, two Ilyushin 76s, full of not really sure what. But you know, they were quite quick off the mark with practical assistance, and I'm kind of hoping that any optics around that are not eclipsed by other things.
Yeah, I didn't know that, and it's Russia's in the game, so all right, that's great. We'll this is going to be a rebuilding effort in Turkey, and it's not just who was there first, but who was there longest is going to matter more. And as much as some people don't like to hear it, I think it's always worth saying the Turkish people, part of the reason that Erdogan has his support is because they feel let down and had their backs turned on them by the European Union. Whether you agree or not that they should be in the European Union, that's everyone's personal decision. But I think that this tease that the European Union is kind of held in front of them for so long, even though there's a lot of people in the European Union who say, hey, they're never going to get in. They're not Europe. They're not in. We have long memories. We remember the Ottomans. Okay, well, we'll stop teasing them. Right? Just tell them the truth, right? People can, we're all adults. Let's all be realistic. But if you keep playing with the Turkish people, they're going to remain upset. And I think everyone should treat Turkey like an adult, and the Turks.
Well, this is part of the problem of the last 6 years of politics, right? Is that the only major European Union member that wanted Turkey in the European Union was the United Kingdom. And the United Kingdom was kind of the champion of Turkish EU membership. The UK has now left. And so Turkey has kind of lost that champion. And so I don't know what the views of France and Germany and Italy are these days, but I don't think they were as enthusiastic about it as the UK was.
No, they're not. And to be fair, and Turkey, right, it has had a long-standing feud with Greece. I'm not telling anyone anything they don't know, but when you look at how some of the rules of membership of getting in were kind of just either looked the other way, ignored, or outright just waived for Greece. The adversary, the chief adversary of Turkey, it even, it's like rubbing salt in that wound. And I get it, right? I get it.
Absolutely, but you have to remember that the European Union is a rules-based organization until it isn't, right? If you have enough political will in the council, then those rules can obviously be bent, and they were in the case of any number of powers who quite flagrantly violate the rules that are apparently held sacred. Yeah, I don't fancy I don't fancy Turkey's chances of membership anytime soon. But I think it was interesting the quiet shot across the bows that the Turkish Prime Minister, that the Swedish Prime Minister sent them. That was an interesting little stroke. Let's go to Rava. Rava, you've got your hand up.
Yeah, hey, Colonel Jeff, I would be really surprised if there aren't Chinese teams on the ground here pretty quick. They maintain a number of USAR teams. Actually worked with one of their team leaders after the Joplin tornado. They're a rich, disaster-prone country, and so like the U.S., they tend to maintain groups that are specifically trained to do this. Mexico is another group that might send people. Israel, the U.S., there's a lot of European teams. So there's probably going to be all sorts of multinational help flowing in. And when it comes to disasters, even if it's the U.S. sending aid to Iran after an earthquake, the flags tend to go away, and it tends to be a remarkably non-political situation. I've actually not worked with, but worked in the same disaster zone as like the Mexican Urban Search and Rescue Team. So the flags tend to go away after a disaster.
Thank you, Rava. Let's go to Nino. Nino.
Hi again. Just because I heard Greece being named here, I just want to make a few clarifications. Greece, some politicians cooked, in parentheses, some numbers, and this is how Greece got into the EU. It wasn't about human rights. It wasn't about press liberties. It wasn't about putting in jail your political opponents and all that. So Turkey's main problem is not why it's not being accepted to EU. It's not about the economics, really. It's about everything else. So this is the major problem that they have to do reforms there. Second, I want to add that you guys are now figuring out what is happening in Turkey, and you think it's only about Erdogan. I'm sorry to say it's not only about Erdogan. If you have a look at the political system in Turkey, the opposition, it's even worse. Okay, we are talking about the far right. We are talking about the wolves. We are talking about these guys showing maps every day that they want to conquer this and that their land should be like 10 times bigger and blah, 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 blah. As being a neighbor to Greece, to Turkey, we are facing this for decades. We have the problem with Cyprus being in the same situation as Donbass. So from 2014, we have the same problem from the 1970s. But nobody is doing nothing. Okay, we have prime ministers in the past in Turkey, like Tansu Çiller, that was namely openly from the U.S. government that she was doing drug trafficking. She was moving opium from the Asia to Europe and then to other roads with the military assistance. Turkey has problems in a way that the army is controlling the politics. So there's major reforms to be done. It's not only about Erdogan. Erdogan is like a guy who's like speaking about what people would like to hear. Yes, they could do better. But the only person now, if you look at the political system in Turkey that has really Western opinions and more liberal and in a way more modern way as we in the West see it, is the mayor of Istanbul that right now is being banned from being he's not being allowed to run to the forthcoming elections. We don't know if he's going to be able to do this just because Erdogan decided it's not a good idea for him to face him because he knows he's strong. There's the problem with the big cities like Istanbul and Ankara and all that. There's modern people, yes, thinking similar to the Western type of thinking. but there is a big gap to the smaller cities. And as you go east, this gap becomes bigger and bigger and bigger. It's not only about Erdogan, I'm sorry, but if anybody reads comments on the internet about how simple people are looking at things like we are speaking here now, they will understand. It's not only about this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nino. While we've got you up, how much of a thorn in the side is the Cyprus situation in Turkish and Greek relations these days?
How much what?
How much of an issue is it between Greece and Turkey now?
Of course, it's an issue. We saying Greeks and Cyprus too, want to find a solution that it's good for everybody in a way that there is no thoughts of Greece or Cyprus going back and getting the territory that's being held or anything like that. They want to find a way through the United Nations for this territory to be, yes, recognized, but in a way that imagine that thousands and thousands of homes and territories being stolen from the Cypriots. So we have many problems, guys. I mean, in a way, Turkey has this casus belli, as they say. They don't let Greece put the sea borders to 12 miles, that it's their right to do. They have done this, but they say if you Greece do the 12 miles instead of 6, we're going to war. Okay, if you look at a few years before, Google, Evros and refugees, you will see herds, thousands and thousands and thousands of immigrants being driven then by the Turkish government. They drove them with buses to the borders and they say, go to Greece. They will allow you to go to Europe, which is not the case, of course. And we ended up with a huge problem. They have 4 million, I think, refugees, including from Syria and all that. And every single chance they have, they are threatening that they're going to release them to Greece, and their herds will go to Europe and all that. And of course, Greece is paying before everybody else, because of course the other countries, they will not let the refugees, and we still have many problems. I mean, we all want to find solutions, but we have been raised, I mean, I'm 47 years old, and as long as I remember, there's always a problem with Turkey threatening to invade. Now they say they will come at night. They will use the new rockets they made now, this like to strike Athens. And I don't know, man. I mean, we are not looking at any territorial regains or anything like that. We just want to have peace with Turkey. And I know many people from Turkey, they think the same. But as I said before, there's also millions of them also that they eating the story that they will go back to the Islamic Empire and they will conquer and they will conquer and everybody else deserves to be under the Turkish shadow and all that. And the Cypriots, they have no military power, you know this, and they're waiting from the United Nations. We also have the problem, imagine Sweden and Finland has a problem with Turkey now because of the NATO. Imagine the problem that we have, that we are also NATO and Turkey is NATO. And every time we have a problem with Turkey, NATO is not saying, oh, you should not invade, oh, you should not do this, you should not do that. They say, figure it out yourselves. How are we going to figure it out by ourselves? By war. We don't want war. We just want peace. And it's not good for any of the two countries, of course. That's it.
So, is this an issue that Turkey is deliberately keeping alive for domestic reasons? In much the same way as Argentina keeps the Falklands issue alive for domestic reasons.
For sure. For sure, of course, it's like it's feeding people who will not understand. I mean, come on. Even in America, I was watching a video before that some Trump supporter was saying that the war in Ukraine is not real and they're all actors. People believe what they hear sometimes, huh? And even the Sweden Finland story is connected to Greece in a way because Turkey is being banned from their 35 program, which actually they gave a deposit, I think like 2 billion, I'm not sure. And then they were banned because they bought the S-400, which actually they can't use because they are threatened with more sanctions. And they ask now for more F-16s that the Congress is refusing to them because of the violations they're doing to Greece. And then Turkey's doing this bargain thing, we will not vote for Finland and Sweden to go to NATO if you don't accept to give us more F-16s that we're going to use to violate the Greek airspace like they do every day. I mean, sometimes we have the other day we had 90 violations of the Greek airspace. Imagine like F-16s and drones pass every day to the Greek airspace. Boats come inside. We have problems with our fishermen. We have problems with they're sending boats looking for oil and gas in Greek territory, and they're supported by warships. How do you deal with this? I mean, if we strike back, there's going to be a war. If we don't strike back, people say we're weak. So we have decided to be strong ourselves. Now we're buying F-35s. We bought new frigates from France. But imagine a small country like Greece, and we have like more than 200 F-16s. We have 1,300 tanks, and it's like 800 Leopards. Imagine how much money we have to spend every year to feel protected. Do you think we want this? The other day I was hearing here in the space that some fellow was saying from Finland that they wanted to buy new military equipment, but at the end they decided to build new swimming pools, which is great. We don't have this opportunity here. We don't have this luxury. Whatever we have, even the money that we don't have, we have to spend it on weapons just to feel safe. That's it.
Thank you, Nino. Raver.
Yeah, just adding some supporting fires. Even if Erdogan was replaced by a Turkish leader that wanted peace, Turkey's got so many potentially hostile borders that she's not going to disarm. And if she's not willing to disarm, Greece can't disarm. And if Greece can't disarm, Greece's got to keep spending a disproportionate amount of its GDP on defense, regardless of what the Turkish political leadership actually wants.
Thank you, Raver. Here on the Maria Report, we're discussing what Turkey doing and what Greece doing. If anybody has any issues, we have an actual Greek, a genuine Greek, a real Greek, not one of these fake Greeks, a real existing Greek on the panel who's clearly follows the politics of his country very closely. So if anybody has any questions, any comments, please do come up to talk. For that, I guess we should have a look at some headlines. What do you reckon, Joanna?
Yes, in the meantime, I have some updates about the help that is offered to Turkey if you want. So European Union activated the civil protection mechanism and 12 countries are already involved. The countries are Netherlands, it was the first, then Romania, Bulgaria, Croatia, Czech Republic, France, Greece, Italy, Poland and Hungary. So you see Greece offered to help. This is a good sign. And also UK offered to help, and apparently Russia also offered some help in by the means of 2 Ilyushin planes with rescue personnel, but I don't know if it was accepted. I didn't see a confirmation yet. Unfortunately, the count of casualties is quite high at this moment. Apparently, at least 1,500 persons are dead in Turkey and Syria, and several thousands were injured. Unfortunately, these numbers will go up because there are still people under the rubble. Turkey also asked for help to NATO and OMS. Sorry, I don't know how to spell it in English. World Health Organization or something like this. I'm reading from a Romanian news. Activated the medical emergency teams in Turkey and Syria. So yes, that's the info I have right now. The most affected cities are Gaziantep, Iskenderun, Osmaniye, and some other smaller cities in Turkey, and also Aleppo in Syria. So, and unfortunately, as I counted as of yet, 39 aftershocks or replicas, including at least 2 of them over 6 on the Richter scale, and 1, as we know, of 7.5 on Richter scale at 1:30 p.m. UTC. So unfortunately, the situation is ongoing because, as I have seen on the seismic activity monitoring, there are still replicas. There was one less than 20 minutes ago, 4.9. So that's what I have for now.
Thank you very much, Joanna. I've heard the deaths estimated as high as 1,700. That's what the BBC seems to be reporting. So I'll go to Nino, and then I believe our man Peter Doran wants to talk about Reznikov. Nino.
Last thing about Turkey, because I heard about the announcement from the Swedish side. We'll tell you a story. Like, yes, we are sending help here in Greece, of course, like the same way we have done in the past. And the Turks have also sent to Greece in similar situations, knock on wood. Thank you very much. But I will tell you this. A few years ago, we had problems again with Turkey, and there was again a big earthquake in Turkey, and we sent help, like rescue crews and all that, to help them. And a few days later, problems came back. They will not understand. I hope I'm wrong, but no matter how much help Sweden is sending, and no matter what they're saying, they will not change. I'm telling you, their opinions. They will keep doing this thing, this bargain. They want to do this. They live out of this. I mean, it's their Eastern culture. They want to negotiate about everything, and they have this idea that their name. It's just, don't get me wrong. Turkey is a strong country. I mean, military, okay. But they have this idea that they're stronger than they actually are. I mean, they think they're like in the level of United States and all that. That's why you're going to hear politicians from Turkey speaking in a way about, even for America. I mean, a few days ago, if you heard what the Minister of Foreign Affairs said about the US, you will freak out. You will say, oh, come on, it's not possible for the official from the Turkish side to say this about the US, and they at the same time they're asking. I mean, they're asking for new F-16s. They're asking for this. They're asking for that. But they will threaten also at the same time. Okay, you know the story about the 8 consuls that 8 countries closed in Turkey, and they're really pissed about this. I mean, I think Sweden was one of them. And they're very angry about this, and they're telling other countries what to do, the same way they did with Sweden. They told them, oh, you should arrest the guy who burned the Quran. But you cannot tell another country what to do. I mean, they have their own laws. I mean, you can say that you don't like, I understand this, but you cannot give instructions on Sweden and Finland about human rights. Come on. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nino. Peter, what Reznikov doing?
Actually, that's excuse me, Tim. That's why I wanted to pop into the space and get a sense of what other folks were thinking about this. The context for this seems to be very interesting to me. It looks like President Zelensky, who was elected on an anti-corruption platform. The war came. He's been fighting this war, but it also looks like he's not accepting any dubious or questionable practices, allegedly. So we have seen some resignations from the Ministry of Defense, and I'm just curious as to what folks were thinking about this story. It looks as of this morning that Reznikov is still in his post. Even though reports over the weekend were that he was going to be resigned or moved to a different post. So that would be my first question. What's the take of the community on that? And then also, what are folks' opinion about Budanov, who seems to be the current intelligence chief of Ukraine, who seems to be tapped to replace him? I'm trying to get smart on this topic, but as with many big questions, I always know the MriyaReport has many more eyes and many more ears and thoughts than I could ever have. So that's why I was just hoping to tap into the shared knowledge of our community to see what you guys were thinking.
Well, my immediate take on the Reznikov story is it's probably more about optics than anything else, right? If Zelensky was, as you say, elected on a anti-corruption ticket, there is, speaking to locals on the ground here, especially those in the media, there is a degree of dissatisfaction with his efforts on corruption. There is a feeling that given that he was elected on that platform, there's actually been rather little energy put into it, and it feels, people feel like they were sold a bit of a pig in a poke when it came to the anti-corruption ticket. It does seem that there is a very strong link between successfully prosecuting the war and dealing with high-level and multi-layered corruption within the Ukrainian state, particularly when it comes to the military side. And it does seem like there has been, shall we say, some political critical mass reached on that topic. There have been significant moves by Zelensky in the previous weeks to make some strides in this regard. Ultimately, you can't optically make a credible effort against corruption without some very, very big heads falling, right? That would be my impression. I'm not a massive Kiev watcher on the political side. Colonel Jeff probably is, though. So perhaps Colonel Jeff has a take on this. He's just come up.
Hey, Peter, it's good to see you from Austria. I wanted to, I'm kind of with you, right? I don't know a lot about their intelligence leader, but I am reading the tea leaves. I think it's very telling that the U.S. sent the director of the CIA to Kyiv a couple months ago to have a secret meeting with Zelensky. The reason I say it's reading tea leaves, and I think somewhat important, is governments usually like to pick the paths of least resistance and the paths that are comfortable. And if our director of CIA kind of went out to meet his compatriot, there's probably some goodness in the individual holding the Ministry of Intelligence rule there. So I see goodness there. I'm still cautious, but I wouldn't. I think that's perhaps something that at least to start digging into.
I think both of those are great takes, guys. Great takes. And especially on this issue of corruption, Jeff, especially on that one, I think you're right. You can't go in saying, "Hey, I'm going to clean house," without actually showing demonstrable house cleaning. Whether or not Reznikov is guilty of any wrongdoing, it does strike me that in parliamentary systems, when someone is, when the buck stops with you, the buck has to stop with you. And there are times when cabinet ministers will resign or be reassigned, even though they personally haven't done anything wrong. But I think we got a hot mic. But they have to take responsibility for what occurs under their portfolio. Is that the sense that we might have with Reznikov?
It does seem that way. I mean, as you say, in parliamentary systems, there's often this moment where a scandal is brewing and it starts to hurt the executive, and there is a quiet word in a back room which says, "Look, I'm going to have to sack you. Nobody is going to think any the lesser of you. You'll be back from the wilderness in a couple of years." There just has to be some kind of symbolic action. I see we do have a number of very interesting people coming up. We would welcome Thanos and Dr. Nick to the panel. I like to do the Simpsons thing and go, "Hello, everybody. Hi, Dr. Nick."
Oh, come on, Tim. You can give us a better hello, everybody, than that.
Hello, everybody. Hi, Dr. Never mind. Okay, so we got Thanos up. We've got Daniel up. We've got Dr. Nick on the way up. Daniel, you've got your hand up.
Yeah, I first like to say that I totally agree with the previous speaker here. I mean, it's optics can be just as important as anything, and I think it's not just optics towards the rest of the world; it's also optics within. If you show that someone is, if you wanted to sort of take care of corruption, and then you have to basically react on like the first sign of it and really make a statement, because then everyone is realizing that, okay, this is not okay. If I want to sit here, I need to take care of this. I mean, it applies to basically anything where you have a bad situation that you need with a management problem where you really need to take care of it. You really need to show that it's you're accountable. But I was really going to speak about the Turkey thing, about the earthquake and the Swedish help. We discussed this earlier this morning, and rather we didn't discuss it that much because Domen tried to have a discussion, but we rather came to the conclusion that this is something that Sweden is basically just doing. This is what we do every time. If it happened in another country, we would do the same thing. I can see your comment about sort of the minute details in the statement from the Prime Minister, and I can probably also agree a little bit to that. But in the end, it doesn't really matter. If it weren't Turkey, we would do it anyway. And of course, maybe the statement would be a little bit different, but it's not. That's not the reason why we do it. And we don't have a beef with the Turkish people. Of course, it's Erdogan and his regime and administration, and also some people sort of supporting what he's doing. But in general, we don't have a beef with the Turkish people. So you have to be able to sort of keep these two things apart.
Yeah, and that's a point worth making. It's something one of our listeners has pointed out in my DMs as well. There is a genuine humanitarian motive for Sweden to help here. My point about the tweet was it was just a very masterfully crafted piece of political tweeting. So I don't doubt shall we say, the wholesomeness of Swedish motives in helping Turkey. I just thought that the tweet was an interesting piece of politics. Dr. Nick, welcome up. Very good afternoon.
Hey, how are you? So my sort of sense about the Zelensky thing is that Reznikov, at least initially right now, there really doesn't seem to be, from what I've been reading, any indication of allegations of wrongdoing on his part. However, as Peter indicated, that obviously, yes, the buck does stop with you. There are some allegations of wrongdoing of people underneath him, and some mismanagement of some funds, where some things were costing like, 3 times the amount or something like this. But I think that there's like perhaps maybe a couple of things going on. I'm not sure. I know that with this next phase of the war coming in, the Intel guy, Budanov, he feels very strongly about, Ukraine's ability to take Crimea. So I don't know if perhaps, there could be some aspect related to that there. So, perhaps a change in leadership might indicate, a renewed desire in that direction. So I think it could serve two purposes um, because he's been vocal about that. So I think it could be a matter of, obviously, yes, the optics for cleaning up, as others have mentioned, because of, Zelensky's running on that anti-corruption um, campaign and all of that, but also because of the Crimea aspect, and it could sort of be signaling the desire to focus on Crimea as well. That's just my guess based on previous comments by him. And I'll just turn it back over.
Dr. Nick, thank you so very much. I think that was extremely insightful, and that resonated with some of my thoughts. And also, congratulations on the publication of your article. Very well done. Kudos to you.
Oh, thanks so much. It was a very long time in coming, and it's a great publication, and we're very happy to have it in there.
Thank you very much. Dr. Nick, while you're here, could you nest that article for us? Just in case our listeners want to know what you and Peter are talking about. If you could whack that in the nest, that'd be good if there's a link to it.
I'm completely clueless on how to do that, and it's tagged to my profile. So if somebody's more knowledgeable on how to put things in the nest could do that, that would be fabulous because I'm totally clueless.
This is your pinned tweet, right?
Yes.
Okay,
Thank you.
I will put that in the nest. There we go. If anybody wants to read the ingenious Dr. Nick, there it is, right in the top of the nest. I guess we should talk about these two individuals, Reznikov and Budanov. Now, they come from very, very different backgrounds. One Reznikov is pushing 60. Budanov is very, very young. He's 37 years old. Reznikov is, of course, a lawyer, and a lawyer with a background in financial services before politics. He's been on the political scene for an awfully long time. He's been on the Trilateral Contact Group. He's been involved in the efforts to escalation to settle the situation in the east of Ukraine. So he's a seasoned, well-known guy. All of the Western political leaders will have a relationship with him. Whereas General Budanov, he is a very young major general in the armed forces. He is a career soldier and a security dude. He's been involved in fighting in Ukraine since 2014. He's been the target of a number of assassination attempts. Peter, this seems like a real step change in personalities at the Ministry of Defense, right?
And that point about being a Crimea hawk that Dr. Nick raised really struck me. We have been hearing from Western experts like General Ben Hodges and others that it would certainly be possible, if given enough time, space, technology, and support, for the Ukrainians to retake Crimea. This has been a big question in the West, certainly one in Ukraine. So if there is a reshuffling of the cards at the cabinet level, and excuse me, I've got a little hangover from a cold here this morning. If there is a reshuffling of the cards for in the cabinet, and Budanov is a Crimea hawk, you could imagine him making the case for retaking Crimea, retaking its rightful territory. So that point by Dr. Nick was very interesting to me.
Well, I mean, I guess you could just see a career soldier, right? Soldiers like fighting wars; they like winning wars. So it's possibly a symptom of his profession rather than his character. What do you think, Nick?
Sure. I mean, I perhaps might take it a step further. I mean, perhaps with his experience too in the intelligence arena, I think he's bringing a whole host of set of skills to bear here, not just his time as a soldier, but within Ukrainian intelligence. And I think that, he's bringing a lot to the table. And I think he understands, what's at stake. If Ukraine does not, win. And so I think that it represents a shift in policy. I think perhaps before the invasion, right before February 24th of last year, things were kind of status quo. As far as Crimea and all of that, of course, they were hoping at some point to get Crimea back, etc. But things have really shifted in this war, and particularly as genocides and things unfold, and we see the brutality. And I think that given the new offensive that everybody knows is coming, and the influx of Western weapons, I think that Zelensky recognizes the need to change direction. I don't think, again, that this is per se a reflection that anything that the previous minister had personal corruption per se, because again, we have to stress that there aren't allegations that he was personally corrupt. But that it serves a dual purpose of dealing with corruption beneath him, and that this is an opportunity to perhaps, move that, to move the war in that direction, to recalibrate, to potentially re-seize all of Ukrainian territory and put somebody at the helm of the Ministry of Defense who would be better positioned to have all the tools in their toolkit to see the bigger picture from both an intelligence perspective and a military perspective, because that's where their expertise is from. That's my perspective.
Now, it's just been pointed out in my DMs by our friend Victoria Wojtycka that actually Budanov cannot serve as Minister of Defense because he is a serving member of the military. And apparently the law says that senior cabinet ministers cannot be military officers as well.
Right.
And there is a long period of purdah after they resign their commissions before they can serve in high political office. So
could there be a wartime exemption or a presidential waiver, so to speak, for that?
Don't know, Dr. Nick.
Right. Yeah, that's what I was just about to question. Yeah, and so that's why I wondered if that's why he hasn't officially taken the post yet. Right, they might be trying to work something like that out.
No exceptions, apparently. Victoria Wojtycka is saying no exceptions at all. If you're a military officer, you cannot serve in senior ministerial office. So whoever it is, it's not him. Victoria has floated a name, Zagorodnyuk, who I'd not heard of. Andrei Zagorodnyuk, who was previously Ministry of Defense until the 4th of March 2020. Yeah, but in order for it to be Budanov, they would have to change the law. Colonel Jeff.
Yeah, a couple things. There's precedents in a couple other countries where this has happened. What they can do is they can suspend his military service and bring them in as a Minister of Defense, and then once he steps down, he would be reinstated to his previous rank and previous pay. So there is a precedent in other nations to do that. But one of the things that I found interesting is a couple weeks ago on The Dish with Fish, I hosted Ilana Kamaleva, who's a international lawyer in Ukraine, and she's actually working on human rights violations, war crime prosecutions, and also is a huge anti-corruption zealot, for lack of a better term. She's really about cleaning up Ukraine. and I just shot her a DM. Unfortunately, she's in a Zoom meeting right now because Peter, I think you'd love to talk to her. But she said that he's doing a very good job in the anti-corruption realm. And to be fair, this doesn't shock me. I mean, this lines up with what I just earlier said. The other thing that's interesting is a very young officer, as a young general. Remember, he would be one of these generals that's being groomed under the state partnership program, right? So he's probably had plenty of trips back and forth to California. He's engaged with senior leaders from the U.S. National Guard in California and talked to them. You don't advance to be a young general officer without some exceptional reason, and he's probably been brought up possibly to get rid of some of the more corrupt ones. She says he's very clever, and he's a representative of a new generation, and a lot of the younger folks like him because he does lead by example, and at least from the outward appearance, has this appearance of anti-corruption. And she also says, and I'm reading what she, as she's typing because she can't be in the meeting, he was the only official who was talking serious about the invasion last year. He predicted the attack against Kiev when other people weren't doing it, even about the Gostomel airport. So he's kind of been the guy who's been right a lot, which is also one of the reasons you probably put him in intelligence, because intelligence is only good if you get a very good assessment from it. So Peter, I think all these things are really lining up. And if I can ever get Alana back on, we'll get her back on and let you ask her some questions.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely invaluable. Jeff, thank you. High five for that. Absolutely invaluable. Echoing what Tim is saying.
No, it's just been pointed out by a listener. Peter, do you know who is short of a job at the moment?
On this wonderful planet of ours, I wouldn't even begin to speculate where this question is going. Let me know, Tim. Who's short of a job?
Well, Boris Johnson was in Kiev 2 weeks ago. Just saying.
Bojo for Ukrainian Minister of Defense. Well, after the last 2 years I've been through, nothing would surprise me at this point.
I'm pretty sure if Ukrainian law forbids serving generals from being cabinet ministers, I think you would. I think they probably have some pretty stringent citizenship requirements there.
Well, didn't they give him honorary citizenship or something? I don't know.
Didn't Boris get Hero of Ukraine? What he was decorated by the Ukrainian state, I think. So maybe that counts.
Just for the record, this is banter. We're not creating fake news. We're not cultivating a new conspiracy theory. But it would
be good because Victoria is kind of live typing. Victoria is live correcting me in my DMs. Every outrageous thing I say, she's giving me the sober Ukrainian insider take. And she has said very firmly that foreigners cannot be Minister of Defense. So that settles that.
Thank you, Victoria. Thank you, of course.
Well, based on Bojo's look, any decoration hung on that guy is going to make it an improvement. So that's good.
This is very, very true. But he was actually born in New York, so I guess he's more a product of you guys than us.
That would explain the straight teeth.
It also makes him eligible for U.S. president. Eh?
Oh Lord!
Stop that! Right? Stop.
Here you go, MriyaReport. We are now specializing in fake news. So, Thanos.
Yeah.
Thanos, you've had your hand up.
Oh God, please don't.
Thanos, you've had your hand up for a long time. Thank you for your patience. Thanos, you still there, mate? Thanos. Thanos Invictus. Nothing. Not a sausage. Okay, well, not to worry. And of course, there's always Liz Truss.
No, please, Lord.
Okay, so
she won't last for 2 seconds.
Yeah, she'll clash with some economic reality again. That'll be awfully depressing. Poor old Liz. I thought she was going to be good. All right, let's see. Let's hear from Scribe, the holder of harms, who has just come to the panel. Scribe, welcome up.
I do not approve of Boris Johnson for president. That should not happen. But I do have one question. Any boom updates in Ukraine at the moment that you guys are aware of?
any boom updates. Not that I've been following
Smoking
today.
accidents of any sort.
Smoke. Well, unfortunately, it's not the right time of day for the official ambassador of the Attackham's brand cigarette company. But our friend Mockers from the north. Well, I'm in Ukraine, so there's quite a lot north of me at the moment. But our friend Mockers from the north is on top of all the booms. So Mockers, what's going boom in Ukraine?
Most recently, I have seen some things blowing up in Novakhovka, the one I struggled to say, that one. I retweeted, oh gosh, some time ago now, my apologies, a beautiful fire from the area, which was released this morning, that video. And it was, I'll tell you here, a Russian warehouse, whatever that warehouse may contain. I would say there was probably some fuel in there because, gosh, that's a beautiful, bright fire. So yeah, that is the most recent thing I've heard of. And I'll let you know if I see anything else.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I see we've got a new joiner to the panel. Susan, welcome up.
Thank you for giving me some mic time. I just want to bring up something that happened to me last year. And I'm an American. I've been living in Berlin for a little while here. And because of the influx of Ukrainian refugees and wanting to get involved, well, I had a friend who had a vacant house and he decided to let some refugees stay in his house. And because he's been constructing in the garage area and had been keeping me updated and took me over there to show me the building and what he had done, I had the chance to meet this woman and her daughter, and the husband had not been able to join them yet here in Germany. But I really made the effort to sit down with Google Translate and tell her I was available. You know, if she didn't have enough resources, she should contact me because I've always worked in human services on some capacity. And, you know, I'd really like to help her and maybe help her find an appropriate area of Berlin to live in, because not all areas of Berlin are someplace she'd want to raise her daughter. But the area that I live in is relatively quiet. It's kind of on the western edge. And in kind of a major hub town called, or location called Spandau, because it's confusing when Berlin is both a state and a capital. You know, I mean, you don't realize that Berlin is actually a full state with all these cities in it. It's confusing. It doesn't seem like. But anyway,
Just imagine
yeah,
a major capital city
well,
forming its own polity separate from the rest of the country. That would be crazy.
yeah. Well, so anyway, what wound up happening was this person who owned the house, who had been my friend. I mean, I knew he had some issues, and because it's my field, I kind of ignored some of the issues because he was brilliant in chemistry and physics, but man, he had some serious mental health problems. And there was this minor exchange. We all went out to coffee, and there was this minor misunderstanding. And he suddenly got totally paranoid, thought that I purposely set up the situation. I was trying to play dirty or do something underhanded. And I had established this beautiful relationship, opening up, you know, friendly resources and a contact person if she wanted more help and more people to help her find a place to relocate, at least for the short term, maybe longer term, until her husband could join her. And he killed it because of his mental illness, like, got in the way, and she was renting his property. And she basically felt like, you know, if she kept communicating with me, she was going to get kicked out of his house. It was, it killed me. I just had to share that because, you know, I wanted to continue maybe trying, you know, to help a different family or get involved. I mean, when the war started, as a medical professional, I thought about volunteering to be a medic. You know, that's what I do. But yeah, you know, unfortunately, my husband's like, who's going to take care of the dog? You know, I don't know. You know, I think my intentions were in the right place, but you know,
sometimes, yeah, I guess as a medical professional, that's what we do. And especially being so close to an emergency situation, it's my specialty. And I would go over there and, I don't really have a whole lot of, uh, I don't have children. I don't have things that I have to worry, except for the dog, my husband. Like I don't have to worry about leaving children or, the only thing is my husband, of course, I have to consider him. But yeah, it's a nice heroic, I guess, ideology, but in the long run, I couldn't do that. And then, just casually, I thought I could maybe get involved and use all of my skills in just a voluntary way to, to help some people. And oh my God, that experience, like it broke my heart. It turned me so off to even trying to do it again because, yeah, I know they're offered a lot of government money and stuff, but once they get that government money, I'm not sure. Like, kind of in the United States, when people are just dropped off and they don't have all the paperwork, or they're not even instructed that they only have a certain amount of time to get this stuff done, and um, I'm sure that when the Ukrainian, when the people were first coming into the country, we didn't have any government forms printed in Ukrainian. I'm sure of it. I'm sure they were working overtime to get it done. And boy, I'll tell you, paperwork. If you think paperwork is bad in the United States or wherever you live, if you want to come to Germany, no matter what, when you take your paperwork to that government office, you're always missing something. They find something that you didn't get, and you got to come back. And it's, well, okay, but now I just bring more than I need, and that never happens to me anymore. But anyway, I just wanted to share that. It still disturbs me. I don't think I've ever really talked about it in a group that was focused on this particular topic, but sometimes even with our best intentions and our attempts to get involved, it just doesn't work. And I just had to say, well, okay, maybe next year, who knows? I'll still have opportunities, I'm sure. But yeah, it was heartbreaking. The whole situation is heartbreaking. I think because Putin chose a time, in the first time in like the Russian history in a very long time, when he was really bringing his country out to the world stage, and he was willing to make some concessions, enough concessions that Russia was looking like they were going to be a world player. And then he suddenly pulls this stunt. It's like, God, is he sick? Did he go crazy? What really? What made it? Is he that sneaky and two-sided? Talking out both sides.
Which concessions are you referencing here, Susan?
Well, in order to, deal financially on the world stage, there are mandates like, okay, if we're going to let you trade in this, you got to sacrifice and give more rights to your, more human rights, or you at least have to promise more human rights or demonstrate more human rights. And diplomatically, they follow up on those things, so they're not negotiated necessarily in public, but when countries negotiate for trade deals and whatever, and Russia was kind of coming up a little bit. It was only because Putin, at least on the face of things, was making enough promises to concede or make concessions in terms of human rights and how he treated his people and journalists and all that stuff, to fake it and kind of get a place on the world stage. And then he pulls the stunt, and like, he just totally killed all the chances for his people, his country. He's got no respect. I mean, I think a lot of his administration staff are now like thinking he's just batshit crazy. Anyway, that's enough for me.
Yeah, I'm not sure that you're correct to suggest that Russia was an upcoming trade power. I mean, Russia sits inside its own little customs union, the Commonwealth of Independent States, which has its own customs union and free trade area, of which Ukraine used to be part until I believe 2014, 2015, when they withdrew. For obvious reasons, for the most part, the fact that Russia just invaded them. I don't think the Russian Federation and the CIS do bilateral trade agreements in any big way. This is a Colonel Jeff question. You probably know about this, Jeff. Or perhaps Peter.
Hey, I'll just jump back in because you know what? I'm not saying that he made any outstanding progress, but there were some minor positive changes anyway. I'm not talking about massive change and demonstrating like a willingness to like, turn the other cheek or whatever, I mean, I at the time, especially because like observing people is part of my specialty in medicine, I did observe some positive change that looked like it could be promising. And you're right, it was never any great coming to the table as some great player at the time. Just enough positive signs that maybe he was ready to like bring, kind of knock down some of those walls and maybe modernize this country a little bit more. But yeah, obviously that was a front, and maybe he tried it and it was too scary for him, and he just went right back to what was most comfortable for him. What I assume, which is nothing more than use and abuse and hoard all the money that belongs to the people and not make sure he leaves them in poverty.
Well, this was
That's
I'm not
it.
sure I recognize the world you're describing, Susan, honestly. This was the great mythology around Putin when he came to power. There was the government of Boris Yeltsin in the 90s, which was well, it was kind of started off well, and then descended into really quite wanton corruption as Yeltsin's alcoholism got the better of him. Still, it was probably the closest thing or second closest thing Russia has ever had to a normal government, and if you count Stolypin in the 1900s. The part of the Putin mythology, which he very, very carefully crafted, was that Yeltsin was the era of the oligarchs, and Putin is the era of the strong Russian state once again. So he kind of set himself up as a strong man against the corrupt kind of robber baron tendencies of the Yeltsin era. Of course, this was nonsense. This was a carefully crafted and stage managed mythology that Putin used to justify his rise to power and his maintenance on power. In terms of Russia changing and normalizing, in the build-up to the Ukrainian escalation to the escalation of their war in Ukraine in 2022, I just don't think that occurred. This was when in 2008 they annexed a lump of Georgia. Back in the 1990s, there was of course the wholesale destruction of Chechnya, and then we had the invasion of Ukraine in 2014 and the escalation in 2022. I don't recognize the rapprochement that you're describing, I'm afraid, without specific specific references.
Okay, I can help clarify what approach I was taking. I was giving kind of a glossed over view, not the detailed view. I mean, I have watched the documentaries that talk about not only his biography, but his rise to power and how it was totally staged, manipulated, how he was in his youth, how he treated his parents. He was me. And I mean, like, the guy was definitely, he had he had opportunities to be, a really good person with his intelligence. But, I mean, he went through the KGB. He was programmed like a little KGB soldier, and that's what he wanted to go back to. I mean, I know all of that, but I wasn't, you have to just understand, I wasn't deeply diving into the details of the topic or, and once again, when I say that, I don't know, maybe it was the news footage I was seeing and it was painting him in his best light. There just seemed at one brief moment in, not so long ago history.
When?
I'm talking about minute positive changes. So not like significant positive changes, but definitely before there was even a threat that they were going to invade Ukraine. And I can't, I mean, sometimes I'm going to be honest here. I'm sleepless by birth. Like, people don't understand it. I'm such an insomniac. And particularly when I'm very sleep deprived, I may not want to try to delve into details, because when I'm sleep deprived, I'm in much more of a kind of general state. I'm not going to be as sharp.
Thank you, Susan, but I think you don't really have any details to delve into. I see Daryl's come up to the panel. Daryl, what do you think? Okay, no doubt. Let's go to Daniel. Daniel, you've got your hand up.
Yeah, I wanted to respond to this a little bit, but you basically said most of it. But I would say also that it's not just should it not be a surprise for us, because this was built up for so many years, basically from the start when Putin came to power. But also I would say that the West is in large extent, that's wrong to say, but to some extent we are to blame that it got this far, because we've never said stop to him. We've seen the signs, and no one has really showed that this is not acceptable and you need to back off. We're always done very minimal things, and everyone has been praying for Putin and Russia to learn the lesson and join the international community and be a good state and so on. And they have just taken the whole hand of us, and yeah, we've given them a finger and they took the whole hand, and it's sort of we have taught Putin that this works. So in some way we are responsible also.
Absolutely, and this is the big lesson when it comes to dealing with the likes of Putin and with authoritarian regimes in general, is that if you don't draw a very hard line around them and around their ambitions, around their desires, then they will take and take and take and take and take until things go very, very horribly wrong for everyone. Thank you, Daniel. I think I couldn't have expressed it better than you did. Scribe, the holder of harms, you have your hand up.
I just have a real quick question to if we have anyone from Turkey that can come up. How old are some of your guys' buildings? Because I'm constantly seeing footage of buildings just collapsing instantly, and I'm just very concerned about your guys' like how structurally sound a lot of buildings are at the moment.
Well, we had I think it was Nino, our resident Greek, up earlier on, who was saying that there's no legal requirement in Turkey for buildings to be earthquake proof. And so the way they lay concrete is they just lay concrete. So they don't have flexible links in it. They don't have reinforcements and all of that stuff. It's just it's just stuck in the ground. I'm not an engineer, so I don't know exactly how it works. But generally, Turkey does not build earthquake-proof buildings, and so whatever they have, the structures they have in and around that kind of what is it? Where was the center of the earthquake? It was Aleppo, wasn't it? Joanna, you've been following this. Guess not. But around that area, their buildings are going to suffer disproportionately because they're not designed to cope with that kind of seismic stress, and there's no requirement for them to be designed like that. Beyond that, it's not a story I've particularly been following, other than appreciating the scale of the tragedy, which is the BBC reporting 1,700 dead, and they haven't even really started digging yet. So this is going to be quite an extensive loss of life, I think. If anybody else has any more color on this, sure, Scribe and I would appreciate it. In the meantime, let's go to David. David, welcome up.
Yeah, hi. So I think the center of the earthquake was Gaziantep, which is kind of between Adana and the Syrian border, quite close to the Syrian border. Certainly, that's what I've picked up on the press. I might be wrong, but seem to be saying the center of the earthquake was in Gaziantep. But just talk about the impression of Putin being this moderate and reforming character, and I don't want to be too hard on the lady who was talking, because it's a good thing that people are starting to take an interest in this area, and it's completely understandable in some ways that things can be confusing when it comes to the behavior of the Russian Federation. But there's absolutely nothing from my point of view that gave us any reason to be optimistic about the direction of Russia straight after Putin coming to power. And his behavior started off with one of the first press conferences he had, I think, was that he was talking about the targeting of Dudayev's Chechen leader Dudayev in the toilet, in the outside toilet. because of the satellite phone, and the kind of language and just the way of talking was just just gave you the indication of who this guy was, and basically it's been downhill since there. You've just seen a continuous slide towards ever more authoritarianism, and it's kind of endlessly fascinating that somehow there are people in the world that get a completely different impression.
I guess it's a bit like those elements of the British aristocracy that fell hook, line, and sinker for Nazism, right? There's a certain glamour to dictatorship, and there's a certain glamour to power. And what I detected in the previous speaker was this sort of seductive power that she attributes to Putin, which would certainly be interesting material for a psychiatric conference.
That's. Sorry, I didn't mean to jump in. But
of course, please go on. Then we'll go to Dr. Nick.
I was just going to say that was the other point that I was going to say. I mean, the parallels with the rise of Hitler are just startlingly clear. The Sudetenland versus LPR, DNR. It's all just so frighteningly similar. And as you say, you recognise this kind of admiration or acceptance of Russia having to be led by the strong authoritarian leader at the center, and it's like thinking it's a bit like saying that Hitler was bad, but at least he built the autobahns. It's that kind of thing.
You see, I don't like foreign policy comparisons when it comes to Putin and Hitler, because Putin's foreign policy was far more justified than Putin's, simply because the Polish corridor was preposterous and the Sudetenland was German. So in those incidents, Hitler actually had a point. He didn't need to manufacture a controversy. He just needed to apply what was perfectly rational policy outwards. But let's not disappear down a Hitler bunker. Let's go to Dr. Nick.
Absolutely.
I just for I guess I'm pulling a Victoria here, but just for a point of historical clarification, Chechen President Dudayev was killed by Yeltsin in 1996, and for what we know, it seems with the help of U.S. intelligence, but also, and in 2000, I guess if he was going to be thinking of a Chechen president, he was actually thinking of Aslan Maskhadov. I'm sorry. But I digress. I just wanted just to clarify that. And that's when he installed, Kadyrov Senior stooge, and got rid of the elected Mashkadov. I'm sorry, my mouth is very dry right now. So anyway, I digress. I just wanted to correct Chechen history there. So
point taken.
Yeah, no, that's all. It's not a big deal. Just not a big deal. You're right, though. Generally, the feeling of what you're saying is correct.
Just a clarification: was Putin the prime minister at the time of Yeltsin?
He was.
Yeah, so that's what I was thinking. I didn't mean that he was president at the time. I mean that he made his first press conference. Oh, well, the first one that I noticed in that.
Right. No. You mentioned Chechen President Dudayev. I was meaning Dudayev had been killed by Yeltsin with the help of U.S. intelligence, and then it was the Chechen president was actually Mashkadov at the time, and when by the time all of this occurred, where Kadyrov was installed, Putin was president, and he basically usurps Mashkadov and installs Kadyrov Senior. So by that time, Putin was president. So I just was, it was just a point of clarification and correcting Chechen.
Yeah, you'll make me go
that
back
little
and
part.
do my
Do
my reading
the
again.
feeling. The feeling of what you were saying was correct. I just wanted to point of clarification. That's all. That's all. No big deal.
Whenever anybody,
Kudos for the feeling, but
thank you very much, Dr. Nick. It's always an education being on a panel with you. It's greatly appreciated. While we're, whenever anybody mentions Dudayev, my Estonian hat, with my Estonian hat on, my Estonian ears prick up. Now, he's a rather interesting character because he's one of the great heroes of the re-establishment of Estonian independence. He was a Soviet Air Force commander of a large military garrison in Tartu, formerly Dorpat, which is a university town in southern Estonia. And when the Soviet Union was busy falling apart in the autumn of 1990, he was very, very tolerant of Estonian nationalism. He was an Estonian speaker. He had been stationed in Estonia for about 5 years. Anybody who's been to Estonia or attempted to learn the Estonian language will know that it is an extremely difficult language to learn. So anybody who masters it as a foreigner receives an enormous amount of admiration from me. The United States State Department, in the pay scale for learning foreign languages, American civil servants get paid more if they know foreign languages, and Estonian is in a special category of difficulty. So it goes from 1, 2, 3, 4. So 1, you have Spanish, French. 2 is German, Scandinavian. 3 is Russian, Polish. 4 is Arabic, Chinese, and Japanese. And then 4-star is Estonian and Finnish, because they're apparently so extremely difficult to learn that you get paid a lot more if you're an American diplomat who can speak it. Then General Dudayev, he defied orders to shut down Estonian radio and television and arrest certain dissidents and various other unpleasantnesses, and therefore the Estonian drive to re-establish their independence proceeded without bloodshed, which wasn't the case in Lithuania or Latvia. So I believe there's a statue of him somewhere in Tallinn, but I've never actually worked out where it is. I live in Estonia for background.
Yeah, there is. There's a monument to him there, and a street or two in Estonia named after him, as well as multiple places around Eastern Europe named after him, and multiple monuments in Eastern Europe named after Dzhokhar Dudayev.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nick. Let's go to Daniel, please. Daniel.
Yeah, I'm not letting the go with the thing with Putin and him going on in the right direction and so on. I don't know if the lady who started the discussion is still here and listening, but I think that one thing, and maybe I'm kicking down open doors here, but is that I think for the general population that was the impression, and I think that was very much because politicians and business leaders, they wanted it to go in that direction. So we pressed the snooze button and then pretended that everything was fine. Looked aside and realized, Putin did bad stuff, but it has to be good now. We have to be able to cooperate with him. All the restarts with American presidents and stuff like that. And that was because there was a lot of riches to be made also, and also people didn't want to concentrate on Russia and having that as a problem. America tried to pivot towards Eastern Asia several times, I think, and also I think in the beginning also people were quite fed up with the Cold War, and when it ended, or sort of ended. That was sort of a sigh of relief that now we don't have to think about Russia or Soviet Union, and also those previous Soviet republics like Georgia and Ukraine. No one really, I wouldn't say no one, but a lot of people didn't know anything about them, and they were glad of letting it be like that, and letting that be Putin's sphere of influence and so on. So I think we got, a lot of people got the impression that we were improving, and Russia was improving concerning human rights and stuff like that, because we didn't want to know that it was bad. Or do you disagree?
Yeah, I mean, I think there is a tendency to bury one's head in the sands over these sort of things, and let's not forget, it was in the 90s. It was the received wisdom among intellectuals that history had ended, right? Thinking about that chap. Oh God, what was his name? The Japanese historian. Was it Murakami?
Fukuyama.
Yeah, that's the one. That's the one. No, Murakami was the novelist, wasn't he? He's this kind of this end of history shtick that was going on. That the last great ideological conflict has ended with our victory. Therefore, we don't really need to care about this. And there was this kind of there has been a kind of naive Whiggish understanding of the the passage of history towards greater liberalism. That's been around since the 17th century, and it's all bollocks, of course. And nothing we have we can take for granted. We are in a very, very fortunate position to live in liberal democracies. What we live through is not the default setting of humanity. What we have is extremely precious and extremely delicate, and can be reversed, and is opposed by powerful forces external to us. So yeah, that's the great lesson in my book. But in the 90s, this was not a thing. This was not, if you took that view, you were in a sort of intellectual wilderness. And we see this with the way that the West reacted to the politicians in Eastern Europe who were screaming that Russia has not gone anywhere. Right? You think about the leaders of Poland, of the Baltic states, of Central and Eastern Europe, who were saying, yeah, look, the Soviet Union's gone, Russia's still there, Russia is still a problem, and they were basically laughed at, not in a literal sense, but they were brushed off. And boy, were they right. I'm reminded, as the example I always like to give was the interview with Barack Obama and Mitt Romney. When they were asked what is the greatest threat to Western security, to global security rather, and Mitt Romney immediately said Russia. And President Obama, to his enormous discredit, quipped that, the 80s called, they'd like their foreign policy back. I mean, what a preposterous thing to say. What an irresponsible and preposterous thing to say. But yeah, this was... Yeah, sorry. Go on, please, Daniel. I'm ranting.
No. I just didn't want to interrupt you, but I wanted to sort of give you a reply. I mean, I totally agree with you. It's so spot on. And I mean, just giving an experience from like the Swedish politics around the military, when they started to disassemble the Swedish defense in the beginning of the 2000s, the politicians, they set up this sort of, they call it the litmus test. That we're now downgrading to save money, but if we see this in these signs, we should start building it up again. And those signs came almost immediately. I think you would probably say that Georgia was the invasion of Georgia was the ultimate litmus test, and no one did anything. They acknowledged it was there, and then went on as always. And I don't think actually we have learned anything. I think we will do the same thing again in 50 or 80 years again. And also, as you say, it wasn't in fashion to say that Russia is Russia. I mean, as a politicians or a military saying that Russia is going to be a threat, that was sort of ending your career. I know there's a Swedish guy who has been in Swedish television a lot the past year. He is a doctor in Russian warfare, and he studied at King's College, and when he chose to study Russian warfare, people were saying to him basically, "You're nuts. This is nothing you should go for. This is not a career, and there is nothing there." I guess I'm glad that people like him actually did it.
Yeah, I mean, I would, this end of history thing I was referencing. What happened with Georgia was precipitously timed for Russia, because it happened when when John McCain had lost the 2008 election, Obama was president-elect. There was a transition team. So there was, I guess there's a question mark over whose responsibility it actually was. But Mr. Obama, President Obama, he made his 1980s foreign policy remark in 2012, right? He made it a full 4 years after the annexation of Georgian territory, and a mere 2 years before Russia would then invade Ukraine. So there's this pattern of irresponsibility. I mean, I don't want to single out President Obama, but he was at the helm for an awful lot of this. But I'm not trying to make a partisan point here. I'm trying to make a point about the naivety of Western leaders in general, with some notable and noble exceptions. I'd like to go to Dr. Nick, which their hand went straight up. Oh, we seem to have lost Dr. Nick. Where's Dr. Nick gone? Okay, instead we'll go to Scribe and then to Daniel. Scribe, please.
Real quick question on like the whole entire about the ministry, the minister was that all like just at the moment? Is it still at the moment? Do we not know what's happening with what's concerning Minister Reznikov? Did I pronounce that correctly?
You did. We had a discussion on this earlier on. We concluded that it's entirely possible that this is a kind of symbolic sacking. So it's a symbolic reshuffle, and that Mr. Reznikov is not personally responsible for any corrupt happenings and corrupt goings on, but that it is happening on his watch, and therefore somebody has to take the fall for it, and go with some honor and then return from the wilderness in the fullness of time. What we did remark was that the replacement is rumored to be Budanov, but he is a serving military officer. So I'm assured by our friend Victoria Wojtycka that there is number one, he can't serve while he holds a commission as Minister of Defense. It's against the law. There is also a purdah period after resigning any commission in which he can't serve as Minister of Defense. The cabinet of Ukraine have to be civilians, so it's probably not going to be him. Beyond that, we're not really sure, apart from some speculation, fascinating though that is. Does that answer your question, Scribe?
Yes, sir, it does.
Thank you very much. Now, I would like to go to Dr. Nick, who presumably wants to talk about the end of history. Dr. Nick, welcome back up. Dr. Nick.
Oh, hey, were you calling me just now? I'm sorry. Oh, I was out front talking to my neighbor. So I'm not sure. I think you were talking about the defense minister just now, but earlier when I raised my hand, I heard you guys talking about, kind of the direction that things were going, where people were had taken their eye off of Russia for a while. And that reminded me that, years ago when I had started my studies and, I was finishing my master's around 2002-ish. And I ended up sticking around an extra year because I took a little bit longer to finish my master's because, obviously we all know that was like 2001. We all know what happened in 2001. And I was at the United Nations doing an internship, and the way that it works there is you have to take 6 months off before you can reapply for a job. And my intent was to go into diplomacy or do something like that, right? I had never intended to get a PhD and go through that whole thing. And when 9/11 happened, all of the Russia jobs disappeared. Before that, there were like a ton of jobs, and then they all disappeared. And what my advisor had told me at the time, he had a lot of connections in the CIA and all of that, and was an advisor sometimes with the CIA. He had told me that they had gotten rid of a lot of jobs and even converted some Russia experts to now suddenly become experts in the Middle East, which is really strange, right? If you think about it. And so, then about 2006, I had applied for a job with the CIA, and, as an analyst. And I was thinking that, they would be interested in, my area of expertise. And they called me to do, for counterintelligence, but it was again for for Middle East stuff. And it was like, but that's not my area of expertise. That's not, I don't even speak Arabic. I had taken some Arabic classes in college, just because of my own personal interest, but I gave it up for Russian and all of that. But I ended up not doing it because that's not what I wanted to do. That's not my area of interest. So it just always blew my mind how everybody had just completely taken their eye off the ball in relation to Russia. So, and around that time I had gone back for my PhD. But anyway, I just wanted to make that note. And this also ties into Russia as well, because when 9/11 happened, one of the first people who called George W. Bush was Putin, and made a pretty crazy comment. He said to George W. Bush, now you finally understand what we've been dealing with here in Russia all this time. We've been fighting, international jihadis all this time, and we've been doing it, fortunately, for you all alone, but hopefully now you'll join the fight with us against them, which is really weird because before this, when Bush or other people in Europe would, kind of grumble because they really weren't doing too much. There were some international commissions that would kind of look into what was happening in Chechnya and human rights complaints, etc. But there wasn't a big coordinated effort. But his complaint was, this is an internal affair. And he would refer to them as, that these are separatists or whatever, and this is an internal affair, etc. But then suddenly when 9/11 happened, he very convincingly made the argument to people that this is, a matter of international terrorism, and everybody bought it hook, line, and sinker. So I just thought I would tie those kind of two things together. So.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nick. Let's go to Daniel. Daniel. Daniel.
Sorry guys, it's freezing. I need to extract from my pocket without the glove. Push the button is not easy. The weather is very, very, very cold. Okay. I remember that remark. I look in the Putin soul and I saw he's a good man. Okay. I don't need to brag about Polish and Romanians who any politicians, and we know a politician is not a guy with high moral standards. In these two countries, they will lose elections, even if they try to say something positive about Russians. For example, we froze almost every trade, every diplomatic action past 40 years. Just is telling something. But when I raise my hand, I do it because the most expert from Romania, which is a university professor, Arman Goshu is his name, put on Twitter an interview. I read it, I retweet it, so you can get it on my timeline, with the Russian, I can say, postmodernist writer. And the interview is very chilling. The guy was had his books burned in 2002. You can understand how well he's received home. And he talked about the Ivan the Terrible mindset, which is remaining persistent last 500 years. And the unsuccessful burying Homo Sovieticus. How he become a zombie, and this zombie raised from his knees, and now he's acting in Russia. And principal thing he said was, we need to understand our responsibility, collective responsibility, like Russians, and how hard it will be to carry this weight. How bitter will be this glass of drink. And I jumped from this to a space hosted by Radio Free Europe. It was Jan Gardner. Sorry, I will try somewhere where it's less wind. And he talked a bit about...
Daniel?
Yes.
There is too much wind there. Maybe you can turn a little bit.
Okay. Okay, is better now?
Yes.
Okay. So I will tell you what Jan Gardner put it in that space. Something about his discourse at Stalingrad. And a Russian Twitter user jumped and said something weird, very, very weird, about daggers, meaning to liberate Crimea. And what will happen if Russia will not recognize annexation of Alaska and Louisiana? And everybody was stunned, because that is a state of mind. It was not something just trolling. And the guy was sincere, tit for tat, because that is his mindset. Because I asked the professor, how will change the Russian mind, accepting the responsibility for what they do, because he's not Putin war, he's Russian war. And he was very pessimistic. He said, the most Russians who don't support the war are very angry because the war is not pursued better. It's nothing about responsibility. And he has very, very low hopes. It will be a normal process and people to acknowledge their guilt. And I put it this here because yeah, 140 million of people loving genocide.
Yes, it's a very interesting point. I mean, it's there is a certain strand of opposition to war whenever war occurs that opposes the war on the basis that it's being lost. You know, I'm reminded of certain elements of the Wehrmacht in the previous century, for example. But thank you, Daniel. That's a very interesting color. Let's go to Jerome, please. Jerome.
Good morning. Thank you, Tim. Always good to hear you. I just wanted to, Dr. Nick rightfully and more eloquently took my point. Speaking as a regular American, I just want to look back in the early 2000s to see the United States viewing Russia as a trusted partner in the war on terror. And I can look back at that time and see that. And meanwhile, he was doing. So I do want to back up Dr. Nick with that. Just as a perception from America. And also, I think it was the other Daniel, not from Romania. I really just wanted to agree with also with the business aspect of agreeing with Putin. And that's a frustration throughout the world when you see, regular folks having to follow rules. Meanwhile, upstairs, the rules seem not to apply. Just like in my own country, we can get a person in the House of Representatives without a background check. Apparently, I can't hire a dishwasher without a background check, but apparently we can get elected representatives. But that's another story. But I just wanted to back up Dr. Nick with those statements coming from America and the perception from here in the early 2000s. And thank you guys always for what you do. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jerome. Pleasure to hear from you. Dr. Nick.
Related to that, just to sort of piggyback off of what Jerome said there, the argument that, and we can't forget this, that Putin gave for going into Syria, of course, he talked about, that he was, supporting Assad, to some extent, but he also said that what he was doing, though, was targeting ISIS terrorists, right? But that was a complete falsehood, as we all know. And though on Russian television and state media, there would be all these reports about, these ISIS camps and all of that they had attacked, etc. But what was really happening was the wanton slaughter of Syrian civilians and the complete falsehood, the attacks against the Syrian white helmets, who were the aid workers. And, we can't forget that either. There's little evidence. There's very little actual attacks against ISIS that were taking place against Russia. I forget the exact number right now off the top of my head. I'd have to go look those up. But I think it's somewhere in the vicinity. And understand, I'm very prepared to be wrong on this number. I think it was something like 80% of the Russian attacks were civilian versus 20 that were ISIS related. So again, please don't quote me on those numbers. I'm prepared to be wrong on those. And if anybody has better numbers, please feel free to tell me. But, and the use of cluster bombs, those in particular are a war crime, crime against humanity when used against civilian targets. And everybody basically was turning a blind eye to that. The use of Wagner and, some Kadyrovites, but mostly Wagner troops, in those areas to target civilians. All against this backdrop of supposedly, waging a war against ISIS was the official, one of the main lines he used, for in relation to his people. And so, it's just really a joke. It's offensive, and I just thought I would bring that up. He used that war on terror, and yes, he said that he was supporting a sovereign person who was being attacked as well. But, he also used the argument of fighting terror and, international jihadis. And so, we can't forget that that was an argument that was being used. And he never really did that, and instead used that cover to target civilians.
Well, I guess a charitable interpretation of some of the Western reaction to that, particularly among the Islamist, the Islam hawks, so to speak, would be, well, is what's happening in Syria a rerun of Afghanistan? And I'll explain myself a little there. We have to remember that the Mujahideen that the British and the American governments backed in the 80s, this was a very ideologically broad movement, right? It wasn't Islamist. It cloaked itself in Islamic history for the purposes of imagery, hence Mujahideen. But it included a lot of people. It included Islamists. It included moderates. It included centrists. It included nationalists. It included even political liberals. Right? This was a very broad movement, and the loony tail started wagging the dog. And I guess one interpretation of what was happening in Syria could be that, okay, so this is a broad coalition of opposition to Assad, which has a very loony tail, and sooner or later that tail will start wagging the dog. What do you think, Nick?
Well, sure. I mean, sure, there was opposition to Assad. There were multiple opposition groups, and but at the same time, he claimed, I suppose, that that all of those, I guess he tried to lump all of that opposition as ISIS or something. I guess would be the argument, to try to justify the bombing of some of these people, and in civilian areas, as well. So, you know, it's one of those situations where you have, viable opposition to a despot. And you're right, some of these people, I guess you could in some ways liken it to Afghanistan, where some of them were potentially, uh, radical Islamists, some of them were ISIS, some of them had Al Qaeda elements. Some of them were democratic. Um, However, at the same time, there was definite wanton bombing of civilian infrastructure, civilian centers, without really any kind of care. Right. To me, it was very reminiscent of what was happening in Grozny, and all of that. I mean, if you look at very specific incidents um, of what was happening again, it's been a long time, and Syria isn't my expertise, so I was very up on what was happening at the time. So I don't remember very specific incidents right off the top of my head, but I remember multiple incidences where it was quite obvious at the time that there really wasn't justification for what was occurring at the moment, except to terrorize the civilian population, um, and to try to get them to either turn on any and all opposition, including democratic minded opposition of the regime. Um, so, that's where it gets difficult for me. And, so, it's, there's no doubt that Syria was a difficult circumstance, very much like Afghanistan in some ways, like you said. But Russia was definitely not in it to fight terrorism. They were in it to prop up a a despot, and to do it by any means necessary, including to terrorize the civilian population, from my estimation.
Absolutely. I don't think anybody could argue with that. It was very much about propping up a Russian client state. I guess if we're going to be super cynical about it, we could say that the best thing that can be said of most Middle Eastern governments is that the alternative is worse. Whether that was true or not in Syria's case, I don't know. But no, you would deny Russian brutality in Syria. I see our friend David has come up. He is my favorite my favorite Irishman. David, you had your hand up, but you whipped it down again. Welcome to the panel. David, are you talking into a muted mic? I think you might be.
Recycle, David.
David, if you can hear us, we can't hear you, I'm afraid. I'll send you a quick DM. In the meantime, George is coming up. A very warm welcome, George. Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon to you, Tim. I've been following your trip in Ukraine. It's brilliant. It's really cool to see you doing that. Are you still in country?
Yes, I am indeed. I am in the enchanting city of Zaporizhia, which is kind of in, I guess, mid southwestern Ukraine. So it's on the Dnieper River, and it's a city of about 1 million people. It's a big industrial city. It has the ZAZ car plant, so the Zaporizhia Auto something, lots of consonants, something beginning with Z. Dr. Nick will probably be able to correct me on that, but it's a big car factory. It used to make Soviet cars, and now it makes Western cars. So it makes Chevrolets, it makes Daewoo's. Actually, Daewoo and Chevrolet are the same thing now, aren't they? Anyway, I can't keep track. I'm not a car guy. Anyway, there's a great big car factory that makes lots of cars. And it's also the home of a number of interesting people, including Natalia Andreeva, who is a Ukrainian media figure who I interviewed a couple of days ago and grabbed a beer with, which was nice. And also a gentleman called Ivan Fedorov, who is the mayor of Melitopol in exile, who is a very stern Ukrainian patriot is the best way I can put it. So he's a career local government guy, elected mayor of Melitopol by a significant margin. He was elected on 60% of the vote, only to lose his city to the Russians 2 years later, just when they had started to achieve things. So he got an awful lot done in Melitopol. They built a new stadium, they built a new ice rink, they built a load more modern housing. And it was very much an up-and-coming place, a very international, very multinational city. We have got some interesting educational institutions in Melitopol as well. And then the Russians ruined everything. So that's where I am. And I'll be here until tomorrow when I'm heading somewhere else. And I will keep you updated, but hopefully some very exciting interviews happening tomorrow as well. I see David has put his hand up again. David, is your audio working?
Yes, good morning, Tim, and thanks for hosting the space. And Joanna as well, it's been great to hear. I usually give my little G up to everybody listening. Good morning if you're in America, good afternoon, and good night, no matter where else you are. Please retweet the space and share MriyaReport. Write a little unique tweet and make the algorithm of Twitter work for the good cause of freeing Ukraine. And donate if you can to MriyaAid.org. That's not the purpose I came up. I came up because I heard I had to take a phone call in between. Sorry. I caught the tail end of the conversation about the Maskirovka, or the fake face that will be shown to us now and into the future, and was shown in the way that the Russians cynically mirrored to us the war on terror language, when they in fact weren't pursuing a war on terror on Islamic folks, but were in fact trying to rebuild their empire in the shape of these proxy Chechen conflicts. And I will recall the Beslan school massacre. There was an incident as well in the Moscow theatre. Thomas Tyner reminded us yesterday where they gassed a whole bunch of people. Why do I mention it? I mention it because at that time, as Dr. Nick far more eloquently elucidated, we were rather head-turned in the West, focusing on a different priority, understandably. Why do I mention it? Well, I mention it because that language was used to seduce George Bush II, or George W. Bush, who said, I seen the man's soul. And it was again used at this hilariously naive reset that was performed by the Obama administration. My point is, they will continue to steal from our language, such as the language of freedom of expression, or the language of free speech, or free religion, to make mockery of what we do, paint propaganda, and enslave a people. So at the moment, we see them saying, we're fighting fascism and this great war narrative, and that we are the champions of World War II, much like the United States, except in their twisted version, they're using it just to enslave and just to expand their empire. And it's something that has been a peeve of mine for many years, but before social media and now since social media has come about. So I wanted to come up and say that I too have been a student, not as advanced, but it's wonderful finally to hear folks speaking about it, and a forum for it to be spoken about. And to those listening who might be in Russia, I hope all your cows give sour milk.
Well, just so you know, they do drink sour milk, so that's probably, you're gonna have to come up with a different. It's called kefir, so you'll have to come up with something different.
No, I mean the milk that they don't want it to be sour. Let that be sour.
Oh, okay, the extra
I'm
sour
talking
milk.
about cursing their herds, Nick. It's an old thing.
Okay.
Shame on them, the cheek, as if to hold up a comparison. That they somehow have legitimacy just by recycling language that we are then bamboozled by because we take it in earnest. It's just been biting me for a long time.
I understand your sentiment. It's a good sentiment, David. Thank you.
I'm reminded of a lecturer I used to have who was a Syrian chap called Mohammed. I don't know if you've heard of him. Yeah, sorry. And he used
I think
to have
I know
a
his
phrase.
brother, but carry on.
Yeah, his brother Ahmed. Yeah, you know the guys. And he used to have a phrase. What was it he used to say? He used to say, "May his life be short and his cattle lame," which I thought was wonderful. I assume it's better in Arabic, but it's just such a perfect.
The same
phrase.
feeling, like bad luck to those people, and let them reap what they've sown. A destruction and a second falling apart of their evil empire.
Absolutely, I couldn't agree more. Now, I was about to say something, but I've totally forgotten what it was. So let's go to Latam. Latam, welcome to the panel. Always a pleasure.
Hey Tim, thanks. I don't mean to derail the ongoing conversation with and that always interesting to listen to your insights as well, Dr. Nick. But if I could just interject with something quickly that I noticed, I shared it with Zed Goldman, who's also come up, and I think it's just a significant point of tactics and what we could be seeing with the Ukrainian army in very soon. I think that is significant there. Some of you might remember that last week there was a video that came out of Ukrainian military, and probably in Germany, I think was the best guess, practicing air mobile operations with, and unfortunately George has dropped down, guys. I would have loved his insight on this as well, but practicing air mobile operations with American Chinooks, a medium lift helicopter, the big twin rotor helicopter. There was some speculation, some people getting excited about, oh, they're getting Chinooks. Well, they're not. But what was important was the tactics, that kind of mobility, and this speaks to the maneuver warfare that we've been hearing from William, from who else has been talking about it, George, Daryl, and something that we are probably going to be seeing more of very soon in conjunction with the main battle tanks. It's a change in strategy. When you move troops around, it's not just with armored vehicles, but helicopters play a very important role in encirclement and moving troops quickly to encircle enemy forces. It's something the Americans have mastered, and they're obviously teaching it to the Ukrainians. And what we saw this morning, because when we saw the images of them doing it with a Chinook, we thought, okay, what are they going to do it with, right? Their own helicopter forces kind of pressed, it's busy. But our friend Alex we checked with him. We kind of got an idea of how many of these mill helicopters, the ones that everybody sees, the kind of cigar shaped ones that they use. How many of those do they have? Well, it seems they have a pretty healthy number. They had gotten quite a few from through the U.S. from friendly nations, and this is a role that we have not seen a lot of with Ukrainian helicopters in the troop transport role. That this is as I understand it, this is fairly new doctrine for the Ukrainian army, that kind of mobility. But it's important. It's something to keep an eye on. And it looks like something that we're going to be seeing of in the next few weeks and months. Goldman probably has something to add to this.
Yeah, it's funny. It's because it's been one of the missions. I kind of break down this stuff in missions that I see them conducting and missions that I don't see them conducting that I think they should be. And, it's kind of that combat assault troop transport mission. It's kind of, embedded in the U.S. Army. I've not seen any evidence of them doing that. And particularly, I thought I would see it in the fall, because when you think about rapid movements of troops, in support of mobility, you usually see that as the primary means of moving troops, especially in the mud season, the rainy season. When trying to move long distances, through mud, track vehicles or even wheeled vehicles becomes very problematic. And obviously helicopters don't have that same problem. So, I expected to see this start in the fall, but I didn't. And then, discussion with, Alex, that, maybe it's not part of their primary doctrine. But then again, like Latin said, last week we see them training on Chinooks, and it's like, aha, okay, this is something we might start seeing on the battlefield, where, the rapid movement of troops, 100 kilometers, is a reasonable ask when you have enough helicopter power and if you can fly them. And that's, when you talk about how, as U.S. doctrine would say, under one cover of darkness, essentially one night, you can move, 1,000 troops, 100 clicks. When the Russians wake up the next day, all of a sudden there's a force where there wasn't one the night before. I think that's an important element of maneuver warfare, and both countering offensive and conducting offensive. It's a very valuable tool. If you're trying to exploit a breakthrough and get more troops there to do rear security, or if you're trying to plug up the dike, the use of helicopters in combat assault type of missions is kind of invaluable. It's good to see helicopters with a lot of troops around them, look like Mi-17s or Mi-8s. I forget which one it was. Kind of looking like they're getting ready to do that. So I just wanted to point that out. It's been something I've actually been looking for, and was kind of disappointed I didn't see when the mud season started. But then when the mud season starts again in the spring, helicopters in the mud season are invaluable as long as you can fly them safely. And that's kind of indicative, I think, as I was in back channels Latin, that the air defense situation, we believe it's been marginally improving over time. No significant improvement in being able to fly. We're still flying low, but if they're willing to start, conducting that type of operation or mission with troops, you're putting more than just obviously the aircraft and the crew at risk when you do that. That kind of bodes well for how the air defense is, inching forward in favor of Ukraine. Maybe that's a kind of a secondary indicator to me.
Thank you very much, Goldman. As we've got you and Latam up, shall we talk about Chinook and heavy lift helicopter capabilities. Sorry, I'm trying to chew a mint and talk at the same time. Shall we talk about heavy lift helicopters?
Sure. As a guy that's, my father started building Chinooks in 1963, and I built Chinooks. My son built Chinooks. I can talk heavy lift helicopters.
So Latam has mentioned that these systems, they're pretty abundant. The UK operates, I think, a couple of hundred of them. The US has got several hundred of them. I don't know. I think the Aussies have got some. Like there's a few thousand of these in existence, right? Are these? Is there no talk of these being delivered at all? And if they were, do you think they would be useful, or are they just too unfamiliar a system for the Ukrainians?
Yeah, they'd be useful in some role. I'm not sure you'd use them. I think you'd use them in a supply, initially at least, in a resupply role. The thing that, again, the thing I keep looking for, every new helicopter, I can tell you when I saw that the Sea Kings were coming to Ukraine, literally the first thing I did is look to see if it could pick up a M777. Right, and it can't, unfortunately. But that's, when I think of air mobility and movement, and not only do you need to be able to move the troops, sometimes you need to be able to move the artillery quickly, and have a force that's moved, under one period of darkness that has artillery support with it. That's the ideal. If you think if you had 20 helicopters and you could do 5 sorties under the cover of darkness this time of year, because it's dark a lot, you could move 1,000 troops and then have 20 or 30 sorties, or half of your sorties just moving ammo and armor, artillery, if you had the right lift. So, that's where the Chinook, or the more, the Chinooks have classified as a medium lift helicopter. It's more of a heavy because it kind of started its life as medium and kind of evolved to heavy. It's a much larger capable aircraft today than it was in the Vietnam War from a pure lift standpoint. So, but it is classified as a medium. But the fact that it can lift, the primary mobile artillery is really where I see the difference would be. That would be the additional capability that something like a Chinook would bring, the ability to move that, for instance, an M777.
Thank you, Goldman. Yeah, I'm in British service. We don't operate the M777, but we do have the L118 light gun, which I believe the United States also uses, and is also in use in Ukraine as well. The way things are done in the British Army is they tend to limber up the artillery piece onto its tractor and lift the whole system with the Chinook. Is that how the M777 rolls as well?
Yeah, it's done that way, or just independently just strap them on. Honestly, but when I think of the weight, I think you might be able to carry 2 on a Chinook if you kind of strip it down. It depends on what you want to do when you get there. If you have time to, if it's got to go into the battle immediately, then you're trying to set it up so that you roll it off and start shooting. Depends on what you're trying to do. Either way, but it gives you the flexibility to do it either way when you have enough lift capability, right? And,
absolutely. Latam.
So
yeah.
I just wanted to throw one comment in on, and I don't want to derail the conversation on Putin. And the thing I always remember about Putin in his early years is he was incredibly lucky enough to take power when oil prices were their absolute bottom, and you can start spreading around money and create goodwill in an expanding oil market, which he really saw in the first 8 years of his come to power. So I think that helped everybody kind of look the other way. He was apparently raising the standard of his people because he happened to take over at the exact bottom in the oil market. Literally, oil has never been lower until during the pandemic when it crashed. Right? He's been fortuitous in that way. Just want to throw that out.
Absolutely. Thank you, Gorman. Let's go to Latam, please. Latam.
Just a quick follow-up to Goldman's comments on air mobility, and then I'll shut up because maybe people want to get back to the other conversation. But the important thing to remember is that, and just want to be absolutely clear to anybody listening, that there are no Chinooks en route to Ukraine. That's not happening right now. It would be. I agree with Zagolman completely. It's an aircraft that would bring great capabilities, but it's always a case of having to balance what they can do right now and what they can do in a few weeks with the effort it would take to integrate something like that. But it's clear from the video that we saw this morning, and maybe I'll post it later on in the comments, that air mobility using the helicopters they have, which is still a significant number and significant capability, is definitely something that's happening. And this is going to be interesting to watch. It could have real impacts on the battlefield. They do have their own heavy lift capability, but it's a much larger helicopter. Mi-26, the Russians had been using it earlier in the conflict. They were out of service in Ukraine, and whether or not they felt it was worth trying to get them back in operation, that if they had come to that conclusion and were trying to, I suspect that would be kept very heavily under wraps, because it is a significant, the amount of equipment and personnel that it can carry is significant, and that would really help them in addition. But what they've got for now, for sure, is a lot of this previous Soviet generation stuff, the Mi-8, Mi-17. Some of it's quite old. Some of it is the stuff that was given to Afghanistan, which is actually much more modern. The cockpit is much more modern, probably even has limited all-weather and nighttime capability. But they're probably going through their inventory very carefully and figuring out what would be best for this role, in addition to the close air support that we've seen from their helicopters. But we continue to see their Army aviation very much in the fight, and they're going to be playing a crucial role in whatever upcoming moves the Ukrainian army has planned.
Yeah, it's interesting. Latin Mi-26 is a fairly capable aircraft. It's one of the ones I'm more familiar with. I was involved in the India competition where the Chinook and the Mi-26 were in competition for a contract, and we beat the Mi-26, but I did a lot of competitive assessment type stuff to understand what we were up against with the Chinook. So yeah, it's a very capable aircraft, no doubt about it.
Thank you very much, Goldman. On this bombshell, I must leave you in the very capable hands of Joanna Mockers. We have a fantastic panel. Not only do we have Dr. Nick, we also have Latam, we have Primus Pilus, we have Goldman, and I see we got some lurkers down here as well. I see Peter Doran still lurking. I see Daniel still lurking, so I'm sure you'll have a lovely time on the Maria Report without me. I am due to go on Polish telly to be interviewed, which is fun. So that's happening in about 20 minutes. So I have to go. I'll let you know how it goes. And there should be a video coming out later on of me talking rubbish. I mean, giving my expert analysis on Ukraine a bit later on. So thank you very much to my co-host,
Bye,
Joanna.
Tim, and good luck on Polish TV.
Always a pleasure. Cheers, guys.
Good luck, Tim, and I'm waiting for Mockers to come up. In the meantime,
Hello.
hello,
I will go ahead with my question, considering I'm about to become a co-host. I just wanted to ask, I know that the Sea Kings have obviously been given to Ukraine. Have any other helicopters been given to Ukraine that we're aware of? And would the Sea King be any good in transporting troops to the front, even though it can't carry artillery?
Yes and yes. The U.S. bought a bunch of Mi-17s for I guess it was Afghanistan operations, I believe, either Iraq or Afghanistan, and they've turned those Mi-17s over to Ukraine, and there's been some others. Estonia and Latvia, I believe, turned over a few helicopters in the last package that came out this week, but a couple weeks ago. So there has been some helicopter transfers. Mostly, matter of fact, all except for the Sea Kings were, Russian heritage aircraft.
Mockers, to your point, the Westland helicopters, the Sea King, so far the confirmation is 3 aircraft, and there's been video evidence of them being used in the search and rescue role. They can be used in transport. There is a version of that the Royal Marines have used in the past, but I've seen no evidence yet of a large transfer of Sea Kings. That there are airframes that the British have in storage. For the most part, it's retired now, but it is a capable aircraft, especially its all-weather capability is pretty good. So we might see them. We might see more of them. I don't know. But the more significant one probably is what Goldman just mentioned, was the transfers of the ones that they're already familiar with, especially some of those Afghan ones where had some more advanced avionics in them that would make them a little more capable in certain weather conditions.
Okay, thank you very much. Primus, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I guess a question for the panel is like how practical is any sort of air mobile operation going to be, considering how dense the air defense is? I mean, it makes sense to use the helicopters to move the artillery around, but with how dense the air defense is that something that's really practical? I guess that'd be one question. And yeah, I think the other helicopter that the Ukrainians have received has been the Super Puma from the French, because that was one of the helicopters that crashed carrying that interior minister. I think they received a handful of them. So I mean, that's mainly, I think it's being used as like VIP transport. But as far as I'm aware, at one point the French had some rigged up to carry Exocet missiles. So that could be something at some point too. I don't know if they ever received Exocet, but that might be a capability there, because nothing says you can't put bigger missiles on a helicopter. So that's one thing. The other thing, a bit of a change of topic, but the T-72s that the Czechs have been sending, I was looking at it, and what are they actually doing with the T-72s that they're modifying and improving? And something called the T-72 Avenger status. So, I mean, it is, obviously is painted with explosive reactive armor, but in terms of the other improvements, it was modern radio systems, kind of like NATO standard radio systems and GPS navigation, as well as a night vision system that'll go out to 4 kilometers, which seems pretty useful. Seems like overall kind of a mild upgrade as those things go, but that appears to be what they're doing at the very least. Thank you.
Latin, go ahead.
So a couple of points, quick points there. The use of the helicopters in the transport role, it actually, based on what we've seen so far in the kind of environment that you described, it's really mostly about flying at very low level, extremely low level sometimes. I'm sure you've seen some of the videos. In fact, when they're operating in that aerial artillery role, the close air support role, they expose themselves much more to the danger when they have to pitch up to deliver to launch the rockets. So in the troop transport role, they'd actually be able to just stay down. I think that flight profile would actually be safer than the gunship role. Your comments, you asked about the Super Puma. They have a small number of them. That was the National Guard that was flying them pre-war. The problem with those is that they're essentially civilian aircraft. They don't have a lot of the equipment, like defensive systems, that you would need to operate in a contested environment. We've seen images of them, a few of them with red crosses on them. So it appears that they've been used in a medevac role, and there weren't that many of them to begin with. So I wouldn't look to them to be used in a combat role. They appear to be being used for that support role. I think maybe Goldman, you can talk about the possibility of missiles on helicopters, because we have examined that before.
Yeah, I mean, anything's possible with time. I don't know whether the cockpit's configured to add missiles to the aircraft. It really depends on you know, how the aircraft was configured when it was delivered, and was it configured to do that. I mean, anything can be done. Uh, but the question is you know, are the hooks in place in the as delivered aircraft to do that? What we would call the hooks. Really not sure. It can be done. Absolutely can be done. The question is, you know, how long does it take? And if it's just a mission kit that can be added to the aircraft, or are there provisions that need to be added to the aircraft? You know, that's the way we think about those things. If it was strictly a mission kit that could be added, then yeah, that's pretty easy to do. It's just getting the mission kit itself. And you know, the issue of you know, the air defense systems, you know, the profiles that they're flying, the big risk is man pads. Obviously, you're never going to get away from that. You know, there could be SF forces behind the lines with man pads. You know, and that's where I said the calculus. You know, the calculus may be swinging to where the air defense, you know, is inching up to being more permissive. I don't think we'll ever see like a day and all of a sudden the airspace becomes permissive. It'll be an incremental improvement that you'll barely perceive seeing day by day, but then all of a sudden, you know, the risk reward profile will turn in the favor. You know, and when you talk about, you know, when you think about that, I mean, if the first thing you're doing is trying to, you know, the first mission, maybe it's not an assault mission, but it's a reinforcement type of mission. So, you know, if you have to plug the leak in the dike, you know, 50 kilometers away, you know, you may be willing to fly in that environment just to plug that dike. You know what I mean? You got to do what you got to do sometimes, and at least having that capability allows you to make that decision. You know, so maybe the first thing they do is use those missions for just responses to Russian attacks, and not to support you know, an offensive on their own, but at least have the ability to plug a hole if there is a counteroffensive from Russia. So it is the issue. The air defense posture is the issue. I think they get past the S-300s by flying low. Doesn't make it impossible for them to get them, but it makes it less likely flying low. But then you're in man-pad range, and that's never really going to change. So hopefully that answers the question. There's no easy answer, but it's a capability at least you have in your hip pocket if you need it.
The only thing I would add, Primus, to what Goldman said is that the air defense situation, yeah, like you said, man pads, you can never really get away from them. They're everywhere. But the radar guided stuff that they can mitigate to quite an extent by staying down at very low level. That's also in conjunction with the SEAD operations, the suppression of enemy air defense operations, that are still ongoing, that we've seen since the summer. And that opens like there's the gradual element overall that Goldman talked about, but there's also the ability to create kind of holes in the airspace by suppressing those defenses. And that can be temporary, but it can be very useful, especially if they want to punch through, or like Goldman just said, address an area that maybe they need to reinforce.
Go ahead, Primus.
Yeah, well, just generally speaking on the helicopter, I think the Ukrainians should be getting a lot more of them. I mean, they should have just clouds of at least Hueys or something that's, you know, fairly cheap and easy to run on their Hueys, and maybe Cobras for the commonality of parts. I think Cobra would be a great helicopter for them to operate, because it's not quite as sophisticated as Apaches would be. But the laser guided rockets that they were talking about earlier in the war, I know they're doing the whole, you know, do a run on a target, pitch up and shoot the rockets on there. I'm wondering if they might actually be using some of those laser guided rockets, because that's something we've kind of came up with over the last few years, where they'd laze a target and they're like plinking like individual like dudes of like or small areas, like one or two rockets at a time. on there. So it seems like quite an effective targeted system. I wonder if they're using that yet, or if anyone has heard what they're actually using it for.
I've seen no evidence of them using the Zuni, the American rocket, which does have that capability. The Soviet stuff they're using doesn't have that. They're just unguided. So I suspect we might see that. That was something that we talked about when it was announced, because there's been at least 2 announcements of Zunis being sent, which is interesting in a couple of areas, in a couple of ways.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I'm wondering
what they're doing right now. We haven't seen them using them yet. We know they were on a list to be delivered. I think it was the last, not the one this week, the package from the United States, but the one prior, I believe, is where they showed up in the list being provided by the United States. But it's interesting. You get the right question. Where are they going to use them? And that was one of those, as you kind of try to connect dots, you wouldn't probably give those to Ukraine if the air defense situation wasn't at least projected to be, somewhat better. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You wait till you can anticipate.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree. It's I think the air defense situation needs to get a little bit better, before they can really get in close to use that stuff effectively. I just don't know if it ever will, because I don't think they're ever really going to get enough seed platforms to really knock back enough of the Russian equipment so they can operate, like actually do air mobile tactics and try to get behind the Russians or something. It seems far too risky.
Yeah, I mean, the question is, can you do it locally? That's the real question. Can you put up your seed aircraft, in a 20-kilometer area, get them to turn off their radars and then do an assault, right? That's where, when Latin says you're not going to ever get it across the whole line, but you might be able to get it in pockets once you've degraded the air defense systems. And there's been some evidence that the seed activity is yielding results. It's like, if you follow Chuck Furr, there's like 2 or 3 radars being taken down, every other day. And eventually, this is my speculation, is that they're going to be running shorter radars. They're not going to be running shorter launchers, but they're going to be running shorter radars eventually. If you just keep popping them, a couple every other day, which then means they got to start spreading them out, and which means that some type of local attack will be more able to be done. And when the other kind of correlating piece of data that I've seen is that they're using S-300s in more of a ground attack mode. And when you think about, if you have a plethora of launchers and no radars, what are you going to do with all your missiles? You're going to use them in a role that doesn't need a radar, right? Or they're just going to sit there and do nothing. So there's kind of like a lot of kind of points that are kind of converging on the air defense system getting, like I said, ever more permissible incrementally. And I think that, when you talk about sanctions and replacement, the radars all that stuff will come home if they can't replace the radars. And I believe that's happening incrementally. Where the attrition of radars turns to being favorable enough to fly those types of missions, I don't know. I mean, I'm sure the Ukrainians know. We'll find out when they do, right?
Well, thank you, gentlemen, for the very extended answers. And I actually have a question about helicopters and radars. We have seen them flying low, but usually above highway or road. And I'm wondering, are there radars that are capable to detect them even when they are flying so low and they are trying to just hide between, the signals from the cars? Or what is the reason for them flying so low above roads or highways? Let's go to Primus and then Latin.
Well, I think Primus will probably, or not Primus, I'm Primus. I think Latin will give a better answer on this than I would. But basically, radar is limited to line of sight, so the lower you fly, the better. And it's the closer you are to the ground, the harder it is for radar to tell the difference between you and the ground too. That goes both ways, both for anything airborne if they have an AWACS in the area, which I don't think would be able to pick it up at all, or local radar. I think it'd be very difficult. But also, I mean, if they're flying along the roads, partly for navigation purposes, usually you don't fly right down the road. Usually, kind of like try to parallel it because there might be guys kind of waiting by the road at the man pads or something. But I guess if you're in friendly areas, it's okay. But we've seen Russians doing that for navigation purposes because they're literally navigating with maps and whatever, and they just use the roads as a landmark, perhaps a bit too literally. But I'll let Latin take the rest of that.
Well, Primus, you're actually right about using roads for navigation. It's for all the talk of sophisticated navigation systems that you can find in a modern war or in civilian aircraft for that matter. Pilots do use physical features like roads quite a bit. And so that's a lot of what we're seeing there. I would slightly disagree. I'm sorry, Iona, I'm not sure exactly what you were pointing to with the roads, but I've seen a pretty good cross section of them flying in really different terrain. I think the road videos sometimes they may appear more often because that's where the civilians in cars are that get to shoot them with their phones. But I have seen plenty of evidence of them operating very widely throughout all the terrain in eastern Ukraine, which they would have to survive. And yeah, that's all I got right now.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I was referring more to some of the Russian stuff because I've seen some frogfoots flying down roads and doing the pitch up and throw out the rockets, and some Russian Hinds doing it, which I kind of questions like why they're following the roads that closely. But I mean, then again, probably the people that are defending the area are probably sitting in an intersection. So I don't really know, but I know their navigation isn't that good. They're using a hand portable GPS to get around, which I doubt is that good, and GLONASS is kind of crap. So I think it's more of a Russian issue than anything on the Ukrainian side. But yeah, I mean, the videos that you see are often going to be taken by civilians in those cars, especially on the Ukrainian side, because it's mostly, mostly happening in Ukrainian territory.
Really, when it comes to sorry, Iona.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
When it comes to navigation and some of the Goldman, I'm sure you got your hand up. The Ukrainians and Russians are pretty close to each other when it comes to capabilities, when it comes to flying at low level and attacking ground targets. Where there's a discrepancy and a significant gap is in the air-to-air with a range of weapons and radar. But as far as their ability to navigate low level and strike targets on the ground, they're pretty much flying very similar platforms. And this is one of the areas where Western equipment would give the Ukrainians quite a bit of an edge, both fixed wing and rotary wing, to your point about Cobras. And we've discussed those possibilities before. But it seems for now, my best guess is that Ukrainian Army Aviation, none of those, transfer of helicopters armed or otherwise, doesn't really seem to be on the map right now. I think the Ukrainians are putting all their energy in trying to get fixed wing combat aircraft. And I think the Ukrainian army is probably saying at this point to the leadership, we're okay with what we've got. We can keep this stuff going a bit longer. And they realize that if they get fixed wing and better air defense, better air cover for their operations, they benefit from that. So that's probably what they're thinking.
Thank you. And let's go to Goldman.
Yeah, just to comment on the low level flying over highways. So the biggest risk to a helicopter doing that type of thing, and I guess even a fixed wing, probably helicopters are probably even a little bit lower, are wires, right? And high tension wires, and it's not unusual for a helicopter to hit a wire when you're doing stuff like that. So I suspect that they have and wires tend to be not very well mapped, right? So it's not something that's recorded very accurately, and it's hard to depend on a a map of where high tension wires are. So I suspect when they get a route, they have routes that they know that are clear of wires, that are safe to use at those low altitudes, and I think that's part of the calculus on using roads, because you have, again, the road for navigation, and also they probably have wires mapped pretty. If there's anywhere where high tension wires are mapped accurately, it would be around roads like that, especially highways. So I think it's kind of both those things, because if you're out flying, which they are in the middle of a field, sometimes those long high tension wires, if you don't see the the things holding them up, you won't be able to see the wire, and a lot of the times those things are not very accurately mapped. And helicopters clip them, and everything that I've seen on the Ukrainian helicopters is they don't have wire cutters, which is something that most Western helicopters have, or wire cutters in the landing gear and underneath the pylon, underneath the rotor blades, in the event of a wire strike, that type of thing. It's kind of a piece of standard equipment for at least civilian helicopters and most military. And as far as the air defense system and why flying low, that's one of those mysteries of mine. Coming into the war is the Russians' newest air defense system that they've designed and deployed is the Pantsir S-1, and it is specifically designed for low and very low air defense. And the fact that the Pantsir has been virtually invisible in effectiveness and on the battlefield tells me it's just another one of those systems that just isn't as good as it's cracked up to be. The newer stuff, and we talked about in space last night about how in 20 years the Russians have not been able to innovate and deploy upgraded systems, and I suspect the Pantsir is one of those cases where it's a system that was designed it was designed for just that situation. Low and very low helicopter and drone is what it's supposed to be. It's bread and butter, but there's no evidence that it's having any effect on the battlefield.
But we have seen them recently. Only we have seen them in Moscow.
Yeah, you put them on top of a roof. That's the part that makes me so. And I suspect, and this is just me, so unlike many of the other air defense systems, the Pantsir actually has a gun on it, 2 guns actually, that are radar guided guns. And if the radar doesn't work, putting a very low level system on the roof of a building just seems, other than maybe you want the gun, not necessarily the radar and the missiles. But yeah, that's the only place we see them. We see them a lot now.
They are there as gargouille, or how do you call this in English? The ugly animals that.
Gargoyle. The gargoyle. You can't see them anyway.
Yeah, so think about that a system that's specifically designed, purpose designed for defense against very low level threats, and we put it on the roof. I guess that's okay. I don't know. Just seems like an odd choice, but
I have no idea how you can see them, because they popped a camo net over it the other day, and now it's completely disappeared. Did you not notice?
Oh yeah, that's the stealth blanket. Yeah. I was wondering where they went.
The grass is green on the top of Ministry of Defense in Moscow.
That's it. Yep. So yeah, it's to me it's one of those. There's been a few. From an air defense standpoint, it's been one of those things that's been elusive to me coming into the war, thinking about a Panzer and how devastating it would be just based on the published capability, and then how apparently uninspiring they have been is kind of like put it in the category of the Russians' anti-radiation missile. Their version of the harm. You know, the Ukrainians, did their best MacGyver imitation by getting that thing hooked up and onto their aircraft and is taking out Russian air defense systems. The Russians have a similar missile that has similar stated capabilities, but other than a few photo ops of them carrying those missiles and a few pictures of launches off helicopters, I've seen zero evidence of them actually taking out the Ukrainian S-300s. So those are two mysteries in aviation
Yes,
right now.
a lot of mysteries. Let's go
Yeah,
to
I mean,
Latin.
I put it out there. Has anybody seen a Ukrainian air defense system, an S-300 taken out? I haven't seen it.
No, didn't see them. Latin, maybe you have seen something?
There was a Russian drone video last week of supposedly of an S-300, of Ukrainian S-300 being taken out. It was at a distance that I personally couldn't identify it. But they said it was an S-300. I think they have had losses. But just to the broader question of the helicopters in this war, Goldman, tell me if this is your impression as well. I want to emphasize to everybody that when they see those images of those videos of Ukrainian Army aviation flying at very low level, that's not easy. That's something that you need really good piloting to do that safely. I've only done it as a passenger in civilian aircraft, civilian helicopters, and I can tell you it's pretty harrowing, because as soon as you go down to a certain level, you become very aware of the surface below you and the number of things that would not be good to make contact with. So this is very good piloting. I'm not generally seeing that kind of flying. We've seen tremendous what look like engineering issues on the Russian side on their helicopters, but I think generally, Goldman, you tell me your assessment. My assessment is Ukrainian Army aviators they're much better. I'm seeing much better flying coming from them.
Absolutely, no doubt about it. The pilot workload flying at that altitude is incredible, and the co-pilot plays a lot of role in this, to be honest with you, because he's the one that's out there looking for wires and looking for obstacles as a second set of eyes. So it's a team. It really is a team when you're flying at that low level between the pilot and co-pilot.
Primus, do you want to add something? And after this, I will have a question which is more related to ships, but I think it's also air defense. So I will ask my question after this. Primus?
No, I'm good. I'm sorry about that.
Iona, can I just make a quick reference to something that Primus was asking earlier? I don't know if we got to it.
Yes, please.
Primus was asking a very good question about some of these T-72s, the tanks that we're seeing being overhauled in Czech Republic. I'm not going to answer too much of that, Primus, because I'm not really a tank guy, but you definitely want to throw that question at George. I think he'd be able to answer it. He's really zoned in on optics in armor, and I think that's part of what the Czechs have been upgrading on those T-72. So that would be a question to hold on to for George.
When would I find George?
Well, he's like the rest of us. He kind of pops up whenever he gets a chance, but he's pretty regular through the day. He comes on quite a bit.
Well, so when's track route? Saturdays at 11 o'clock Eastern, something like that, or 12? Right, that's a guaranteed time slot, right?
Oh yeah, that's the tread heads are on at 11 on Saturdays there. But I mean, just from what I read about that, I mean, I think the biggest upgrade to that doesn't seem like it is, But I think the biggest one is the night optics, because that's a area that I think the Ukrainians are going to have a big advantage over the Russians, because they were never really that good, and if they can take them at night, that's a huge advantage.
I agree.
I'm not going to answer. I'm not going to answer the question for George, because he knows this stuff inside out. But I will say that George has consistently through this conflict emphasized the superiority of Western thermal optics, and that goes for helicopters as well. By the way, it's part of what they would, because the Ukrainians don't have a lot of that with the Soviet helicopters they're flying now. Goldman, you know about this. It would be a game changer. I'm not using that term lightly. If as part of getting Western combat helicopters would be the optics.
Yeah, I mean, you'll hear me on this space talk a lot about. I really degenerate everything to really two things: survivability and combat effectiveness. And a Western helicopter flying at night is not as susceptible to manpads as it is during the day, obviously. So by definition, it makes it more survivable flying at night, and then obviously it's more lethal also. So the night, giving the Ukrainians to operate at night is a game changer, both in the air and on the ground.
Yeah, I think when you see the next major offensive, I would expect it's going to come in at night, because there's two major advantages Western technology has. One is that, especially on the ground stuff, it's more designed for kind of a long range, first kill, first detection, first kill on that. And the other is just, being able to operate at night. I mean, that was a big advantage we had over the Iraqis. And I know was the T-80s or T-90s, probably both at least one point, were relying on French night optics from Thales. That's how you pronounce it. So obviously they're not getting that.
Thales, yeah.
So a lot of this new stuff, well, my understanding is like they've been renovating some of these T-72s, but they've been taking like older generation night optics off some of these older T-62s, and who knows what kind of patchwork they're putting together some of this stuff with. At this point, especially with new stuff coming off the line, because they're having to substitute parts, and night optics is a big one. And if you don't have good night optics, I mean, you're almost better not having it at all. So,
yep.
Primus, to your point about about thermals, because I think this is going to be. It could potentially be even without Western helicopters. This could be a bit of a factor with anything we see soon with the helicopters, because I was in communication with Alex. He's one of our friends on the space here who is really dialed into what the Ukrainians have in service. And I asked him, I go, look, what kind of capability? I know they don't have much capability with forward-looking infrared, that sort of thing that the Western helicopters have. But what about night vision goggles? And he said they probably have some, but it's not widespread. I mean, and it's all important to remember. It's not just a matter of putting them on the crew. It's also that there's I think Goldman, you can probably speak to this. There's compatibility issues with the instrumentation at night and that sort of thing. But I suspect that they are probably pushing hard to try and get as much of that capability as they can, knowing that it's not going to be what they would have with a Black Hawk or with something much, a much more capable Western. But they're probably going to try to do that to match up to some of these optics that I think anything they do in the next few weeks, they're going to try to do as much as they can at night, because that's what the Americans are going to be teaching them is try to do night operations as much as possible.
Yeah, most Western military helicopters have what they call night vision compatible cockpit, which allows them to not blind themselves with their displays, while they're trying to fly at night. So if they don't have a helmet type system, they can wear, they can wear night vision goggles and also not have to turn off everything in their cockpit. So they're designed. Western helicopters designed for that capability.
Yeah, but reason why that matters, like the cockpits, is just because, I think old school, like if you were trying to fly at night and you needed to see your instruments, how do you do that? Well, they light up, they're brighter, so you can see the buttons, and so on to an extent, so you can see your compass or whatever. And that's not really compatible with night vision because it's amplifying light. So then you just end up blinding yourself in your own cockpit from that, or at least everything's a little fuzzy, which is not what you want in a precision equipment.
correct.
So yeah, I mean, you can't just throw on some nods and just go fly a plane, not easily.
Oh, I think we lost Latin. So that might be the end of that conversation. Did you have something you wanted to ask, Joanna?
Yes, sorry, I lost sound for a moment. I don't know what happened. Yeah, so every day the defense intelligence in Ukraine publishes the number of Russian ships and their position. For example, for today, there is one in the Black Sea, one in the Sea of Azov, and 10 ships in the Mediterranean Sea. And my question is, how come that there are 10 ships in the Mediterranean? How did they get into there? Are they ships that were in the Black Sea, or they are coming from the Baltic Sea, or what's the matter with them? And second, they are publishing also the number of missiles that they are carrying, for example, the caliber missiles, and the potential for shooting them. For example, for today is 72. And I'm wondering, is this possible that the ships in the Mediterranean Sea fire missiles, because they should cross the airspace of different countries in order to arrive in Ukraine? So I don't understand what's this thing with the ships in the Black Sea. If someone could answer, and I think Primus can answer. Thank you, Primus.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, the ships in the Mediterranean. Well, at the beginning of the war, pretty much a good chunk of the Northern Fleet and the Pacific Fleet, they started sending ships into the Mediterranean, and the intent, I think, was to get some more of those ships into the Black Sea itself. But the Turks shut down the Bosphorus, so they no one can really send in more ships there at the moment. But particularly the Russians. So the ones that are in the Mediterranean, they don't really matter, because they're not going to be able to shoot their calibers at Ukraine. And if they try it with in NATO countries, NATO has warships in the area, and they have capable fighters. So I mean, I don't really see it as a threat. It's the ships that are in the Black Sea. Those are the threat because they can shoot calibers. You have a couple, frigates and corvettes that can shoot them. The caliber is basically equivalent of a Tomahawk, but kind of like the dollar store version of a Tomahawk. But the ones that the ships in the Mediterranean, they've been kind of cycling back and forth. But a lot of them have been supported out of Syria, because the Russians have a naval base there, so they've been refueling and refitting there to a certain extent. But it's not. I don't think as a presence they're going to be able to sustain very long, because being able to sustain a presence in the Mediterranean has always required access to the Black Sea. So I'm kind of surprised they're even still there, considering the mechanical reliability of some of their ships. I believe one of the Slava class cruisers, which is a sister to Moskva, is still there. They had two, but one went home to the, back to the Kola Peninsula on there. But that ship in and of itself, I don't think even matters, because that doesn't even haul calibers. It hauls a 12 SSN-12 sandbox, which is a big missile, but it's an anti-ship missile. It's not really useful against land targets, and probably isn't very useful against the carrier groups that they were intended for, because an Aegis cruiser or destroyer is not going to have too much of a trouble with 12 missile salvo. At least that's what the tin says. So basically, they're just more there for presence.
Yes, thank you. I was thinking the same thing, that those ships being present in the Mediterranean really do not matter. Goldman, you have something to add?
Yeah, I was going to say, just as a go forward, the issue with Russian ships in the Black Sea, I think
I think we all should be rooting for Norwegian F-16s to be part of whatever's transferred to Ukraine, the upcoming Ramstein, because those aircraft, maybe others have, but I know those aircraft have been outfitted with the Penguin anti-ship missile. So that's, to me, that's what we all should be rooting for, to kind of firm up that Black Sea coast, in addition to anything, any ground launch Neptunes that the Ukrainians have, on the coastline. So a few of the Norwegian F-16s would be a great complement to help protect that coast.
Yeah, I would prefer the F-16s that can haul the harpoons, but Penguin is good. The problem with Penguin is you got to get about as close as, well, not as close as you need to get with a Maverick, but too close for comfort.
True. Yeah, I'm just talking about what could you get quickly. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? I agree with you.
The nice thing about Penguin too is you can put Penguin on helicopters.
Sure. Yep. All I know is if you get something from Norway, it's already there. It's turnkey. All you got to do is, you know what I'm saying, you can expand on that capability, certainly.
Yeah, in terms of, like, people are wondering what the heck is a Penguin. A Penguin is kind of a short range, relatively small warhead anti-ship missile. I believe it has an infrared warhead or infrared seeker on it. So it's more used for like missile boats and that kind of thing. It's not something you really want to take on a frigate with, but I mean, if you want to work on it, you can sink just about anything with enough explosives. But yeah, it's a very handy missile, and the Norwegians kind of love it. It's being replaced by the naval strike missile, which is also a really nice system, like much better than Harpoon or really anything out there right now, arguably, at least on the western side.
Yeah, I agree. It's more of a deterrence for the big ships, but it certainly would stop any risk of a maritime invasion or some type of amphibious. And like I said, I'm looking for priority of turnkey systems. That to me, there's time is an important part of the whole calculus of what happens from an air perspective and ground, frankly, all of it. Yep, I agree 100%.
Yeah, not everything the Russians have in the Black Sea is going to be one of their frigates, which at best really has the equivalent of a Buck system on there. They have smaller corvettes and gunboats and stuff that's kind of floating around. I don't know if you can get something close enough to them, but if you can get a helicopter, if one of them gets too close, you can do that. But I mean, those anti-ship missiles of a wide variety have showed up, or is really why there's really not going to be an amphibious invasion anywhere, because they couldn't possibly get close to anything anymore. They can't get to Odessa, and they can't really lock down the ports the way I think they thought they could. And I will say, I mean, I think the Turks really screwed over the Russians by closing down the Bosphorus. I don't know if they were counting on it, because I think there were a lot of ships they wanted to get up there, like a whole other task force. That they have 8 or 9 LSTs, landing ship tanks. I think that's been very useful for the Russians in terms of moving stuff around internally from wrecked port to wrecked port. But they're not going to be able to land anywhere, and I don't think they have any naval marines left to land, because all of their marines are engaged elsewhere. So they're really just using them for hauling cargo at this point. So while you don't see a lot of anti-ship missiles being used at this point, their effect was, the deterrence value of them was immense.
Yeah, I agree with that. Even some of the capability we didn't even know they had, because apparently their Neptunes were much more mature than anyone anticipated. At least I did.
Yeah, but the Neptune is a good system. I mean, it's basically a upgrade of an old Russian or old Soviet system. I think it was Kayak, I'm not sure, but it's a good system. I'm really looking forward to is if they can get closer, if they can take like Melitopol, however you pronounce that there. I should know that at this point. They're going to be able to close down the Sea of Azov, because they're going to be able to get those shore launch anti-ship missiles ranging into that area. There's just not going to be a lot of places the Russians can safely operate. At which point they'll probably just stay in port, except they probably won't be safe there either. So, if the war takes that kind of turn, I think you're going to see the Black Sea Fleet either get smashed or just basically run out of the area. Now you still have the submarines; that's a whole other issue, but their effect is limited. Especially since Ukraine doesn't have a navy for them to torpedo, but they do carry calibers. But then again, 1 kilo class submarine hauling around 4 calibers, is fine and all. But when you have one bomber that can haul 8 to 12 of them, that it's not really that impressive a capability by comparison.
Well, thank you for the explanations and for the mental image. I was trying to picture a falcon carrying 2 penguins, so it looked really, really nice. Thank you for all the details. It was very interesting.
Yeah, and just to add to that, we've discussed over the past few days deterrence. Deterrence is exactly what has kept, in the past, the Soviet Union and Russia at bay. And we have relaxed our deterrence to such a degree that we forgot what it was there for. And so just by having that deterrence on the coast, the Ukrainians have protected themselves from any sort of possibility of a landing. And that is obviously an incredible feat to be able to protect their coastline in that way. And it's all just down to the plethora of layered, I would say, defences that they've got there now. And I suppose that's also the same situation with their air defence, that it's becoming more layered now. What you were saying about the submarines only being able to carry 4 calibers, we've seen just how many missiles can be shot down by Ukraine's air defence currently. And if we could run out the Black Sea Fleet from their firing positions in the Black Sea and only had to worry about the submarines, I'm wondering if they could make those percentages count even more. What do you think?
Yeah, I think so. I don't know if you're necessarily going to run them out of their firing positions, but you are going to run them out of a place where they can safely dock. They're not going to be able to dock at Sevastopol and Nova, whatever. I think is going to be in range or close enough in range to Melitopol that it'll be dangerous to operate out of there. And also, if you get in Melitopol, then you can take some of those ground launch small diameter bombs, so daggers or whatever we're calling them. And I think that'll have a lot better chance of being in range because, a ship that happens to be docked is just another target. There's not much it can do. And, Russian air defense on their ships clearly is not all that. Because Moscow is supposed to be one of their best units for it. And, the maintenance situation on that was abysmal. Like, according to, if you believe the fitness report or not, I don't know, but like 6 of the Sea Whiz cannons, like 5 out of 6 of them were down. The point defense missiles, the SAN-4s, or 8s, whatever, Geckos, they weren't working, and the main search radar kind of interfered with the fire control radar, so they couldn't use their long range missiles. So I don't even know what that ship was doing at sea. To be quite frank, and it came out of supposedly it came out of a refit a couple years before. Now, interesting fact about Moscow is supposedly during the attack on Georgia, it actually took a missile hit from a Georgian missile boat. So I think it was a SSN SSN-7 Siren or something like that. It was an older missile, but it took a hit. So it's not the first time she's been hit, according to rumor. But seeing how bad the damage control was, I'm surprised he survived that shot, because that was probably a warhead 2 or 3 times larger than what the Neptunes carried individually, which, as my understanding, is about a 300-pound warhead against a 12,000-ton cruiser. I mean, granted, 2 of them, but yeah, Russian ships are kind of I'm not going to say crap, but I don't think they'd be fit for purpose in any navy, NATO navy. At least a lot of them.
Haven't they just announced a sub that's been taken out of commission as well?
Yeah, the original Typhoon was taken out. So that's if you remember Hunt for Red October, it's one of those minus the minus the supposedly silent drive, which is a mythical thing. But yeah, Dmitry Donskoy or something like that. It was it hadn't really been. They've been using it as a ballistic missile submarine, but more for training and to test missiles and so on, because it's a it's a big hulking 24,000-ton submarine there. But they've been mainly using it for training. I think they took out one of their Bores out recently. They kind of do training with that, and that Typhoon was kind of a ship that would go out and be part of an exercise for part of the acceptance trial for the other boomers which came along. So yeah, it's good. It's going out of service. I'm surprised they did, because I think they took a lot of pride in having at least one of them, because the prestige of it. And I think that says a lot about maybe the material condition, but also just how broke the Russians are getting, that they can't keep that in service, at least in a limited capacity.
Yeah, I mean, it just goes to show that sanctions must be biting somewhere, because something like that they would try and keep afloat, or swimming at least. And the very fact that they're having to remove it from the fleet suggests to me that they just don't have the capacity to continue to upkeep. And I'm hoping that that's going to also have a detrimental effect on the rest of their fleet, because they're using them regularly, sorting in and out, causing air alarms and what have you, and sometimes even causing real alarms by firing missiles. And all that's got to sort of take its toll, I would have thought. The same with the aircraft. They seem to be flying them quite a lot in a harassment role, shall we say, causing air alarms and concerns for what's going to come next. And the very fact that they're doing that must be starting to take its toll. There was reports yesterday of a possible air crash in Belgorod, although I've not seen any confirmation of that. But it just makes you wonder. Zagorman, go ahead.
Yeah, I suspect what's going on partially, or maybe the speculation on my part, is that I can imagine that whoever is in charge of their navy is under such immense pressure, because they're a non-contributor to the war effort, that Putin and Shoigu are saying, either put your ships to work, or we're going to take your crew and send them to the front line. I suspect that those decommissioned crews are now showing up carrying rifles in Ukraine, and I think that's essentially the Navy's contribution to the war effort. The pressure of them not being able to do anything is forcing these types of things, those types of decisions. Either help us win, or we'll take your people. Give them the army, let them help us win. I really believe that's what's happening.
Yeah, it's very possible. I'm pretty sure we've seen naval infantry being utilised elsewhere, not very well also. Primus, go ahead.
I mean, a lot of the Russian Navy, I mean, a good chunk of the ratings on there, they're all conscripts. And, I just don't see them, putting conscripts into the Navy when they could put them into the meat grinder of the Army. So I think over the next year or two, you're going to see the Russian Navy as a whole probably spend a lot more time in port because they can't get their aircraft carrier out of port. Anymore because they can't get through the repairs on it. Their one battle cruiser they can't get out of dry dock with the upgrades, and the other one has been out of dry dock for so long. I think they just recently put it to sea for a little bit, but that's not much of a threat anymore. Not when it's tied up or when it's broken. I think the only thing you're going to really see the Russians operate in the near future are going to be a few submarines, but militaries run on one thing really, and it's money. And if you think tanks eat money in parts, try to keep a modern ship together, especially one that's built with a tech base that's half Soviet with Ukrainian turbines and some technical equipment from Europe and that kind of thing. I mean, it's all a mishmash of things. I kind of doubt with the sanctions that the Russians are going to be able to produce much in the line of ships in the future. They might actually have to buy things from the Chinese, depending on how bad the post-war is on this. I mean, assuming they even hang together, which is questionable. But the submarines will probably be the only thing they keep operating. And the only submarine I think they'll really keep operating are going to be their ballistic missile submarines because they are trying to hide behind their nuclear skirts more than anything else because their Navy and their Army has been exposed and their Air Force has been exposed as only capable of beating up on weaker neighbors. They couldn't go toe to toe with anyone on the NATO side. For all they talk about wanting to get into it with NATO, they get swept off the field. I mean, I'm actually concerned about how badly they'd be beaten that they wouldn't panic and actually go to nuclear weapons and they see what happens when they go up against an actual tank, a Leopard or a M1 tank battalion, because it's just going to just slice and dice through their lines. It's like the equivalent of like cavalry versus Native Americans. Like Little Bighorn kind of situation there. Well, not Little Bighorn, but it's a huge technological gap. And the Russians are about to find out how big that is, because there hasn't been a time when Russian / Soviet kid has gone against Western tech base since World War II. Really, that Western technology hasn't came out on top.
That is indeed a very good point. Yeah, I have a funny feeling they're going to get a bit of a shock. I don't think they're. Have you seen their little mobile robot things? Yeah, I don't think they're going to hold up against Leopard tanks.
Seems like it'd be fun to crush it, though.
Yeah, I have a funny feeling that there probably only like one or two of those things exist. They're very likely for propaganda, and they don't look very impressive, I'm afraid. Excuse me, but I'm a snob, and I looked at it and I thought, have some better. And one of the, I think, Ukrainians is going to be keeping their eye out for that. They want that as a trophy, surely.
I think they want to get the raccoon back first, but that'll do too.
Oh yeah, absolutely. The raccoon is definitely high on the priority list. I don't think we've seen it recently, but I'm sure it'll turn up eventually. And so I'm out of hands, and I'm out of people wanting to talk to us. But I am just going to give you a little earthquake update. There's been earthquakes now reported in other areas along the same fault lines. Kazakhstan has had a 5.4 magnitude earthquake And yeah, I'm not going to pronounce the names of the areas that were the close locations because I can't. And obviously Turkey still seems to be experiencing some aftershocks. So just keeping that in mind. Primus, you had your hand up a moment ago. Did you want to say something?
No, keep going on with your update.
Go ahead, Ioana.
Yeah, I can add to this. So according to Associated Press, the casualties number is 2,300 deaths up until now, because there are still people under the rubble. Thousands are injured. There have been more than 100 aftershocks, 2 of them over 6 Richter and 1 over 7.5 Richter. So this is basically another major earthquake. It was in the southeastern region of Turkey. The most affected cities are Gaziantep, Iskenderun, and in Syria, the city of Aleppo. As we know, the city of Aleppo was affected by the war in Syria in 2012, and a lot of buildings were damaged. Also in Turkey, near the border with Syria, there are the refugee camps, people that basically are living in tents, and they are affected too. In that region, the temperature are below zero. It was snowing earlier in the day, so it's really a catastrophe. And what can I say more? There were a lot of buildings that crashed completely because of the first earthquake, and then after the major aftershock, there were others that crashed. There was a hospital in the region that was really collapsed, and one airport was damaged, some roads and highway. So it's really, really very. It's a tragedy, and more than 12 European countries are sending help with the civil protection initiative, among them Netherlands, Sweden, Romania, Bulgaria, Czech Republic, France. Italy also announced help, as well as United Kingdom. So people are sending equipment, they are sending humanitarian help, and also rescuers, trained rescuers, and dogs that can help the rescue. So yeah, that's what I have until now.
I also believe Ukraine have offered or maybe even sent teams to help with dogs. They have these teams on standby at all times, and so they have basically decided to send some of those people to Turkey to assist there, because it's an important neighbour for a start. Turkey is having a humanitarian disaster, and if we can't all pitch in to help, then it's a terrible situation. And I just think it's incredible that they've partitioned off some of those people that would be used for checking buildings and under rubble in their own country, and said, no, we can spare this many people to go and help in Turkey. And I thought that was incredible that they can not only see the need for it themselves, but that they're also able to reach out and to do that for another country. It just shows that they're willing and able to be part of a wider community within the European Union and Europe itself.
Yes, so it is amazing that Ukraine offered to help. I don't know if they said already, but it is amazing because unfortunately during the last 11 months they became really specialists in rescues because of the bombardments that took place. And it is even more amazing because they really do need those workers. I believe they have many teams, but As we can see, Kherson was bombed again during the night, and there was a important fire. There were other settlements that were hit. So they are under constant pressure from the Russians that are using artillery in Kherson and S-300s in the eastern part of Ukraine, because they can very comfortably use them from beyond the border and into Ukraine. And because of the very limited time to prepare and to announce an air raid alert, they managed to hit and do damage to the building. So even more so, Ukraine is to praise for this effort and for the willingness to participate and for the empathy that they are showing, being under this kind of situation and still offering to help. So this is really amazing from their part.
Absolutely. So if anybody wants to come up and bring up any topics or ask any questions, by all means, come and talk to us. We only bite if you ask us very nicely. And you're here listening to the Maria Report. We've been going 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for how many days is it? It's nearly 12 months. Goodness gracious me. Since the day before the 24th of February.
I believe it's 349. Have to check. Yes, it was before 24th February.
Yes, and so we've been here providing support to one another and information about what's happening in Ukraine. We've been raising voices from Ukraine and the voices of the supporters of Ukraine. We're doing amazing things. Our friend Tim is currently being interviewed by Polish television about his escapades in Ukraine, and he in turn has been making a short film, and has been interviewing an awful lot of people in Ukraine himself. And I think we're really looking forward to that coming out. There is a teaser trailer that is probably on Tim Sennett's profile, but it's also retweeted by the Maria Report, and I think it looks like it's going to be really interesting. I really appreciate that we have good friends and good connections in Ukraine, and we can bring you these people, such as the CEO of Ukryzhelnitsia. Yeah, I'm still struggling with that one. And you never know. We might even have some other heads of services popping in to say hello from time to time. I know he has interviewed the head of the Ukryposhta, and there was talk of stamps and the sense of humour and the magical work that they're doing, opening post offices in liberated areas within hours of them being liberated. The incredible work that they're doing, getting mail and supplies to the front as well. Ukryposhta is pretty incredible. I cannot believe I live in the land of Royal Mail, and yeah, they're okay, but I can't see them driving up to the edge of a war zone to deliver post and supplies. It seems a bit beyond them, although you never know, they are a bit mad. Ioana, do you have something for me, my love?
No, I just wanted to underline this. It's amazing what Ukryposhta is doing, because they managed to get into the liberated territories days after they are liberated, and it's very important because the people there still have to receive their pensions and maybe humanitarian help or help from relatives, and so the fact that they are willing to go into those zones which are not really secured yet and deliver their services is amazing. And let's not forget about the stamps. Their series of stamps are absolutely fascinating, and I'm still trying to get one with the Russian ship. So if somebody is hearing this and you have a mean to acquire those stamps, I'm buying. So yeah, sorry for this personal announcement.
Well, I think you're allowed a personal plug from time to time. But yeah, the incredible range of stamps that they've brought out, and all of them with that same Ukrainian sense of humour. I find it really inspiring. When I look at the sorts of stamps that we do in the UK, yeah, it doesn't compare. They just the joy they get out of trolling the Russians, especially. I find it an incredible thing. Sorry, I had to cough my head off then. There is something that I've seen today that the Vernikova Rada. Oh, I struggle with that. I really the H's and the K's together. They've actually waived VAT and import duties on drones, radios. I don't know what collimators are, but I'm gonna suggest it might be something that I don't know. Night vision sights, thermal imagers, and monoculars. Which I think is going to be really helpful for people bringing those items in, or ordering those items in, that they're no longer going to be subject to any sort of taxation on the Ukrainian side. It makes a difference if they're easier to purchase and easier to ship. It's an important step, and it might stop a few of these things being stuck in places because of duties and paid and things like that, which, if you're on the front line waiting for something, then you may not get a note about a duty being unpaid. So I can imagine that it's quite frustrating when something doesn't turn up and you're expecting it. I'm bad enough with my Amazon parcels. That was not a plug. There are other people you can purchase from.
Yes, really, it's an important step. I think there were some problems with the customs because of the dual use for some of those items, and the fact that now they are exempted. Maybe also the problem of dual use was eliminated. It was for drones and maybe mine detectors and something like this. Also, a collimator normally is used for acquiring the target. It's a small device that it's adjusting the line of sight, so you can mount this on a gun. I don't know, maybe on a small arm or maybe even on a artillery thing. I don't know, but anyway, that's what it is. So yeah, it's a good thing because unfortunately they need them. They need the drones. They need the night vision and scopes and things like this because we know that something will be coming, and it will be very good to see that Ukraine has this night advantage and this technological advantage in face of the Russian forces, which tend to be many, more of the same, but less equipped and less technologically wise than what Ukraine is getting. So yeah, good thing. I hope you managed to drink some water. Lucas.
Yeah, I managed. Thank you. Yeah, the whole night vision aspect is really important. It's going to make a massive difference. All the vehicles that they're getting that are upgraded have much better night vision, and getting night vision and scopes and things like that, which are technically non-lethal aid. They getting them to the front line as fast as possible, I think, is going to make a difference. We spoke to Nuclei, and I'm trying to remember the other chap's name, and I can't remember. But we spoke to them both yesterday, and they were both saying that night vision equipment is an issue, that it's unfortunate that where they are, there's only a few people that have it. And if we could equip the entire team with it, or at least, scouting teams or point teams, then at least there would be some more support in that area. And so these vehicles with the additional night vision, I think they're going to make a massive difference. So, people, if you're not going to talk to me, I'm going to read you something which the Ministry of Defence pronounced this morning. And it's with regards to the areas that are currently under occupation. So here we go. On the 1st of February 23, Russian Federation Council Chair Valentino Matvienko said regional elections will take place in the newly annexed areas of Ukraine on the 10th of September 2023. Incorporating the elections into the same day of voting, which is scheduled across Russia, highlights the leadership's ambitions to present the areas as integral parts of the Federation. This follows continued efforts to Russify the occupied areas, which include revision of education, communication, and transport systems, while meaningful democratic choices are no longer available to voters at even regional level elections in Russia. Leaders will likely make the self-vindicating argument that the new elections further justify the occupation. So basically, more of the same from the Russians there, just shamarendums, that's the one. Just like the shamarendums, they're going to have some sort of fake vote. And of course, it's going to go 98% in their favour, because it always does. It seems that the Russians are still all about how it looks rather than how it is. Some of those areas they no longer even possess most of anymore. So it amuses me greatly that they continue with this sort of legalese way of going about things, rather than the reality. And reality will be catching up with them quite soon, I would expect. So we have guests coming up on the Maria Report in the next couple of days, and let me go and find them for you. We have on Tuesday, February the 7th, and let me just make sure I'm telling you the right one. Yeah. We have, of course, the Dish with Fish. It's at 4 p.m. UTC. That is 5 p.m. Prague, 6 p.m. Kiev. And the Dish with Fish, his guest is Colonel Stu Bradin, and he is retired Global Special Operations Force Foundation. Oh crikey! He's got lots of qualifications here, right? SOF Ops Planning Team, Special Ops Command HQ, Chief of Staff, NATO Special Ops HQ. This guy is going to be really interesting to listen to. And I'm going to suggest that he probably knows what he's talking about. And then following on from that, a bit later on Tuesday, we have at, let me see, 13:30 PT, 16:30 EST, 21:30 UTC, 22:30 Prague, 22:30 Berlin, and 23:30 Kiev. Dr. Ian Gardner, Russian media watcher, historian, and translator of Russian culture and war propaganda. And so he'll be able to tell us all about the nonsense that's being pronounced, and maybe explain a bit of why it's nonsense. I think a lot of us already understand why it's nonsense, but he's going to give us a lesson.
Amazing guest. And I'm really looking forward for the deep dive into the special operations for the segment with Colonel Jeff with Fish. I'm really looking forward to this. But I was wondering if you have seen the Institute for the Study of War report for today.
I have not.
Yeah, it's very interesting because it touches something that we are seeing every day, those fears of escalation. So it was an abbreviated report focusing on Vladimir Putin's approach to risk-taking after having thrown the dice on launching a full-scale invasion of Ukraine. They say that this was an act he likely did not see as a risk, and he has been hesitant during all this time. And this demonstrates the desire to avoid risky decisions that could threaten his rule or international escalation, despite the fact that he has still maximalistic and unrealistic objectives. One of them being the full conquest of Ukraine. And I can read the highlights of it because it's quite interesting. And maybe we can talk about it because I think everybody is concerned about those very often brought into attention fears of escalation. So, Russian President Vladimir Putin's decisions regarding Ukraine since his initial flawed invasion of February 24th indicate a likely disconnect between his maximalistic objectives and his willingness to take the high risky approach and the decisions necessary to achieve them. This is one line, then it's commented. I'm only reading the highlights. Putin has consistently ignored, delayed, or only partially implemented several likely necessary pragmatic decisions concerning his invasion. He continued to select comparatively less risky options, even when faced with spiraling military failures in the fall of 2022. And the Institute for the Study of War assesses that the Kremlin and the Russian MOD is belatedly implementing large-scale military reforms and treating Ukraine as a protracted and major war, but Putin is still continuing a similar pattern of reserved decision-making. Sorry for killing the English here. But anyway, the idea is that he is hesitant, he has fears, is not willing to attract problems on himself. He wants to rule Russia still. He doesn't want to inflammate the international space. And in order to achieve his objectives, he also have a group of scapegoats that will publicly take the risks in his place, and they will be to blame for the military failures and all the unpopular policies that he launches and he did launch. And everything indicates that he remains highly unlikely to pursue nuclear escalation or war with NATO. So basically, I read the highlights. Sorry for my very poor English, but I thought it's important to bring it into attention because people fear escalation. And as we have seen, and they are very good specialists in the Institute for the Study of War, Putin is likely to be, fearful in the future too.
Yeah, that's a very good point, that watching the actions rather than the words is the way to go here. I'm one of those people that believes in actions, not words. So obviously, as you can tell. So yeah, it's all about what he's actually doing, not what he's projecting. And the ideas that they try and throw out a lot of it is just fear mongering, and it's because that's what keeps them in their position. Fear. It's how they rule their people, and it's how they're going to continue to try and do their business in the future. And I think we've started to see through it, haven't we?
Yes, we did. And frankly, I think the countries in the Eastern Europe did this much earlier than other countries.
Oh, that was really weird. Sorry, all my buttons disappeared, and now they're back. Thanks for that, Twitter. Just keeping me on my toes there. I have no
Keep
idea
an
what
eye on the
happened there.
buttons. Keep an eye on the buttons. It's your cat. It's a
I have
cat that.
no idea.
But have you seen the help that Norway will offer to Ukraine for the next 5 years?
I have. I looked at that briefly earlier, yes.
If you have it, I'm not having it right in front of me right now, but I know it's $7 billion dollars or euros. I think dollars. And yeah, it comes from the profits that they did by selling the oil and gas that was necessary because Europe decreased the import of Russian gas and oil, and now it's stopping it almost in place, isn't it?
Yeah, I was just looking at it then, and they've said it would basically be military aid as well as humanitarian and aid for possible rebuilding, things like that. And obviously, yes, their income has increased to a record level because of the oil prices in Europe. So they've made all this additional money. And at first, they this was suggested to them, and they said no. And sometime later, there was another suggestion, and they kind of went, yeah, still no. And then I don't know what's happened, but there's been a change of heart. So we've got here 7.3 billion worth of aid over 5 years. Broad support is sought from the Norwegian Parliament for the grant of the aid package. And they all appear to be quite broadly in support. Yes, it's something which is going to be very useful for Ukraine. I'm quite sure that they can use the additional.
Yes, indeed. And as far as I understood, it will be like 50-50, 50 for military aid and 50 for humanitarian and other types of help, which is good, which is really good. And also, have you seen that the first Leopard was sent by Canada to Poland? It arrived in Poland, and it will be in Ukraine soon. But frankly, I'm wondering why just one? Why just one Leopard? Do you know?
I think it's through the weight and the fact that they're not sending him by ship. I think that might be the case. But if somebody else knows, feel free to correct me. But yeah, I believe it's to do with the fact that they were sending it by air, that they can't send all 4 of them together because they wouldn't get off the ground. So yeah, I think that's what it is. They're having to send them in individually, which seems like a lot of messing around, but okay, as long as they're getting there. In
Yes,
fact,
and
I
I
have
hope that more will come. Yeah, sorry.
I was just going to say, I have a feeling there's probably a few leopards already prowling around Poland with Ukrainian soldiers learning their stuff. I just can't wait for this stuff to be visible on the battlefield. I really can't. I think it's high time that the Ukrainians had this opportunity I'm looking forward to seeing where they're going to use them. Put it that way.
Okay, so in the meantime, I will just make a little joke. I'm really looking at this zoo that Ukraine is building with the military help. So we have leopards, we have gepards, we have beavers, we have what other? We have a lot of animals. Let's say we are waiting for the falcons and for the penguins. I don't know what archers are doing there, and the senators. Maybe they come to visit. We have a lot of things, and let's hope that Ukraine will receive more, especially the planes. The planes are needed, so please ask on Twitter or whatever for everybody to free the falcons, because the falcons have to be in Ukraine soon. So I see we have Anda up. I'm going to stop ramble.
Please do. Please ramble. It is the best thing in the afternoon. How are you guys doing?
No, we're just chatting amongst ourselves because no one wants to come and talk to us. So rude of them, really, if you ask me.
I'm no one. Whoa.
I know it's like I'm terrifying or something.
Well, apparently not enough for me. So I came up, and I wanted to talk to you about shelters. Do you know what I'm talking about? No. All right.
I don't know.
All right.
That's the answer.
So one of the problems, apparently, is that Ukrainian armed forces, right, need some shelters, some mobile shelters. So there is one metallurgical enterprise in Ukraine who produced some mobile shelters to help equip the I hate this word. Can I say this? Okay. I always butcher it. To provide shelters, right, for the Ukrainian armed forces. So these are some cylinders. They are made out of steel, and they are 2 millimeters thick. And actually, there are some. They look horrible. Let me tell you this. I'm a girl, and I am allowed to say this. They look horrible. So, but they are better than nothing, right? So, one of them, it's almost 2 tons of steel. Therefore, they are they need a crane to put them in place, and they dig some holes. I will try to share with the girls some pictures, and maybe someone can make a tweet out of this. So the idea is, while near the front lines, the guys will have places to sleep in, and actually they can withstand artillery fire, which is kind of awesome, right? They look pretty rudimentary inside, but they provide heat. So it will help Zhytomyr region, and it will actually help the armed forces, the soldiers who are on the Ukrainian-Belarusian border, where it's actually people need to sit there when they are not shelled, because on the other side, the Russians had the awesome idea that they need to train again. Like they had done this 1 year prior. Last year, this time, Russia was on the other side of the border with Ukraine, moving tanks from one place to another and troops, and claiming that they had no other place better to do their training exercises. And the bottom line is they do the same right now in Belarus. And even if we think Belarusian forces will not engage, will not cross the border, you cannot bet, you cannot put all your money on that. And because Ukraine doesn't want to risk this, they had to mobilize troops on the other side of the border. And basically, they are not fighting, right? Actively fighting. So having shelters for them, because they are in the north and it's actually cold outside, it's one of the better ideas we had. But they actually look odd. They from what I can gather, they provide shelter for 6 people inside, one of them, and they have this stove. But well, something is better than nothing. What can I say? Something is better than nothing. So we have something. We can define this as having something. God, I hope we can send them some, I don't know, at least mattresses. I don't know. They look awful. I'm sorry.
Yeah, they kind of look like a big piece of pipe, don't they? And I suppose that, you know, any rudimentary shelter, if you're stuck in a place where you've got a choice between one of these and a hole in the ground, you're going to probably choose something that's going to keep you dry and warm. And so, yeah, they don't look very special, but they're much better than being stood outside freezing your butt off or sat in a hole freezing your butt off. And also, it just goes to show the ingenuity again that is it a Ukrainian company that's made these?
Yes, it is. So it is a Ukrainian company which is making this, and they actually they dig a hole in the ground, 1.5 meters or something like that. So
yeah, so they partially bury it by the looks of things, which is why it's going to withstand artillery fire. Because the very fact that it's partially buried is going to make a difference. I mean, the fact that a Ukrainian company has decided, you know what, we can do this, we can make something that's useful. I bet you they've sort of come up with that as a side project of what they normally do. And it's very likely that nobody's asked them to do it, but they've thought, we need to do this, we need to provide something. And it just goes to show that every part of the community pulls together, every part of the society pulls together. The camaraderie, the whole sort of people say, oh, nationalist, as though it's a bad thing, but no, if you patriotic. That's another word. And the fact that they've sort of come together as a nation, the patriotism, the fact that they want to do something to help, even though they're in the middle of a blimmin' war and they might get bombed tomorrow. It makes a massive difference to the morale. It makes a huge difference to the whole concept of fighting back. The fact that it's, you know, it's not just some of them, it's not just their army, it's their communities, it's their businesses. I've even seen the situation where a Russian prisoner of war is actually helping to fix Russian tanks that have been taken in. And something as simple as that, being able to, you know, convert one person who came to kill them, it's a massive thing to be able to change somebody's mind from what they've always believed in. And I know they do have Russian people fighting with them who have already made that decision. But to take somebody who's actually appeared on the battlefield, take them in as a prisoner of war, and them actually learn that they'd rather be assisting you, it just goes to show the very nature of the people. And yeah, it's incredible to me the way the nation has come together. And I love things like this where they, you know, a business has gone, we can fix that, we can provide something to help, and they've made it happen. So yeah, ugly as it is, Ander, I still think it's ace.
Sorry, it is?
Ace.
Ace.
Been excellent. As in a good thing.
I'm sorry. So I was confused because I was looking at some British howitzers, which actually are called AS-90. So I was like, what? How could you know that? Because I haven't shared that with you. I was like, what ace? Yes. So basically, I was I was looking at this because apparently the Ukrainian military arrived this weekend in your lovely country, in which it rains a lot. But you have great music. What can I say? And they will train on British AS-90 self-propelled howitzers. And one of the things that amazes me is that every day I find out there is another howitzer. So I prepared the list. I you know, I'm like one of Santa Claus elves. I actually love Santa Claus, but yeah. And I prepared the list. I checked it twice. I put on the list the crews, the weights, the engines, blah blah blah, and I kind of made the spreadsheet. It's work in progress, but it is. So just 1 second. 1 second.
You said that when I was 3 apps away. I'm back. Always happens. Either I've got the kettle boiling right next to me, or I'm several swipes away from where I should be. It's terrible, terrible situation. I have no idea what you've just asked me, Ioana. I'm sorry. And are you back? No. Right. Okay. She's being murdered.
Totally sorry. I'm totally sorry.
Oh, there you
Yes. So what I wanted to say is that I find every day that there is another, and another, and another, and another, and then another, and I'm like, how many are there? Like, I really try to learn, to learn about them, but yeah. So this one is British. I'm sure there is some Brit down there in the room with us, who knows more about this. But until they come up to talk with us, this is what I have for you. So basically, other new howitzers on which Ukrainians are training. They will go to Ukraine. So until they go to Ukraine, some Ukrainians are already training on them. And this is from today. And I thought I told you, I'm kind of, I think there is a plot. There is a plot because I learned how to drive a Bradley, and after I learned how to drive a Bradley, someone came and said, you don't know how to park it. So I had to learn how to laterally park a Bradley, because yeah, and now I know that. But I will come back to this after Klaus is.
Anna, you can also always ask William Attic, because he's been with the Bradley in combat quite a lot, and actually, while as an infantry soldier, had to learn to drive and move the Bradley under fire. So if you have time, he is constantly with us, as you know, for the track routes, and I think he's a very good source in that regard. So for the intensive course number 2, shooting with a Bradley, he is the right kind of guy to talk to. You'll love it.
I would. Actually, I would, but I had a small family problem with a crying sister that I had to attend for 2 hours. So
I'm sorry to hear that, Helen. Sorry. It's all right.
So
we'll do the under fire course.
it was an
tomorrow.
emergency.
Right.
So I had to drop. During the training session with the Bradleys and the Challengers, and I let William explaining by himself what I had to do. But yeah, do you know who taught me how to laterally park a Bradley?
Sure.
You will never guess.
Sure, of course. I'm sure that Daniel Affire told you how to park a Bradley seemingly in his garage right next to the harbor.
Actually, no. Actually, Domen was my training for this one. So I have
Seriously?
to get credit. So
when I sent him all these manuals, he actually took them to heart?
Yes, and he took my side because I was publicly shamed by someone from here in the space, that I will never forgive and never forget.
All right.
That I was publicly shamed. So to actually redeem myself, I learned about this, and now I know. But we have Klaus here, and we are totally rude for him, in front of him. So
Klaus is stoic. Klaus is
Hi,
absolutely
thank you.
stoic.
So yeah, I'm out walking, so it can be a bit windy. But it does sound funny learning how to drive a Bradley. I haven't done that, so you know more than me, and that's quite good. You can teach me one day, maybe. So I was. It does sound like a good idea with these cabins, those tubes, and I think that after the war, when Russian have been utterly defeated, they could be used as cabins or small guest houses with a scenic view. Maybe cut it in half and put in some glass so you can look all around. That could be a good use after the war, because they are, I guess, quite sturdy and won't go away very soon. And the other comment I have is regarding the aid package from Norway to Ukraine. The one good thing about it is, even though it's a drop in the ocean and we need more, it's a 5-year plan, and Ukraine then knows what is at least coming the next 5 years. And I guess the amount will just increase also from other countries. So that was just a few comments. Thank you.
Thank you. I was going to say, did you have something you'd like to say there, Amanda? But yeah, it is incredible to see these pledges coming from countries, and the fact that it is over a 5-year plan. It makes a difference, because it proves that those, they're not going away anytime soon. That assistance that's been requested, they can count on it for a period of time. And that's really important, because it's great that your mates stand with you, but it's good to know that they're going to continue to stand with you. Makes a big difference. Jens, my friend, go ahead.
Yeah, good evening. I heard Jonas plug a while ago, and I just wanted to say that I have 2 Russia warship stamps. So if you want them, you can send me a DM.
Oh, that's amazing. Thank you. Yes, I will send you again. Thank you.
There we go. The Maria Report, bringing people together all the time. Thank you very much for that, Jens. Anda, please go ahead.
So, because we have Klaus here, and he mentioned the Norway package, I saw something, and I was wondering if he can shed some light for me before I get William all in a tight knot, because I have so many questions for him. So I saw there is there is a vehicle which is called CV 9030N. I hate these names. Okay, so why can they all be named like names? Okay, so
I must say, all I know is CV90 and Bradley and other Leopard 2 Abrams, but I unfortunately don't know what that vehicle is that you're mentioning.
I was wondering, because apparently it's something similar but yet different from the Swedish CV90. So I was wondering if you have details for it. But basically, it seems like a version of Bradley to me. So I think I can learn how to drive this one also. And if Axel has the manuals for this one, I can I can figure it out.
CV90.
I'm
I think I can help in that regard. There is a introductory material from the Finnish army as to the course. Not quite sure. It's probably in Finnish, but I'll see what I can do for you.
all right. That's cool. So we will have. I will strive to learn how to drive all the infantry fighting vehicles, and actually there is I think I will make a joke right now, so bear with me. Not all my jokes are good, but yeah. There is a Swedish guy which actually climbs. He's a climber, and during the COVID, the 2 years of more or less of COVID and restrictions, he couldn't go to for climbing. You can go to a rock, or you can go in a special, let's say, like a gym, right? But prepared especially for climbing, and they were all closed, and he was seeking alternative ways of training. And what he did was to find different um, admission tests to, for the example, for the SEALs, for the Marines, for stuff like that. And he will film himself and try to see if he can beat the time, beat the number, stuff like that. So basically, I because we are talking about the Nordic people, I will try to be like him, right? I will try to be proficient in driving remotely all the infantry fighting vehicles that are there, and learn the differences between them. So um, um, look out for that. I will I will try to add details on my page for that.
Also, please, Anna, don't go away. I have a present for you. In just about a few minutes, somebody who likes Bradleys will come up.
Well, I'm looking forward for that. And you have actually 30 minutes, because after that I will have to drive. So to drive a car, and I'm not driving and texting and talking at the same time. So yeah, this is what you got. 30 minutes.
Yeah, it's probably good that you stay safe while driving, Ander. I think we can all advocate for that. Klaus, please go ahead.
Thank you. Anda, does driving a Bradley include using a clutch? Because this is a sincere question, because I don't know how that works inside.
Ah, I have someone who can answer that for you, Klaus.
Thank you.
I heard somebody talking about Bradleys and fighting vehicles. How's everyone doing today on this on this Monday? I'm at the. I got 30 minutes too. I heard Anda with some questions. It's always great to hear her questions, and I've got 30 minutes of my lunch break, so I'm happy to jump on to talk, fill folks in.
So stick or automatic? How's the Bradley doing? Do you need a clutch?
So automatic. We don't need to be dealing with any sticks when it comes to that stuff.
How many gears?
Oh, now see, now that's getting to. I will tell you. I will have to look that one up. That is not a question that I was expecting to have to answer. I do not remember how many gears they have, but I will tell you this. When you look at a Bradley, when you look at the parts and the components of it, the transmission is one of the. I mean, when you open up that engine deck, the components that make the tracks run, the transmission, they're so big and bulky. It's a engineering marvel, in my opinion.
I'm getting a Marine to tell us in the meantime that supposedly there are 3 gears.
All right. So Domin explained to me that in order to laterally park a Bradley, I need to have something like 9 meters of space, because apparently the Bradley has 7 and something, which is quite a lot. And I need to put one track in reverse and one track in advance, and basically rotate it in place. Tell me if I got that right.
So there's a lot of different ways to drive a Bradley, to park it. I don't believe there's very much parallel parking that happens with Bradleys. The nice thing about Bradleys is if there's a small car in the way where you need to be at, you can either drive over the top of it or push it out of the way. That is the unique benefit of driving an infantry fighting vehicle. But you did bring up a very unique question about the ability for Bradleys to make very sharp turns in a 360-degree version. How tracks work is instead of thinking about two steering wheels or two wheels on a car, when you turn your steering wheel to the left, the wheels turn to the left and you move that way. What happens is when you turn a Bradley to the left or right, it sends information to those tracks to adjust the tracks to do what you need to do. So you don't move your tracks. The tracks actually start to move in conjunction with each other. Sometimes it's simply not putting it in reverse, but putting power to mostly it's putting power to one track over the other one, if that makes sense to you.
Yes, it's I get it. It's like a boat, like you rotate a boat when you basically put the how do you call whistle, Jonna? A paddle. You put a paddle in a water on one side, basically fixing it, and the other row on the other side, and basically rotate it in place.
Yeah, and now I will tell you there are other vehicles that use the ability to go backwards and forwards, or the like that. So an M113, which we talk about a lot, that's an older APC. When you look at the driving components to that, you see two kind of bars, and those bars is much like some construction trucks and construction vehicles that have tracks, and that's more of a vehicle that uses that ability, changing direction of the tracks. But the M113 does have the two sticks to drive it. But when you look at your Bradleys, that actually has a yoke. It's like kind of like a steering wheel. And then for the Abrams tank, it's even cooler. It's almost like a periscope that turns left or right, that has the gas on your hand like a motorcycle. So very interesting stuff. But each vehicle is a little unique and different when it comes to the driving. But let me tell you what, I know there's a lot of conversations about training and learning to drive this, and I do not doubt at all that I could take you and get you inside of a Bradley. After going over maybe 2 hours of instruction in a classroom and maybe some hands-on instruction going into that Bradley driver's compartment, and within a few hours, you could be a pretty proficient driver if you had a good commander with you. And that's the difference of, the reality of it is these vehicles are made for folks to understand very quickly and use very quickly. I often tell in this space that, I was an infantryman, and when I was in Iraq, for the first part, I was a part of a headquarters platoon where I was mainly a Humvee gunner or driver at the first deployment. And I had never driven a Bradley fighting vehicle before that. I never drove it in the field in any of the training experiences. And the first time I drove a Bradley was, learning how to drive it in a very small parking lot of our outpost a couple of days before a 72-hour combat firefight that was a major mission. And you know what? We got through that 72-hour firefight just fine with me driving. We might have bumped into a couple of walls once or twice, but everything came out okay. So I truly believe that, a lot of the hoopla about how long it's going to take to train some of the basic parts of these vehicles has been a little overblown, in my opinion.
So, tell me something else. If I can learn, and for sure Ukrainians can learn really fast how to maneuver them. Basically, they have more time if allocated. They have more time to learn about maneuvers, right? How to work together. For example, if there are 3 or 4 Bradleys together, I don't know, more. how to go with information, where to look, how to check the they are called sectors. Did I remember that correctly? So you have a certain area that you look at, and you it's your job to keep that safe. Well, safe, to kill everything inside, basically. So is it safe to say that if they get this part right with maneuvering, they will go faster to the how to work together as a team of Bradleys, as a team of, how do you call them, when you have, for example, several Bradleys and, I don't know, 1 or 2 tanks with them?
It's a squad. Well,
Sorry?
it all depends. It all depends. When it comes, it depends on what unit you're with, what country you're in. The United States Army, we use, depending on the different elements of the makeup. If you've got, a squad of infantry fighting vehicles with, 1 tank or 2 tanks, it can be considered a squad. We usually don't do much without platoon size elements. A platoon is what we usually like to do. And depending on how to cross organization between Bradleys and tanks, there are variation of numbers that you'll see. But what I want to kind of go to is your point of training and understanding all the different parts of it, is what's going on in Grafenwehr right now in Germany. The most important thing is the more experience you have on these vehicles, the better. So we know we want to get them into the fight, into Ukraine as quickly as possible, but there still has to be good competence training. And I believe that's what's happening in Grafenwehr and in different places. When you hear the word combined arms, and you really see the details that came out of what's being done in Graf. 5 to 8 weeks combined arms training. It's very similar to what NATO soldiers did, gearing up to go to Iraq, Afghanistan to learn combined arms. And when you do that, you're doing it as an entire organization. So maybe an entire brigade. And if you look at the thread, you'll see how many vehicles and how many different things make up a brigade size element. But right now we know there are at least battalion size elements being trained there. You start off by learning the basics, right? So it's like you're in a war zone when you get to that base, and you have a lot of tasks. You're working 24 hours a day, working at day and night. You're pulling guard duty. You're doing all the different things that are different between garrison life and combat life. The soldiers, the infantry soldiers, the mechanics, they're all learning their basic stuff from day one. The Bradley drivers and gunners and commanders are doing things to get more allocated or more used to their vehicles and understand their vehicles better. A lot of times before those training exercises, these crews had never worked together before, and that's the part of it. So from the basic skills of driving and maneuvering together, to the most advanced part of that training, where you get to the very end, where you're going through what's called your tables. And the tables are different scenarios, and it can be as big as a brigade working together to assault, to do a different mission. And you go from training area to training area to work together. So maybe the artillery is working on a range right next to the Bradleys and the tanks, but they're all working in conjunction to learn how to do these things, engage the enemy, maneuver together. So that's what this training is doing, from the very basic aspect of training to the most advanced part of combined arms. They're learning in these training areas.
And I think Daryl told me at some point that as a driver, it's my job to fix it if it breaks. So would I get training how to fix it? Because I understand that some parts of it are really heavy or difficult to reach. So how does that work? How?
Yeah, and that's a great point, and that is one of the roles of that driver, who's usually an infantry soldier. and there's a certain level of maintenance that the drivers can do, and the driver's always there to work with the mechanics who are on site. There's always mechanics with you. Every company gets assigned mechanics. Most of the time, every platoon gets assigned mechanics. We had one of the most decorated mechanic teams. There was a joint Bradley and Abrams team underneath a Bradley mechanic platoon sergeant in Samar in the first OIF, and they were like a NASCAR pit crew. But there are many tasks that those drivers can do. First and foremost, the most important thing to keeping your vehicle going is preventative maintenance, what we call PMCS. It's the idea of every Monday morning there's a select group of things that you need to do to keep that vehicle running. Every morning before you turn that vehicle on, you need to go as a driver, get out there early and make sure. One of the most important things is making sure all your tracks, because one of the easiest things to do is you mess your tracks up. But the most important thing for a driver to do is to ensure that there's a select number of grease fittings around each one of these vehicles, and to make sure that grease is completely filled up and the hydraulic fluids filled up. It's so incredibly important to keep your vehicle running. But you can do from the very basics to checking things to changing track. The soldiers can and know how to do that usually, independently of mechanics. And it's not an easy job, but you can get it done. But you always have mechanics with you to help out, but you do get cross-trained on that.
Yeah, you got big feet. You break it, I'm going to make sure you help fix it.
Facts, Daryl. Facts there. I've definitely been chewed out by a mechanic once or twice for being a little dumb with one of my vehicles. So and they make sure you do it also. But that's something that we don't also always talk about, is when these units live out in the field and they're out in combat, it's not just infantry soldiers living together. It's a large group of folks, whether you're cooks, your supply folks, your artillery people, are forward advanced, but your mechanics are right there with you, and they're part of the team. I would have took many mechanics into a firefight before a lot of the folks that I know, from other units, if that makes sense.
And I did tell you would learn to work on it, and that's right. What he's talking about is the first level maintenance. You do all of that stuff so that if there is a problem, you know what to tell me is wrong. If you don't know something is wrong and you leave that ramp or you leave that bivouac area without checking it, and then you tell me, hey, something's broke, and you didn't look at it before you left, I'm going to go high and right on you for not checking and maintaining your own equipment. I'm going to help you fix it, but you're going to pull a lot of extra weight, where it would have been me if it just went down. I would have made sure that, I took care of a lot of it and made sure you get going. But if you make more work for me, yeah, I'm going to make sure you got a lot of work to do, even if I'm making you do other stuff while I'm working on that track, because there's always something to do.
Yes, sir. I will take care of them. I will feed them every morning. I will feed them with grease and everything. I will check their hydraulics. I think this is why they are called. This is why it's called cavalry, right? Because they used to have to take care of the horses before going to battle, and I will have to take care of my tracked horse before I get others on it.
You know what, Ander? And that's really true. It's your horse. That's you. That vehicle it saves your life. I may be the mechanic on it, but it's what protects you. And you make sure that what you can do to keep you alive is what's pertinent. Okay. I'm not always there, but you are. You would be. And so you need to know that something is wrong. You need to know that you've done everything you could for this mission and for you to survive this mission. All I can do is come in and help out if you get into trouble. And that's what my job is, to make sure you stay out of trouble. And there are certain maintenance intervals where I will tell, we will come in and say, okay, yours is good for a 30-day inspection, 90-day inspection, what have you. And I'll go in and I'll look at certain things that I need to look at to make sure that they're up to snuff. And if I find something, I get ready to fix it and get the parts on order so that you are ready to go at a moment's notice. I will let you know if there's something that takes you down, that you cannot operate with, a condition that keeps you unserviceable. I will let you know that. But if it's something that I can let you go, but I need you to look at, say you got something that's leaking, but it's not a bad leak, but I know that I need to repair it. I'm going to tell you, look out for this. Watch the oil in that particular wheel, or watch the oil on this, or grease on that, because I need to replace it, but you're good to go for a while. That's the kind of stuff that I would have you do if it's something where I don't need to take you down off the line, because it's something that I'm going to work on. Once I get my parts, I'll come in and I'll fix it. No worries. But I just want to make sure that you can always stay available, and that's the main thing.
Yes, sir. I will take good care of it and check everything. George, do you have some instructions for me? What do I need to know?
Yeah. If you stop even for 5 minutes and it's safe, you better jump out that vehicle and go and give it a walk around. Because if you, especially when traveling for more than just an hour or two, you don't know what's going to be shaken loose. Trust me. I've seen all kinds of disasters because somebody decided, hey, 5-minute break, I'm just going to stretch my legs and then walk around the vehicle, and all of a sudden there's a track that's lost a pin or is gone loose, or somebody with a 5-ton truck is down. He's lost 3 lug nuts and is down to 2 lug nuts, and didn't realize that that wheel's about to come off and kill everybody on that truck. So you better walk around it every time it stops.
For an example, I'll explain what a young private addict or private will problem. Angry Ant, when he was a private, had a little bit of a problem. He was a little lazy for a couple of weeks in a field rotation, and he forgot to grease the tracks, or he didn't forget to grease tracks. He openly did not grease tracks because he was lazy, and he thought that it's only a week, right? And we threw track. And, of course I said, oh, of course we've been greasing the tracks, etc. Right. And then my sergeant grabbed my grease gun and realized that there wasn't very much grease out of it. And he knew how many, grease tubes they had given. So I spent a couple of weeks with a little extra duty and spending a little extra time learning to make sure that my vehicles were all greased up and ready to go, and not to ever, let that slide. Real facts. But before we jump, since I know you only have a couple of minutes and I only have a few minutes left too, I want to tell you one other aspect about training. I told you about how quick I could teach you how to drive it. But let's just say, after you've learned how to drive it, and you're, we'll say that a young rookie driver who had just been on a Bradley for a week or so, had never been in one before. And we're on guard duty. I would be, as a gunner, it would not be very hard for me to bring you up into turret while we sit on guard at night, and within an hour or two, get you basically accustomed to using the main cannon on a Bradley fighting vehicle. And I'm talking about someone who's inexperienced, just out of basic training, not much experience, but someone, and we're on guard duty for 12 hours. Within a few hours, I could make you comfortable enough that if you had the mental, all the other attributes, and you saw some, Russians coming down the road at 3,000 meters, it would not be hard for you to be able to engage those enemy, look at them, and put rounds on them. As just a regular person, I really do mean that. So to be an advanced gunner, to be someone who's, you know, a hell of a gunner, it takes a lot of time. But to simply pull that trigger and get bullets where that reticle's pointed, it does not take much work to do. It does not take much instruction.
Well, thank you. I will really appreciate that. So, all right. I will keep that in mind. I will keep. Probably I will come up with new questions. Daryl, do you want to say something, or we will go to twerk?
Yeah, I was just going to say, Andy, most of those vehicles have a hydrostatic steer. So only the Bradley right now is the 113 right now is the only one that has the two sticks that you can turn and make one track go reverse than the other one. All the other ones have a steer system where you can hit the brake and it locks the one wheel and the other one kind of spins around. They may have, I'm not sure about one of the vehicles, but in one of them, you press the lever down and it will actually spin the wheels in opposite directions to turn you. So there is one that can do it, but it doesn't require you to pull and push the sticks to do it.
Well, that's awesome.
Gunny, welcome. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Ander. Ignore him. I did a 6-week gunnery course, and at the end of it, I was still hitting nothing. So he's fibbing. Really good brief, fellas. Just from the point of training, for sort of the T farms and the support arms side of things, what would you rather? I'm thinking that looking at the ORBAT, the Ukrainian army, that they pulled at least a mechanized brigade off the line at some stage, probably a few weeks ago, when things look relatively stable, and they bang them into the training sort of pipeline. So from a training point of view, what would you rather? Would you rather a load of green troopers who are absolutely new to this and you could teach them everything in a very compressed course from scratch? Or would you like to take a bunch of boys and girls who've really cut their teeth in the past few months on this, but in older Soviet-style equipment, and accept the fact that they're going to need to unlearn a lot of stuff to make best use of the new kit? Or do you think, and I'm just speculating, if that was the case, do you think as you'd run the course, would it be a informal sit down, this is how we do it, what have you been doing over the past 8 months? They tell you, and you go, yeah, right, you can do that with the kit we're going to teach you, but you're going to be able to do it a hell of a lot better, and here's how you go about that. So what would be your preference?
Oh man, that's such a great question. Really, quick question to see who I was talking to, but great to see you on here. And sorry about that gunnery range, man. I hope that I could do a better training for Anda, you know, laughing. But no, really, I think it's a mix. I really think it's a mix. I think it's a mix between not green troops. I'll say troops that have been through basic training, who have, you know, at least some, maybe a new folks. Because remember, you know, not everybody's going to be a gunner in these trainings because they're doing combined arm training. They're also training the dismounts, infantry. They're training all the different aspects of it. So I think a really good mix of some experienced leadership, experienced folks for the vehicles themselves, and then a mix of, you know, all your different ranks, your privates, you know, whatever, again, the rank structure for Ukraine. But what I believe is going to be done, and what I can glean from what the reports are coming out of what the training is, you know, what the training is being, what they're focusing on, etc., is the idea of battalion-sized combined arms underneath the NATO doctrine. But I think it's really, and the one thing that the U.S. military, the NATO trainers are the best trainers in the world. And again, every training situation is a little different. So as good trainers, the first thing you know is you need to be able to train the people for what they're going to do. So I am pretty confident that there are Ukrainians working with those training instructors to create a curriculum, a real life, fight, train how you fight scenario for those 5 to 8 weeks that will be able to directly relate to Ukraine. If we were over in Graph and using the old Global War on Terror tables, where we were mainly, learning anti-insurgency, it would not work very well in Ukraine. So I think that there's definitely taking the NATO standards of the way we maneuver in combined arms, the way we kind of make up our units, and then adding in, the direct frontline knowledge and after action and lessons learned that Ukrainian soldiers are seeing. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So I mean, I had it in my head that maybe they would do it company by company, something like that. And what they'd want is like the vehicle commander and maybe the gunner, a former, I don't know, BTR or VMP, old hands at it, driver, maybe some new boy or girl straight out of the training pipeline. And yeah, kind of a sit down, what we used to call a Chinese parliament, where the NATO trainer would say, okay, so for a BTG attack, this is how we anticipated it unrolling, and this would be our response. You tell us where we've gone wrong. And the Ukrainians say, well, actually, yeah, they do that, and they do this, but no, they don't do that. And we found that this works better, and that works better. And all the NATO trainers are going, cool, right, happy with that. Give us 24 hours, back to you. How's this look as a training pipeline? Yeah, happy days. Okay, let's get cracking. That's kind of how I saw it. I don't see them kind of creating a mechanized brigade purely from the boys and girls being trained in the UK. I kind of thought that they would be pulling composite squadrons off the line in Ukraine and kind of filtering them back when they're happy, and then trying to give a nice sprinkling, as you see, of old hands and new people, so that even when you're not in the classroom or not on the range, that old hand, that vehicle commander that you're under, they want you to learn and carry on learning, and you'll be kind of all in awe of them, and constantly picking up stuff, even if it's in the bar for a pint. Some of the best knowledge I've picked up has been over a few beers after class in the evening.
Well, I will probably would almost guarantee that there's no bar action going on around Grafenbeer, and that's for sure. And I think that you're 100% right about how the lessons learned would be put together, but I don't think it's happening during that 5 to 8 weeks. What I think what happened was the NATO trainers and the Ukrainian trainers got together before they even put the courses together. And when those Ukrainian soldiers get to Grafenbeer, it is a deployment. They are working 24 hours a day. Right now, they're doing cohorts of 500 soldiers, battalion size. And this is directly the emphasis from U.S. trainers and the U.S. Department of Defense was to be able to train battalion size elements of combined arms, maneuver, mechanized forces. So battalion size, 500 soldiers, exactly that. Right when you look at the actual maneuver soldiers in a NATO form, a modern NATO combined arms unit, a battalion. And also there's not just one cohort going through at a time. So there's staggered cohorts going through many different training. There's other training facilities that are now popping up to do between 5 to 10 weeks, 5 to 8 week combined arms training across Europe and in a few other countries also. But to try and explain, that idea of a brigade or a battalion training together at Grafenbeer, I mean, it is training like you're fighting, and they set it up that way. So not only are the soldiers that are doing the remedial tasks, right, learning how to shoot your guns, using how to drive your vehicles, you learn how to maintain the vehicles. Your XOs are learning about how to make sure that your soldiers have bullets and make sure that your soldiers have food. Your commanders are learning how to work with the other commanders. You're integrating your field artillery forward observers with your units, all together, fighting exactly how, or training exactly how they're gonna fight. So that's just my thoughts on it. From when I look at, I've got a few threads on it. When you look at the breakdown of the vehicles that have been pledged for the upcoming few months, it looks like about 3 brigades, and I mean, I really mean that, about 3 brigades worth of equipment in combined arms. We're not talking about just heavy brigades, we're talking combined arms brigades with some armored battalions, some combined arms battalions. But I would say that there's at least one heavy brigade combat team being created right now with simply NATO vehicles, and possibly 2 more. But that's just what I'm looking at. But again, that training that happens in Graf, I cannot explain how amazing it is. And again, you are spot on with the idea of those trainers getting together and say, this is how we do it. And the Ukrainians say, well, that might not work for us. And then creating that very tailored training system, training event for the soldiers. Sorry for the long answer.
Thank you for the long answer. Daryl, you've got your hand up.
Yeah, Will, if you would have had men that have gone to training, which would you would rather have as a rookie? In my opinion, and this is only because of the situation that can happen on the battlefield when you get that first fire, that driver and that commander need to be the most knowledgeable. You can get away with a gunner, but to me, that driver needs to know how to operate. And that commander needs to be able to communicate to that gunner. And that's one of the important things that they're getting out of Graf from there and these other training areas is communication. If they don't have and they don't train how to communicate, one on a dark net, and the second, if they don't know how to communicate on the net, it can be very dangerous, especially when you're talking about these large groups of mechanized equipment, because you have infantry on the ground, you have tanks to your left and right who are friendly, but they look like the enemy. You need to be able to communicate all across that battlefront, and having them knowing how to do that is going to be critical. They need to know that the guy that's in the track is not going to lay fire on them if they're on the ground. They need to know that how to communicate out where you need fire. If you're operating in an environment where the communication goes down, you need to be able to do something, hand signals, what have you, to ensure that everybody understands what the commands are. And I think that is key in that, along with making sure you got the right people in the right places. You don't need somebody freezing up at the first contact.
Daryl, you're right. And some people think simply gunnery means shooting the gun and learning how to shoot the gun. But, at least and again, I always go back to what I know is training. And again, what I'm gleaning from what U.S. are training, Ukrainian soldiers in Graf. When you're on those ranges, it's important to shoot the target, but it's just important to use the proper commands. And these tank crews and Bradley crews are being judged on how they communicate with each other and to the tanks to the left and right with them. If they're moving it forward, if they're moving, to the left and right. You're not just sitting down and shooting bullets down around. Before I go to gunning real quick, I saw Klaus had his hand out for a while, and we missed him. I didn't know if he's still able to come up and ask the question.
Yes, I was just going to ask, you mentioned that you could look at a target 3 kilometers away and then start to aim at it. What are you looking through? Are you looking through a scope, and are you using the scope to aim at it so we can fixate on the target? Thank you.
Yes, and again, for each one of these iterations of the vehicles, there's different types of optics. and the commander has an optic in most of these newer vehicles, and the gunner does also. The gunner one is more basically more of a sight to look through in a Bradley or in the older style Bradleys. In the middle of it is a reticle. You have both thermal imagery and just your normal vision. There is a little square in the middle with a couple of lines. Your normal kind of thinking about like a target. And the really unique part of it is that you have a laser. You have different buttons on your gun, your turret controller. So, for instance, you see 3 kilometers away, you see a group of infantry, a squad of Russian soldiers maneuvering. You get your sight on that. You hit that laser rangefinder, and you know exactly where they're at, what their distance is, and the gun is automatically adjusting to be able to shoot to that range. And once you get the reticle on there, all you simply have to do is really pull a trigger and put a burst out there and see what happens. And it's almost as simple as that. It's like a video game.
Got it. Thank you.
Go ahead, Gunny.
Yeah, I mean, just to what Daryl said, it's hard to overstate the importance of having that key sprinkling of experienced old hands at this as well, because I would imagine within the brigades there are going to be quite a few new people. They've been pushed through a training pipeline that's so condensed. There's going to be an awful lot of trepidation, an awful lot of nerves, a lot of excitement. And it's hard to overstate just how important that rock steady hand who, gets his crew around the wagon and says, look, my name's Mikhail or whatever, and I was with whatever brigade, and we stopped the Russians outside Kyiv, and I was killing Russians in a BMP-2. This Bradley is a spaceship compared to that, and you and me together are going to kill a lot more of them. But you need to listen to me, blah, 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 and does the usual speech. And you'd be amazed just how comforting that is, how much you listen, and how the nerves and everything don't go away. But the knowledge that I think the bloke in charge has been through this before is going to be absolutely vital for first contact, because there is, as you say, Darryl, no one's going to go to pieces, because you're going to have that calm voice who's seen all this before, who's got absolute confidence in the lovely shiny kit that they've got, and whose experience and sort of steadiness will inspire the rest of the crew. And it's just a win-win combination. I'll just be really interested to see how they've done it, and whether they've somehow managed to take at least one whole brigade off, because we haven't seen Ukrainian armor committed in mass numbers for a while. And whether they just rolled the dice here and then smashed an entire set of battle groups through, gambling that it was going to remain fairly static. And actually, we've been fed some porky pies there, and they might be much further along IOC than we ever imagined.
Yeah, I mean, I truly believe when the book gets written about this, the basic training on these vehicles for the trainers, the Ukrainian trainers, etc., started, a while before everything got announced a few weeks ago. And we do know that, when we think about the basic training that's happening in England, it wouldn't be a far cry to send, those new recruits that have just went through that NATO training with the UK troops to Germany to add to those to get the more advanced training. Kind of like how, we had soldiers that would go the basic training in Fort Benning, Georgia, and they get to their unit, and then they'll go to their first training in, NTC, and National Training Center, or Grafenwehr, etc. And I'm with you 100% with the need for experience, and not just experience with rank, but experience with combat. And I did 3 deployments with one unit, and we were a battle-hardened unit. We had great leaders. It was a beautiful group to be in. And then I got transferred to my last duty station, where we were standing up what was called a quick reaction brigade. And these were combined arms brigades that were being first designed during the global war on terror. And it was towards the end, late 2008, 2009. And the makeup of that unit, when I showed up there with a whole lot of combat experience, anybody who was above a E6, a squad leader, pretty much had no combat experience that at that initial phase of the startup. You had a bunch of young privates from basic training, and then you had a bunch of leaders that had been in training units and hiding out. We call folks who like to hide out once in a while, and that had not gone to any deployments before that. And the devastation I saw happen to some of these troops and some of these platoons and squads that didn't have leadership, that had combat, from these inexperienced senior ranking soldiers, but just they didn't have the real knowledge. That first world knowledge was incredible, and it was really one of the reasons why I got out of the military, truthfully speaking.
Daryl, go ahead.
Yeah. Hey, here's one thing that I think is going to be something different from what you experienced, Will, when you went to Graf, and that's the use of the mortar and other anti-air assets, because that is something that was not. We never had it. I mean, if we had air, it was usually the helicopters or the fast jets. You didn't have to worry about drones and those type of items above your head. And I think that that's going to be that they need to that Ukraine is presenting as very different from what we've trained with before. Other items within the unit that we've never had there before, and also too communicating with our own drones. Who's going to communicate with them when they have targeting data? That type of communication is something that was in the very early stages during the last two engagements, but they were never part of the primary. And I think that those are something that Ukraine is actually taking to these training centers and saying, hey, look, we have drone operators that do this, do this. Well, who communicates with them? Well, we have. Then now they have to determine who is the we in that whole scenario. When you think about it, who is we when they're talking about the mortars and other anti-aircraft assets that they're using to take out drones and things of that nature. So I think that those two items alone are going to be something that is going to have to be changed even with our own training doctrines.
Daryl, you can't be 100% correct. And again, this is the difference between the way NATO and advanced countries learn how to fight compared to Russia. It seems like they created a doctrine in World War I, and they haven't upgraded ever since. From what I can see, what's going on now, that's a little bit tongue in cheek, but every time you go to one of these training centers to do training, something has changed because the quickness of the advanced understanding of technology and combat and the battlefield. And I'm glad I didn't have to deal with learning how to defend against these drones that we're seeing over in Ukraine right now. It's one of the parts that I'm happy that I don't have to be in a foxhole with those things flying over the top of me. But I guarantee you they will be learning. I remember getting our first drone, utilizing it. It was a very rudimentary thing. This was probably 2007. And very rudimentary drones, and we would use them to scout the mock-up villages and towns that we were about to raid as infantry soldiers on Graf, flying those above it. But I guarantee you there's a whole curriculum that's for the integration of all this new technology. There's lots of new technology Ukraine's using that we didn't have. So I agree with you 100%. That's a new phase of training that any combat organization, any army is going to have to add to their training. The other dimension to asymmetric warfare with just drone warfare now.
Hello, Ryan. You're not allowed to sing.
You're killing me, Smalls. I've been warming up the pipes all morning.
Well, hey,
Thank you.
I've gone over my lunch hour, and I'm really glad to got to spend some time, and especially get some answers to Anda, who I know is driving now. But with that, I'm going to have to hop down unless there's like one last quick question to come up.
No, I didn't prep a question for you, unfortunately. I was just getting ready to gloat over all the unfortunate pyrotechnic accidents that happened in Russia and in occupied areas of Ukraine over the last 24 hours.
Yeah, I saw they had a big fuel fire, it looked like, which I was really happy to see. But hey, have you been seeing how many tanks and fighting vehicles have been, for the first time in a few months, we're really starting to see Russia start to lose tanks. And that means that they're going on the offense, but it also means that they're getting their butts kicked while they're doing it. So,
yeah.
Hey, I'm going to drop down real quick, and I will talk to everybody later.
I watched a pretty gnarly video just a couple of minutes ago of a tank driver from the Russian military jumped out of his vehicle running away before it exploded, and he was fully engulfed. We'll just leave it at that.
Yeah, I might have had to watch that video as well. Hot is all I can say.
Yeah, that's a pretty gnarly way to go. In other circumstances, I would feel awful for that human being, but don't start no ish, won't be no ish, as they say.
Damn the bad luck.
Yeah, if he'd just stayed at home and enjoyed his babushka's warm house somewhere on the outskirts of Moscow, he wouldn't have those problems. But he didn't have anything to worry about tomorrow.
That's very true.
And it's one less occupier committing war crimes in Ukrainian lands. So on to the next. I hope more Russians see videos like that and realize that it's not worth their life to go and inflict pain and suffering upon their neighbors. And that's why I don't regret videos like that making it out into the public sphere. War is an awful thing, and people should understand how awful it is. I think the way we sanitize and shield ourselves from some of the worst aspects of human conflict enables human beings to continue treating each other like animals. So I'm happy to see it. If you do something awful to other people and you meet your fate at the end of a tow missile, so be it. Sorry about you.
Hey, Marcus, didn't they shut off the internet or Twitter for Russia? Wasn't that something yesterday or this morning?
They were supposed to be shutting down the internet in certain areas. I think the occupied areas. Maybe today, maybe tomorrow.
In Ukraine?
Aye, lad. In occupied areas.
Gotcha. Is Russia providing that internet service, I presume?
Yeah, here we go. Ioana has the details. On the 11th of February in Luhansk. So there you go. Which may mean something and it may mean nothing, but it was announced by the Russians. So
Just a system update.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is very interesting because there were speculations that they do not want Ukrainians to communicate or something like this. But there is also the other idea that maybe they do not want people to post what's happening there if they take losses on that period. Anyway, it's as Moker said, it's announced by the Russians, so maybe it is, maybe it isn't. It's just psyops. So
Yeah, maybe they're just telegraphing that information to get everybody talking like we're doing now. Whatever the case, it's not going to have much of an impact on information about troop movements regarding Russians getting out and back to the Ukrainians. There are hundreds of satellites that float around up in low Earth orbit that will document all of their movements so Ukrainians can liquidate as necessary. They even have access through satellite communications to order up images and video from all of these satellites, and they can do it on tablets. So I don't know what Russia's aim is here, if they just want to have a media blackout for the local population so they don't see that Russia's getting their teeth kicked in. I don't know. I guess we'll find out in a week or two. Honestly, cutting off internet in those areas might not, well, cutting off communications in those areas might not be the worst thing. I've seen some of the propaganda and drivel that's pushed out via television and radio networks in those areas, and it's nothing but state-run propaganda coming out of the Kremlin. That was
Absolutely.
some of the stuff they, in cities and villages in Ukraine, before they restored power and water, they drove in box trucks with giant LED screens on the sides of them, loaded with speaker equipment, and set them up in the town squares so they could keep pumping people propaganda information instead of restoring their power in their own homes. That tells you where the priorities are.
Yeah, absolutely. No intention of sorting the people out, but happy to fill their brains with rubbish.
Exactly. They want to keep influencing hearts and minds of Ukrainians in the East, even if they can't provide them with power and water. They invade their country and knock out all of these basic necessities. And then before they restore that power, their first priority is to make sure that they can keep influencing the minds of these people.
Yeah, well, it doesn't make sense in the real world, does it?
No.
Yeah, it astounds me that unfortunately they were telling people in the occupied areas, and probably still are, that Kyiv has actually fallen, and this is it now. This is life, you know, and it's
Well,
right in your hot mouth.
sorry, Kherson has fallen, but fallen back into Ukrainian possession.
Yeah, but they were saying, you know, Kyiv had
Fallen to the
fallen.
Russians.
Yeah,
I
and
saw a lot
Odessa.
of Russians last time I was there.
Yeah, I bet you did. I'm quite sure they're probably not welcome.
Well, it was the same guy over and over. I think his name was Putin, and he was printed on tons of rolls of toilet paper. Like, I never thought I would see so many photographs of Vladimir Putin in Kyiv, but apparently they print him on tissue paper even. I mean toilet paper.
Well, I suppose he's got to come in useful somewhere.
Yeah. I should have brought back a couple of rolls as souvenirs for friends and family, but I didn't have any room, and I was a little short on cash when I returned.
Thanks to the bank.
Next time.
Okay, well, I obviously want one. So, what's been going on in Ukraine? Have you had any new details recently? Do you have anything to bring me? If you do, you can always come up and speak to us. In the meantime, however, we know that Reznikov is staying as the defense minister for now. And he's I mean, nobody can say he's done a bad job or anything like that. It's something to do with the issue of catering for military units, and this has all come out recently. But obviously, he's sort of the top of that chain, and sometimes the buck stops there. So I think for the moment he's he's just going to stay where he is. There was all sorts of rumours flying around that Budanov was going to take over from him, but he's actually serving military, and apparently that's not possible. It was confirmed that he would have to have given up his post in the military for some time before he could even be considered. So obviously that's not going to happen. So there we go. Bit of Ukrainian political situation for you there. I don't know what Ukrainian people think of Reznikov. All I know is from what I've seen of him, he seems to be doing a very good job. I certainly think he's competent in his role, shall we say. So here we are, everybody. Listen to the Maria Report. If you want to come up and talk to us, you certainly can do. We're all waiting with bated breath for the 14th of February, when no, it's not because we want Valentine's. It's because we want to see the results of Ramstein and to see if Ukraine is going to get some fighter jets. Sorry. I obviously need to have several drinks or stop smoking. One or the other. Yeah, if you like my voice, that's why. It's a terrible habit. Please don't start. So, yeah, by all means, come up and chat to us. Bring us your information and questions. I'm sure if we can, we'll try our best to answer them. I know a lot of eyes are on Turkey at the moment, and Syria with everything that's happened. So, of course, that's where the news is today. And I do have to agree with you, Ryan, that the news, it turns this way and that. It's always looking for new information. And a lot of the time, what's happening in Ukraine doesn't seem to get a mention. And it's unfortunate, it's disheartening, but that's why we're here, because we want to make sure that people continue to keep Ukraine in their minds, and we want to make sure that people don't forget that there is an ongoing genocide happening. We do have a little bit of information about the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, which obviously the Russians still are in control of. They've brought in workers from Russia, and they instructed the Ukrainian staff to teach them the upgraded systems, which is currently in Energar, maybe. So a lot of those people have refused and have been sent packing by the Russians. So obviously these people aren't getting taught, but also the Ukrainian instructors, there are a couple of people who've agreed to stay, but they're now finding that they've had all their holidays taken away from them. They've also had a significant pay cut, and apparently, all's not very happy. So, unfortunately, the situation remains at the power plant. But at least they're not currently shelling around it anymore. We have noticed that it's gone very quiet on that front, and I do wonder if they come to some sort of agreement to not keep knocking the power off, because it's just something that makes everybody very edgy. And I'm quite sure there is plenty of safety processes in place, but you don't need to be messing around with that stuff. It's just not cricket, is it, Brian?
No, absolutely not. Sorry, I was a little distracted. I'm getting ready to take a feral animal to a groomer, so trying to do some prep grooming.
It's not a leopard, is it?
Unfortunately not. It's a hybrid of a rabbit and a tiger. I'm not sure what it is. It technically was supposed to be a miniature schnauzer, but this is anything but a canine.
Fair enough. Well, enjoy your gremlin taming.
I think somebody must have fed it after midnight or gotten it wet. I don't know what happened. That's a gremlin joke. I've probably just dated myself. You're not supposed to feed mogwais after midnight or get them wet or they turn into gremlins.
Yeah, it's okay. I got it. Don't worry. Oh, thank you for sharing my post into the nest, Ryan.
Happy to do so. I had just the song.
Yeah, I told you you're not allowed to sing. It's not possible.
I'm still disappointed.
So I'm just going to announce to the room that our 7.5 Tynathon with Thomas Tyner yesterday is already up on Spotify for your listening pleasure. So if you're driving or flying anywhere and you fancy something to listen to, you can always check him out. And apparently the cat did need feeding, so he had to give up after 7.5 hours. Absolutely fascinating conversation. I love the fact that he's got such a way with words. He's very entertaining to listen to, and he was very positive last night about the whole situation in Ukraine. I know we're seeing some really tough situations, especially in and around Bakhmut at the moment. I know there's a possibility that Ukraine will have to pull back to more defensible positions in those areas. And this is primarily because of masses of human wave attacks. Now, people keep saying Russia is going to, go on the offensive, but I get the idea that they may already be going on the offensive. You can see just the amount of, over the last 4 days, the amount of vehicles and tanks and artillery systems, and not to mention personnel that they've lost, is just incredible. It's absolutely unsustainable. And unfortunately, that is the situation that the Ukrainians are in. They're holding off wave after wave of, they say it themselves, zombie hordes. People being thrown into a situation, they don't know the one end of the gun from the other. And unfortunately, they're not surviving. But they are eventually causing the Ukrainians to have to fall back because they're inching closer, just purely on the fact that there's a mass of people. There comes a point where, you know, there's only so far you can hold a huge mass of people back. We heard about the incredible story of 30 Ukrainian soldiers holding off masses and masses of Russians, to the point that their guns were red hot because they were firing that much, and they had to swap guns, and in one case even a third gun, to just, you know, keep on holding them off. And incredibly, they survived that. And I would expect there's going to be some sort of movie containing that scene, or a book, and we'll get to hear all about it in great detail. But incredible stuff. And this is why I think the offensive, the official offensive, has probably already started. They wouldn't be pushing these attacks in these areas, I don't think, unless they were trying to soften up the areas, and you know, maybe as a prelude to something more substantial. But in the situation that they're in, I find it difficult to believe that they're going to get organised enough for any sort of major offensive. They haven't learned combined arms. They're woefully inept at going out as a group. We've seen instances of artillery shelling their own people just purely because they're in that general direction and their aim is awful. It surprises me that anybody thinks they're going to be able to get organisation to do these things. They might be able to push forward with a mass in some areas. And of course, they can flatten places because they're great at that with artillery. And these air-to-ground missiles, well, these air attack missiles, which are being used in a ground attack, these sorts of things they can always do. But I don't think they can get themselves organised enough to actually make a proper offensive against the Ukrainians. And I am just waiting. I'm not patient. I'm terribly impatient. And yet I'm trying my best to wait for the Ukrainians to have the skills and the tools to do the job. And I have every faith that they're going to. But the waiting's flipping killing me. Don't know about you guys.
Yeah, I'm a terribly impatient person to begin with. I'm at least conscious of that fact, so I try to keep it under wraps, but I hope more than anything to see M1 Abrams rolling out of the woods for St. Valentine's Day in Ukraine. I don't know if the St. Valentine's Day massacre is a well-known historical event outside the U.S., but it happened during the Chicago gangster era of U.S. history in like the 1920s during Prohibition era, and I want to see a redo of that, but Ukraine on Russia.
I'm not going to argue with you there, and I honestly think that they are going to be. I used to be a gamer, and the only thing I can think is OP. It would be nice to see them go in and be completely OP. The fact that they've been invaded and the whole country has been affected by destruction and horrific war crimes. I just want the Ukrainians to be able to turn around and completely slap them. And I'm hoping that this is part of that process. Certainly, we would like to see aircraft. I know that's definitely something that is on everybody's minds. Sweet F-16s, please feel free to hashtag the sweet F-16. I personally think that's a particularly good one, especially for Valentine's Day. We were talking about helicopters earlier, and it's something that I think at the moment it's not really being considered, but there is an awful lot of good uses that they could be put to. So perhaps that's something that can be also considered in the future. But for now, F-16s, yes, please. Ukraine would love some of those.
Yes, that's right. You said about waiting. I'm waiting for the signs of love, for those cupidons in metal, and for a lot of pointy things that should be given to Ukraine, and then Ukraine generously part them with the Russians, like sending them with accuracy, with pinpoint accuracy. So yes, I'm looking for the wings of love and for the Falcons and whatever. Let's let's have them given all to Ukraine, and I'm sure that Ukraine will know what to do with them. Even if all the Westerners talk about long periods of training and so on, what do we know? Maybe they are training right now. I'm looking forward to see the planes. You know that moment in Lord of the Rings when the eagles are coming. I'm looking for that kind of moment.
There's a NAFO meme, I'll have you know. Look for us on the horizon on the whatever day, yeah, and then obviously there's tanks. NAFO always knows the right memes, and yeah, I know exactly what you mean. It's just it's absolutely agonizing waiting. It really is, and so here we are waiting and hoping that in the meantime the Ukrainians can hold the Russians back. But they are doing. They're not sitting and just defending. I'll have you know. They've obviously been hitting places in Nova Kakhovka, that one. And there was a report earlier from the Operational Command South that overnight the Ukrainian military destroyed 2 Russian sabotage groups and 2 enemy boats. This happened in the areas of the islands of the Dnipro River. And on the same night, 2 enemy strongholds on the Kinburn Spit were destroyed. So, you know, this Kinburn Spit, this little piece of land that we keep hearing about, obviously it's difficult to attack, but it's also difficult to defend because it's quite marshy. It's full of bodies of water. There's no proper roads or anything like that through it, so you can't take any heavy equipment there. And so anybody holed up there is vulnerable, I would expect. I don't think that is a gateway into Crimea, but it's certainly a place that you can take out more Russians if they're camping out there. And let's face it, if they're close enough to be in range, they're a bit silly. I imagine that at the end of this, we're going to hear about an awful lot of daring do in small boats by SF teams. And
I know that these things are going on because you know, you hear of small teams being taken out. You see the odd clip of something like that, and there's a lot more going on than we know about. I'm looking forward to finding out details, just because I'm nosy. Yeah, I really want to know what happened in the beginning. I really want to know more about, you know, the incredible battle of holding them away from Kyiv, with literally citizens who had armed themselves. Just an incredible story of courage and resistance. And then I found out about the history of Ukraine a bit more, and understood why they had such a spirit of defiance and resistance. And I can't argue with their will to be free, because it's something that I've had my whole life and I've taken for granted. And if anybody wanted to take away my freedom, I'd be trying my best to defy them and fight against them. So you just have to think of it that way. What would you rather be? A slave to a tyrant, to a regime that doesn't value you in any way, or free to make your own decisions? I know which one I'd choose. And I'm just going to cough and have a drink now, so bear with me.
In the meantime, I was looking to the what happened in Turkey again. So as we know, there was an earthquake at about 4 o'clock in the morning, 7.8 on the Richter scale, sorry. And it was followed by many aftershocks, more than 140 until now. One of them at around 2 p.m. Today was of 7.5, so basically another earthquake. I'm seeing the news now on Romanian television, and accumulated casualties in Turkey and Syria are above 2,600 people dead, and more than 11,000 wounded. And there is a lot of work trying to rescue the people that are under the rubble. Many regions in the eastern Turkey were affected. Several towns, entire building collapsed because of the earthquake, either on the first earthquake or after the big replica aftershock that followed this afternoon, early afternoon. And a lot of countries from the European Union and other countries are participating in the effort to try to find and rescue the people that are under the rubble. More than 12 European countries, United Kingdom also offered help, including Ukraine. Ukraine offered to send a team of rescuers because, unfortunately, during the last year, they specialized in this also. So it is a tragedy that happened in the area very close to Ukraine. Let's say Turkey is a major country on the Black Sea region and the military power, as we know. And yeah, a lot of things depend on Turkey these days, and it played a very important role by applying the Montreux Treaty and not letting the Russian ships come to the Black Sea unless they were in the home port in the Black Sea, which is according to the treaty. It played a role in the grain deal, as we know, allowing the Ukrainian ships with grain passing to pass through the strait and protecting them of Russian attacks, because Turkey made a deal with the UN and with Russia, and Ukraine participated in a separate deal with the UN and Turkey, and so the grain deal was started. It will continue for about another 40 days, I think, and I hope it will be prolonged again. Also, Turkey plays a role in NATO because the accession of Sweden and Finland is depending on Turkey, and there the role of Turkey is kind of bringing worries because for now it's opposing Sweden entering NATO. Apparently, it has nothing to do with Finland, but it has some problems with Sweden. Basically, it's just invented problems. But again, Turkey plays this role quite often. So it is a country that is very interesting and plays an important role in all the situations that are affecting Ukraine. So that's why we are bringing this into discussion, because it's of regional interest. And I hope, Mokos, that you managed to drink a glass of water in the meantime.
Yeah, I just received a notification that Ukrainians have laid flowers on the steps and around the Turkish embassy in Kyiv today. You know, in the midst of it all, they can still understand the situation in another country, and they may not always see eye to eye on everything, but Turkey has indeed provided them with weapons and assistance, and Turkey has indeed closed the straits. So you've got to sort of understand that yes, they are sort of playing from the fence. They're doing some on this side and some on that side, and it's not a good place to be sitting. But I think right now their situation, they've got other things to be concerned about, and it's not the people. It's it's Erdogan. It's him, and
Yes.
yeah, and he seems to have whatever's best for me sort of attitude, and so that's where he is. That's where he stands, and I suppose that's what they're having to deal with at the moment. That he's going to do whatever he feels is best for him and his political situation, and if that means doing a bit here and also doing a bit over there, that's what he's going to do. He doesn't seem to be very moved by anything other than what's best for him. And although I can understand that, it's not a great position to be standing in. It's one of those hills that you hope doesn't come tumbling down.
Yes, and I don't want to be pathetic, but if it's someone who knows how it is to have the loved one caught under the rubble of destroyed buildings and to wait for them to be rescued, or if there is somebody in this world who knows how difficult it is to look at the destruction in your city, it is Ukraine, unfortunately. And there is this level of empathy. Ukrainians showed that they are so correct and so sensible in their understanding and in this fight for freedom. And we have seen so many proofs of humanity. It's not that we need to see this, but they showed now and again that they are so sensible and caring human beings, and there is this empathy that plays also a role. Of course, they want to help Turkey, and of course, they are grateful for the help that Turkey given. But anyway, in this situation, everybody deserves the right to be rescued, and so it's normal for them. And Turkey should see this and should appreciate the effort of the international community. Of course, it's a big tragedy. It's an enormous tragedy. Apparently, it is the biggest earthquakes since 1939. So well, basically in the last almost a century. So it is important for Turkey to receive this help from all its partners, and to try to limit the amount of casualties, because it is cold in that region right now. It snowed today, and it's very difficult for the people that are put under the rubble to survive in these conditions. So if there are many rescuers there, it is better, and if they have equipment and dogs, trained dogs and so on, it is better. And I know Romania also sent 2 planes with equipment and a team of rescuers. Bulgaria did the same, Netherlands, Sweden, Czech Republic, France, Italy offered also, Slovakia, almost all European countries participated. There is a civilian protection mechanism that was activated, and within this mechanism, all the countries are offering what they can in order to limit the tragedy, if it's possible. Sorry for speaking so long. Thank you.
No, you're very welcome. I always appreciate the information that you bring. You do a lot of great research. I'm just getting news in that there are explosions in the Kramatorsk district in Donetsk. So there's obviously fireworks going on tonight. Where was I? I'm so sorry. I had something I was going to say and it completely disappeared out of my brain, which is always fine. So, people, I've been looking, obviously, around, and we keep mentioning the children that have been stolen, deported from Ukraine. And it's something that I really feel should be in the news a lot more. And it's something that I have written to my local MP about, even, that this is something which we need to find and track these children. I know it's not a great subject and people don't always want to talk about it, but there's information coming in here that more than 16,000 children have been deported since the Russian full-scale invasion. That comes from the Ombudsman's office, and it doesn't even bear thinking about. The scale of the plunder, it's medieval. There was something I saw today of a group of people who had been sent from Russia into Ukraine specifically to take out the bathroom fittings of particular buildings. And they were going to these buildings and removing bathtubs and toilets and sinks, because that's what makes a difference. It is literally just theft and robbery, and for some reason they include the children. And I've heard that a lot of these children are either being farmed out to families, to Russian families, if they're young enough, or older children are being put into almost like training camps, where they're learning a sort of school curriculum, but also they're learning how to be more militarized. And I find it very distasteful, shall we say. That's probably the most polite thing I can say about that. They're literally training Ukrainian people, training Ukrainian children to turn around and fight their families and their parents and their school friends. And I don't get it. I don't get it. Yeah. So I really want to implore people that when you're next thinking of writing to somebody like a political person or an official or your local MP or representative, I want you to keep in mind that these children are taken away from their parents, and the only way I think we're going to have a hope of getting them back is by Russia being completely defeated. And yes, there will be an awful lot of mess at the end of that, but you know what? Russia started this. Russia have to deal with that mess, that chaos that they're going to cause themselves. I have absolutely no real desire to know what becomes of them, if I'm honest, because if they can take people's children and do this, well, I have no, my field is bare, as you can imagine. So please remember these kids, because I think they've returned a really small amount. Most recently, a group of 16 children, aged between 7 and 14, I believe, were returned to their families. And I don't know how these swaps of children or these return of children are happening. But I'm encouraged that at least some of them can be traced and found. It leads me to believe that there's hope that more can be traced and found in bigger numbers. I'd really like to think that was the case. Apparently Russians like to keep tabs on everybody. They like to keep records on everybody. So hopefully somewhere somebody's keeping records on these children. I'd like to think that at some point there will be an opportunity to get those children back. But of course, the longer it goes on, the longer the war goes on, the more difficult that's going to be. So that's why Ukraine needs long-range weapons and aircraft. These are the things which are really important to be able to win back their territory as fast as possible. The fact that it's nearly 12 months, it's disappointing to me that we as a world haven't been able to do something more about it in all this time, when we can quite clearly see what's going on. The fact that people deny and push back and support Russia in this horrific endeavour, these things I don't understand, and it's disappointing to me that unfortunately there are people in the world who think like that and who see nothing wrong with this imperialist, conquesting, medieval sort of attitude that the Russians have. Sorry, I was trying not to swear then. And yeah, it's something that growing up in a free country I've never understood, and I wish I'd known more earlier. I feel as though this space has given me a massive education in European history, and I'm glad it has, because I understand now a lot more than I used to. I feel as though I walked around in a bubble, not knowing what was going on in the world and not really being fazed by it. But the minute I realised that there was a massive injustice going on, that there was something happening that the world should be sitting up and taking notice of, that opened my eyes to the wider picture. And I've never known so much about geopolitics, tanks, armoured vehicles, and artillery pieces. I've never known so so many of these things were going to become knowledge that I would have some thoughts about. Yeah, it surprised even me. What say you, Ryan? He's not going to talk to me again now, is he? Oh, and there go all my buttons again. Yeah, I'm going to need to recycle, I think. Yeah, my screen's gone weird. I'll be back in a moment, Ioana.
Okay, but I don't have the buttons also. So we'll see. I don't know if somebody hears.
Maybe it's just Twitter. Maybe it's just Twitter.
Yeah, I think it's just Twitter. If you need to recycle, go ahead, and I'll just try to bring some more news. So we have good news from General Dynamics. They will increase the production of Abrams tanks. Maybe some of them will go to Ukraine. I also know that several factories of ammunition are increasing production in order to deliver ammunition to Ukraine. The French have increased the production of their Césars to 72 per year. So that's about 6 per month. And maybe some of them will go to Ukraine. Apparently, the Ukrainians do appreciate the Césars or the Caesars. How do you want to call them? Let me check for some other news. We talked in the space about the help from Norway to Ukraine. Basically, they are trying to redirect the increase in revenues that they obtain because of the price of oil and gas has increased during 2022, and they will try to redirect a part of the money to Ukraine. So it's $7 billion, I believe, for the next 5 years, and 50% will be help for the reconstruction, and 50% from this money will be used for military, military equipment. This is good because even if the war ends and even if there will be peace, Ukraine still needs a good army and all the equipment in order to protect its eastern border, because we don't know, or we kind of know what kind of neighbor lurks beyond the eastern border. Marcus, are you back again?
Yes, of course. Yeah. I think we're glitching, you know. I've got a bit of an issue that I can't see speakers. I can't see speaker requests, and I've lost my my button.
Are we alone here, Marcus? Because I can't see speakers. Oh, I see a request. Let's see.
It doesn't work for me. I don't know if it works for you.
Well, you got a speaker up. I'm the only one
but-
other than your two co-hosts, but it is working.
Hey, things work. Right. Thank God for that. I was beginning to get worried then, because Twitter's done some really strange things over the last few days. I've heard that they are updating the whatever that this space runs on. Apparently, it was originally built for video, so obviously it's not perfect, and they're apparently doing some changes on it, and so obviously doing those changes creates all sorts of strange and wonderful bugs, especially when you're as a co-host for some reason. So yeah, thanks for coming up and confirming that something works. Always helpful. Now, I'm just looking at the things that have been highlighted earlier on today to me, and we're looking at the trade between Russia and China. Now, trade between Russia and China grew nearly 30% in 2022, and China now makes up around 20% of Russian exports and 30% of Russian imports. For China, however, Russia is still rather insignificant, with 4% of imports and 2% of exports. And this is data that's been put together by Yanis Kluj, who is a Russia and Economics Senior Associate for the German Institute for International and Security Affairs. So I'm going to say he has probably a fair idea, better than me anyway. And so obviously that's going to lean in the direction of Russia not being the big guy on the block anymore. It looks to me as though Russia's getting themselves into a bit of a dependency on China, and I'm quite sure China are very happy to allow that to happen. Pretty sure they're happy to sell their goods at whatever quality they are to the Russians. We do know that the Russians have purchased an awful lot of additional items from China, some of which the guys on the front haven't been too keen on. Some very cheap and nasty gear, apparently. So they've been trying their best to order gear through other people. And that's where we get to the issue with sanctions and sanctions avoidance. I've seen this week that a group of Russian pilots managed to get Western equipment in relation to the suits that you wear when you're flying, much better quality suits. And it's been tracked to a company in Germany. And what's happened is obviously this has been purchased through somebody who managed to smuggle them into Russia. And these sorts of things are going on all the time. And we're getting to the point where I think it's worth leaning more heavily for secondary sanctions, because these sorts of things are going to clamp down on what squeaks through the net. We've managed to shame and embarrass some companies. We've managed to, it would appear, cause people to change their minds in some situations. And I know that NAFO is a very strong coordinator of things like that, even though they're totally uncoordinated. So thank you for that. Especially a special mention for the George Galloway denial, shall we say, denial of service for George Galloway. That great fun. Thank you, guys. I appreciated that. And yeah, I believe they're still after him. So excellent stuff.
Yeah, it was very interesting what you said about the increase in export and import with China for Russia, and the relatively insignificant percentage that this kind of trade represents for China, because we tend to see Russia as a very big country. In fact, it's the biggest in the world. And I will always make this parenthesis. Apparently, Russia considers itself territorially disadvantaged, the biggest country in the world with almost every resource possible. It's considering that it doesn't have enough. So this was a parenthesis. It's a very big country. The population is quite big, but the economy is not so big. The economy of Russia, it compares with, for example, the economy of Italy. It's nowhere near the economy of United States or United Kingdom or Germany. So it's not a very big economy, and of course its influence on China is much smaller than China's influence on Russia. So if it continues like this, Russia risks to become a satellite in the orbit of China's influence. So I have another news about Russian economy. Apparently, they went into a deficit in January. Moscow sold gold to cover some budget shortfall, and also sold some currency reserves in Chinese yuan to cover these gaps. A total of 2.27 billion yuan and 3.6 tons of gold were sold. And the funds obtained were transferred to the state budget. And this hole in the budget was estimated to 1.76 trillion rubles, which means about 23 billion euros. The ministry did not give any reasons for this, but we can infer that is related to the current state of affairs, which means a very brutal invasion of a neighboring country, and thus a lot of expenses related to the war. This 23 billion euros deficit seems small to me. Also, I have seen these days that during the month of January, Russia spent about a third more than it should have spent in the month of January. Practically, it overpassed the budget that was established for January. We don't know if those expenses were done in January. It's also probable that some expenses that were done during the year 22 were like postponed and written for the month of January in order just to cover that big hole at the end of 2022 and make the deficit seem smaller. I don't know if I explained well. I'm kind of tired right now. Anyway, Russia is not doing good, and for this year, the budget for military defenses and for the Ministry of Interior amounts to $146 billion, if I did the conversion right. This is about a third of Russian budget. A third of Russian budget. So from the overall budget, 1/3 is given to military defenses and for the Ministry of Interior, basically to just maintain the status quo inside the country. That means what? That means no investments, no increases in salaries, no increases in pensions. Actually, they did increase a little bit the pensions, but the increase they did do not cover the inflation. And that means that Russia is only concentrated on the war, is on a war economy, which is bad for the war because it will produce it will maybe produce equipment and weapons and ammunition and so on. But it's also very bad for Russia because what Putin promised when he went in power in 2002, he promised stability and economic growth and so on. And basically now he shattered everything that he promised and brought back Russia about 30 years, according to some estimate. Sorry, I'm not used to speaking so long.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, though. They have plundered Gazprom, and in turn, Gazprom has plundered its partners. And you can see that they are literally digging into their reserved cash flows and anything liquid, basically, to prop up the system. They're also doing some creative bookkeeping, shall we say, to make it look as though everything's fine. I get the distinct impression that everything is not fine. a number of times we feel like we've been sitting on the precipice of the economy imploding, and yet it's not happened. I think because they've been doing some very very difficult work in the background trying to keep it afloat, whether it's actually being propped up by anything proper or whether it's literally a house of cards. We are yet to find out for sure. But I get the distinct impression that sooner or later, big cracks are going to start to show, and it's going to be very difficult for them to keep papering over them. It's the same with the military. We can already see big cracks showing. We can already see big problems. And the only thing that's really keeping them moving forward is the fact that there's so much of them. And the fact that they're so destructive. I mean, let's face it, you don't want to be standing in front of that. You would get out of the way. So, yeah, the fact that the military appears to be very divided from the top down. You see, Wagner and the Shoigu not getting on very well at all, and that's a terrible shame. It really is. They're constantly taking swipes at one another. Wagner appears to be sort of losing favour a little, possibly because of the fact that their manpower doesn't really exist for very long. They seem to be training people just by terrorizing them and then saying, right, you're next unless you get in there and fight. And apparently they're starting to run out of volunteers. Not necessarily volunteers, you know what I mean? They're starting to run out of people that they can throw into the gap. They asked specifically for the refuseniks, and apparently the army will not release them. So there's another bone of contention. I see we have a hand. Catton, please speak. Catton, did you want to talk?
Sorry,
Twitter
wrong
is kind
button. Some news from Sweden. The Swedish government has actually agreed to a humanitarian aid to Turkey today of about 700,000 euros as an emergency help. I think that's a quite nice touch from the last disagreements. And more than that, it's some tents and emergency where you can live. So it's tents and expertise within water and sanitarian help. That's a nice touch, I think. And you?
Yes, of course. This is just a proof of solidarity, and it's very good that Sweden provided this help for Turkey in this moment of tragedy. As I mentioned Sweden before, among the 12 European countries that are participating in this civil protection mechanism offering help to Ukraine. I have seen that some Russians commented that Sweden is only offering this help just in order to receive a better I don't know, understanding from Turkey in regards to NATO, but I don't think it's true. I think we are all humans, and in face of such a tragedy with thousands of deaths and tens of thousands of wounded, and we can see what's happening in Turkey and in Syria. In face of such a tragedy, any misunderstanding must stop, and we should be humans, and it's only normal for Sweden, and as it is for any other country, to offer help.
Yes, I think so too. Another news is that Sweden is having a, what do you call them? I'm trying to fix this at the same time.
I'll let you think about it. I'm just, I want to talk to Mockers because I remember something. I come back to you, Captain. Okay, I'll just let you think. Mockers, you talked about Wagner. Do you know what Prigozhin did today? Do you want a multiple choice question?
Do I want a multiple choice question? Go on then.
He rode a bike. He rode a track, or he rode the Su-24.
I'm going to say a truck, just because.
No, he filmed himself inside the Su-24, and he said that he is back from bombing Bakhmut, and he challenged Zelensky to get into another plane and just duel above Bakhmut. Can you imagine the stupidity? And he seemed drunk also.
Oh, well, that's no surprise, is it? That's usually a bit of a perma state for Russians. But yeah, do you think he really did fly? Do you think he really did fly the plane?
No, he didn't fly the plane. There was a pilot. If that's the question, sorry, I didn't get it.
Ah, right. So he was just a passenger in a plane, and he was making out like he wanted to have a dogfight with Zelensky in another plane. Yeah, okay. Are we living in Star Wars world? I don't know. I just think that's funny.
Come on. This is an offense for Star Wars, really. It's just.
I apologize. I was just thinking of Zelensky coming in an X-wing fighter. That's what it was.
Oh, okay. You are excused then. Captain, yeah, please, and then we'll go to Darren.
Yeah, here it is. The Swedish Defense Force, or what to say? Yeah, Swedish military has or are doing a, I suppose you can translate it to a readiness operation in the port of Gothenburg, which seems to include Patriot air defense, which will be the first time Patriot air defense has been in Gothenburg, I guess. So it will be some action here this week. But they say that it's no hired, there's no change in I'm losing my words.
Status, you mean?
Yeah, no, yeah, in the status. So it's just a readiness operation, but not a drill.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We found that a number of countries have started to realise that deterrence is a really good idea, especially when it comes to Russians. So I have a feeling, quite a strong feeling, that there's going to be an awful lot of new deterrents popping up in places. So that I would imagine is going to be one of them.
Probably. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Go ahead, Daryl.
Hey, Marcus. Awana, I just wanted to ask you, had you seen anything else on Iran? We haven't really spoken about anything other than the possible them opening a plant in Russia. But have we heard anything more out of what happened there since the bombings took place or since the earthquake explosions happened?
No, I didn't see anything new about those explosions. It was a lot of there were a lot of news back then, but nothing later. But today I looked out of curiosity, and in fact, the earthquake that was in Iran, it was on the same fault line as the earthquakes that happened today in Turkey. So it is a bit of instability along this fault line, as we can see. Well, a bit, it's underestimating it. More than 140 aftershocks after the first earthquake in Turkey. So that's interesting that it was the same fault line. And other than this, I have seen also the news that you talked about, that Iran is considering opening a factory for drones in Russia. Apparently, not the Shaheeds, but some other drones more faster than the Shaheeds. And they want to produce, I don't know, 6,000 drones or something like this. I have to check it back because I don't have it in front of me. That's all that I have from Iran.
All right, thank you. And looking at that fault line, if there's that much pressure along that fault line, like I mentioned before, I think there's going to be something in the South Arabian Sea. Um, that's what looks like. If that pressure is part of the same plate movement from what happened in India not too long ago, I'm just thinking that that whole thing has got a lot of stress. So we may be looking at some other plates moving about as they equalize the pressure. So too bad there's not one that runs through Russia. The whole Eurasian continent is on one plate, so not a whole lot of instability there.
Yeah, too bad. I really don't know. I hope these earthquakes will finish or settle a little bit down, because we have seen earthquakes even in Europe. In Romania, we had 4 today, maybe more, because I didn't check the news. There was another earthquake in Kazakhstan. In fact, the waves from the earthquake are propagating through the earth. I don't know how to say it in English. Anyway, crust or something like this, and they even arrived in United States. So it is amazing to see how the shockwave from the earthquake is traveling through the ground, and basically it may start other smaller earthquakes in its path.
Yeah,
And I see we have
depending on what type of waves they put out, there's different classes of waves that earthquakes produce. Some types of wave, I guess it's an S wave or whatever. They can reverberate a longer distance than some of the other types.
I can search for more information on this, but in the meantime, let's hear from Anna and then Luis. Luis, sorry.
Well, I wanted to talk about equipment reserves, right? So it's not about the earthquake. So if Luis has something on topic, maybe you can come back to me later.
No, go ahead, Anna. We can always come back to it. Go ahead.
All right. So I thought the one interesting thing that actually it's from yesterday. So 1 year ago, when the war started, and Ukraine went to battle to. Actually, it didn't started back then, but when the second invasion started, right? One of the things that almost every country sent to Ukraine right from the bat was bulletproof vests and helmets, right? Even Romania sent, I think, 4,000 of each, something like that. Which is, of course, nothing, close to nothing. So one of the things that struck me today was the fact that they managed to not only supply the troops, but to have reserves on bulletproof vests and helmets. So the numbers that they issued were 250,000 bulletproof vests and 150,000 helmets. And this struck me because really at the beginning, I think every country sent armor plates and bulletproof vests and helmets and everything. So it was like a concerned effort to send them as fast as possible in the first days after the invasion. And I was really happy to see that in the meantime, this problem was fixed. I remember that Harry East, one of the first things he brought to the front lines were some armors. So the plaque that goes into the vest, right, to protect the soldiers. He used to have pictures and short movies showing how they work. So it was last year, this was a real problem. And right now we are asking for airplanes, right? This is at an entirely different level. So if last year the first things that needed to be sent were helmets and bulletproof vests, this year we are asking for planes for Ukraine, right? So I think overall it's good. We can say this is a good thing, actually. It's
That's a progress.
progress, exactly.
Yeah, but let's not forget that even the vests and the helmets and the winter gear and individual equipment is very important for the war, because unfortunately it is a war that is fought with infantry and in trenches, so they are very important. And I also have seen an article these days about the preparation of the Ukrainian military for the next offensive, or maybe for the next defensive operation. We don't know, because everybody is expecting a big offensive. And in the article they said that they prepared everything that they think that should be necessary, and some in plus, some surplus to it. So it's, at least now it's good, because apparently they have the equipment prepared, and they can allow for even supplementary equipment if it's needed. So this is also a progress. And yes, we are asking for the planes now, and for the ATACMS, and for long range missiles, and for helicopters, and everything Ukraine needs, because Not only Ukraine must win this war, but Ukraine needs to win this war faster, because every day that passes bring new casualties. Because we have seen that the Russians are still targeting with their artillery and the X-300s citizens, civilian buildings. Today, a tragedy happened in Kherson, if I remember well. The Russians shot a car, and among the persons that died is an 8-year-old boy. Just being in a car, it makes it's so difficult to accept these losses of lives by the Russians. So every day is a tragedy, and that's why Ukraine must win this war faster. Sorry for being so, yeah. Anda, do you want to say, do you have a follow-up, or we go to Luis?
I'll go to Luis. For the moment, this was
Thank you
it.
for bringing the subject, Luis. And sorry, before that, I will have to go. It was a long day, and I'm a bit tired, as you can see. Probably you have seen already. So I have Prince Heather here that will take the co-host place. Thank you, everybody. It was a tough day. Luis, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Joanna. And thanks to all the other hosts and co-hosts. And good evening, good morning to all the listeners in the space. I just wanted to quickly jump in and to let you know that since today, we are uploading again into Spotify. So if you missed, as an example, yesterday's, how do you call it?
Tinaton.
Yes. If you missed that, it is already uploaded into Spotify. So it's, I think, 7.5 hours. Unbelievable. It's already there. And the person in the background working on the recordings from the weeks before is doing an amazing job. I'm sure he's listening. So keep up the good work, man. You are unbelievable. And they will also be uploaded into Spotify the next couple of days. Beside that, I would like to let you know that we are planning different topics and things on the website. So you should visit the website the next couple of days to see what is going on there, because there will be also changes. We already released our code of ethics and values into the website. If you want to know how we work, go there. You can find the page online. You can even download the PDF that we are using. That's the core values of the way we work, and we committed entirely to work that way. So keep visiting the website. Many things, many good things to come. Axel, it's good that you are here as a speaker, because I definitely need to tell you that what you guys are doing regarding the documentary is simply amazing. I have seen the trailer, the teaser, where I listened to the wonderful Tim. I'm really, honestly, as I was listening to his voice, I was thinking, this guy on several wildlife channels in the future, he will be available. He has an amazing voice. I love to hear his English. But jokes aside, what you are doing with personal efforts, Axel, it's unbelievable. I thank you really from the bottom of my heart for that, because people don't know what efforts are behind it, but we know, and you are big. Let me just tell you this, and thank you very much for everything that you are doing.
Obrigado, but don't tell everybody that I gained weight.
Sorry. I didn't you.
No, but seriously, obrigado. I mean, Luis, the thing is, the same could be said about you and the whole team here. Without our crew, this would not exist. And without our crew, we would not even be interviewing Alexander Kamyshin, Igor Smelyansky, Boris Johnson, Jesus, and many others. We would not be there. We would not hear the voices of the people who operate in the port of Odessa, where Tim went upon recommendation and in close coordination with Ukrsalisnitsia. We would not be in Zaporizhia, in Mykolaiv, in Kherson, or in other places further to the east, which we can't name at the moment, but people should be aware that Tim, by his own design, has decided to go to places which are less comfortable than others. And I think it speaks to the commitment. It is a testament to the desire to make sure that Ukraine has its voice and that we bring Ukrainian voices out. So we have many more interviews coming, lots and lots of Ukrainians in the coming days. A friend of the space, some of them who have been interviewed in the past will be interviewed in the coming days, and it's an utter privilege. It's a pleasure doing this. And when we had the idea to do it all together, we just threw our ideas on one big pile and said, okay, we need to get this done. And without the impetus and the leadership by Alexander Kamyshin and the willingness of Ukrsalisnitsia to say, come on, let's do this, we will bring this out, we would not be able to do so. So the thanks goes as much to him as to everybody else. But yeah, much appreciated.
Absolutely. And I honestly try to keep always the praises short, because if I go and mention every single one, I mean, you guys that are listening in, you know, Mockers and Dolman, Iron Dolman, it's unbelievable how much personal effort and time that guys put in. Mockers, unbelievable work since weeks now. And Dolman, I mean, we have to make a study for Dolman somewhere in the middle of Berlin or something like that. Because there is no other way to describe how he keeps co-hosting every single day for 10, 12 hours. I don't have words. One segment that I thought, and maybe we can discuss this a little bit, Axel, I know that we are here for a cause, and that's the main cause we are fighting, right? So Ukraine wins this war and kicks out all those monsters trying to annihilate Ukrainian culture and people, and throw them back to where they belong. But we should definitely think about the segment here on the space where we interview our own volunteers. What drives you to this? Why are you putting so much effort and time, and sometimes leaving a family behind, like Tim? I mean, look at that guy. He's in Ukraine now. I would like to know, since he entered Ukraine, how many times he had to go to the bomb shelter. And if we think about him and then think about all the Ukrainians that live in the country, multiplied a lot of times, how many times they went to the bomb shelter since this war began. It's there are so many people in this space, in this organization now, that you even don't know about, and I would love to listen to every single one of you telling us why you do this. The people that are I mean, think about that. It's even, 12 months, 24/7, 12 months with a small team of 40, 50 people, 60 people involved. Shifts over 10 and 12 hours per day. It's crazy. If there is no film in the coming years about what was built here, different people from different corners around the world come together and fight for one cause, then I will never watch a Hollywood film again, because this is definitely worth to tell the world that if human beings believe in the right cause and see can differentiate between right and wrong, this is definitely the proof that people still have good heart if they come together and fight together for one thing. And that's exactly what keeps me driving, what lets me forget all the trolls that are trying to arrest us and attack us, and knowing that there are so many like you guys putting money on the table, time on the table to help a country that is being brutal assaulted since last year in February, with this invasion, of course, since 2014. But what the MriyaReport has done in the last 12 months, it's just without words and amazing. And I really, truly thank you all that I had the chance to meet you and had a chance to be a small part of this. Thank you.
One criticism, not a small part. Louis is doing extremely important things, without which we would not function. But I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
You know, one thing that really struck me, just talking about the documentary teaser for a minute, when I turned it on and it started playing, in the first words I saw, "Why we fight." And how many times have you heard Axel going on and describing why we fight? For months, Axel has been saying why we fight. And I think that Axel probably did that on purpose, which is totally appropriate. And it threw me back to months ago when Axel said why we fight a whole lot more than he does now. But it all gave us the notion and the thought to look inside ourselves and to examine ourselves and to see why we ourselves are fighting for Ukraine. Because even if what we do is listen to this space, we are fighting for Ukraine because we're getting educated on the truth. But you can look at the history of why we fight also, and the specific episode of Band of Brothers, which escapes me now, that is titled Why We Fight, is all very important in it. We don't want to see what happened in World War II happening again, but it is. And Axel, well done with the Why We Fight.
Thank you. And I think Tim and Donnie and Victoria, all of them are helping a great deal in that regard. And by the way, it was episode 9 of Band of Brothers for those who want to look for it.
I just couldn't remember it that exact second. My brain takes a long time to wake up. It's getting there, though. Daryl, what you got for us?
But hey, Prince, therefore you can crowdsource this, you know?
Yeah, there you go. Okay, Daryl, what you got for us?
All I can say is I'm here for the donuts and the pizza with no pineapple. Luis?
Come on, guys.
Well, Luis, we can discuss it at the table in Crimea.
Yeah, Absolutely, with a pineapple pizza. I love pineapple pizza, man.
No pineapple pizza. Just bring
I'm going to
donuts.
mute you on to start this. No fighting over pizza. We'll fight over it later. There's plenty of time for that.
That's the only fight we're gonna do. One mission. Onward and upward.
Absolutely. And that's why I'm here. And that's why I'm going to stick it out until whenever. I know that if the war was to end tomorrow, Ukraine is still going to need a lot of support, a lot of assistance. There's going to be projects that are required to rebuild their infrastructure. I know they don't mess about and they get these things done, but it's not something that they can just magic up. You know, that they've got to plan these things and build them and know that they're not going to continue to keep being bombed. So for right now, I get the feeling that they're literally shoestringing things together and hoping that it doesn't break until they can get something better. It's a situation where it's absolute needs must at the moment, but when they're no longer in a kinetic war, they will be able to finally sort out the areas where they're struggling at the moment with connectivity to even water sources. These are the sorts of things which are major infrastructure that's going to have to be rebuilt. I wouldn't think that an awful lot of the existing infrastructure is going to be able to be repaired quickly. I mean, we're talking about plants that have been destroyed. We're talking about cables and pipework that's been destroyed, and the homes that it went to, of course. So it's a case of you're not going to put old plumbing into new properties. You're going to have to rebuild the whole lot. And so these are major projects that Ukraine is going to have to be dealing with for many years to come. The same with demining. There's going to be a massive demining project, which obviously has already started, but it's something that is going to be important for years to come. I get the impression that Ukraine is going to need an awful lot of help, no matter when the war finishes. And so I've actually made the decision to stand by Ukraine completely, entirely. When this war's over, I'm definitely going to go and visit. You can't keep me away. I really want to go and see these places for myself. So, Klaus, did you pop your hand up there?
Yes, it's regarding whatever you can put on a pizza. I'm not going to suggest more things to put on a pizza, but I can take some brown cheese, Norwegian brown cheese down, which we all can taste when we are sitting on the beach of Crimea, having a beer, looking out over the ocean. And don't put it on a pizza. It doesn't taste that good, but it's a very Norwegian delicacy. So that's what I will do. Thank you.
Okay, shall we make a note that Klaus is down for snacks? Yeah.
Marcus, actually, I have a question for Klaus. What's the name of that fish in that if you open it, you have to burn down the house? What's the name? Is that Norwegian?
No, that's Swedish. That's called surströmming. And
Oh,
that
yes,
is fermented fish they put in a can. So,
but they eat that, right?
they eat it, and they say that it doesn't taste that bad. It doesn't taste at all what it smells like. So,
Oh my
so
God. Yeah.
but I haven't neither smelled it or tasted it. So,
I have seen so much video of that because they don't even achieve to eat it because they start throwing up as soon as they open that thing.
but it used to be very common in they did it in Iceland. They did it. They have done it in Greenland too. The Eskimos did it. Dug down a seal up north and lay it in the ground for a year and dug it up again and ate it. So that is something that has people have survived on for decades or many years.
I think the word there is survived. I think, you know, unless it's survival, I'm not sure I need to try it.
I think that's one of these things that happens by accident because you're so hungry and you look for something and then you realize that you dug something down last year and you dug it up again and well, you eat it and you survive. So that is how you learn to be in a harsh society.
Yeah, I'm going to say that I would rather not try it, just because I've not got a delicate constitution or anything. I just prefer not to have to smell of it afterwards if it smells so bad. Can you imagine, like, you know, you got some on your fingertips or something? You'd be like wanting to chop them off.
I can tell you when I first tasted the Norwegian cheese, brown cheese. That was when I was walking in Copenhagen, maybe 30 years ago. And I saw some from the Norwegian tourist bureau standing outside with a ski and some, what's it called, some knækbrød. How do you call it in this hard bread, which the Swedish make?
We call it in German Zwieback or
Yeah,
Knäckebrot.
and then they had put some brown cheese on, and I looked at it. That looks good. So I took one. And the thing with brown cheese is that your sense of smell doesn't immediately catch what is going on. And when I finally realized that it was brown cheese and it was quite, it was a very different taste. I simply had to spit it out back then. But then some 20 years later, I moved to Norway and I've slowly but surely got acquainted to the taste. So now it's quite good, but it takes a while.
We will have to go through all the regions of Ukraine to find out what their delicacies and regional tasties are and see how we can integrate this. I mean, fortunately, Chef Zhenya has already started educating us a little bit on certain things. And by the way, I can only highly recommend the video he once made. You just have to enter it on YouTube, Chef Zhenya and borscht, and you will find out his own version of borscht. And it will immediately trigger a firestorm of opinions because seemingly everybody makes their own borscht.
I look so forward to that. There are so many things to discover in Ukraine that that is something I really look forward to.
Yes, somebody told me that no matter where you eat it.
I actually,
oh, go on.
if you allow, I actually have a question. Actually, when is he coming back to the space? Do you know that? Have we something?
Well, we just made the interviews last week, the video interviews, first in Kyiv and then in Zaporizhia at his field kitchen, if you so like. And a couple of little bits and bobs have appeared already, as you would have seen, including Chef Zhenya dancing and waving. But I think he's pretty busy during this week, but I wouldn't be surprised to find a way that we could get him on for a little segment on the weekend. I think that would be quite tasty. Well, I'll check and see as to whether he has time maybe on Sunday.
Yeah. I know he's absolutely busy. We are trying to get his recipes on our website. He made a few videos with the borscht, I think, where he started, but didn't finish the last part. And well, I asked him if he would allow us to put the recipes on the website. He said yes, of course. And I actually have a few questions regarding the recipes. So I will be looking forward to when he comes back to the space.
He's always happy to educate about food. I was just going to say, I was told quite recently that borscht, although being the national dish, you can have a different flavour in every home. It's always made with the same ingredients. It's just never quite the same. So a bit like spaghetti bolognese in my family. All of us can make spaghetti bolognese. All of us make it tasting differently. And all of us confirm that ours is the best. So I believe that's how it works with borscht.
Yeah,
And let's face it, it's how grandma made it. It's right, isn't it?
exactly. That's exactly what I was gonna say. You know, we may put our own little twists on it, but nothing is as good as the one that grandma made when you were growing up and grew up eating that, because that's just the way it is. For me, it was chicken paprikash. You know, it never tasted quite the same no matter whose house you went to, but the one that grandma made was always the best.
I'm very interested in trying the Georgian dish khachapuri anyway.
Everyone wants to try that. And if Ryan was here, he would go on for the next 15 minutes about how wonderful it is and how much of it he had in Ukraine, and how much he's looking forward to getting more of it when he goes back.
Yeah, he seems to have completely fallen in love with that particular dish, and I can understand. It is a sexy boat after all.
Well, of course it is. Of course it is. The things that we have learned about food, you know, the things that we have learned about food in the last 11 months, 12 months, is, you know, while we're focusing on helping Ukraine and supporting their effort in every way possible, we're learning about other things along the way, and it's all related to Ukraine, and it all helps us understand and support them better.
Well, it's always, I mean, it's always interesting to learn other people's cultures. It's unfortunate that it has to be in this situation, but I do feel that the expanding knowledge of Ukrainian culture and customs, traditional dress, things like that, it's really good for people to learn this and to know more about Ukraine. It just seems to be a place that has so much potential and so much promise. And well, we can see what the Russians think of that, and we can see what the people of Ukraine think about the Russians' opinion. And so, yes, learning about their culture, learning about a bit more about their language, which I can safely say still baffles me. One of these days I will learn a bit of conversational Ukrainian, hopefully. But until then, I'm going to have to rely on just the odd word. I truly appreciate learning more about their culture and their open society. It's very open to other peoples. I've noticed that the mingling of peoples, you know, Crimean Tatars and the Jewish communities and the Orthodox communities, and the the general melting pot of people that all come together and are Ukraine. And it's been a crossroads for, many historical maps and references refer to Ukraine being a crossroads, a place for trade, place where they supplied grain and food to the neighbouring regions, and it's always been a place of promise and produce and doing things in order to support its neighbours, I feel. And it's something that was taken over and stolen from, and the historical injustice, it strikes me as just I am astounded that it's not something that I learned about earlier. Put it that way. This is all really important stuff that has happened in the world, and it passed me by for a long, long time. And I'm glad to be learning about it now. I wish I'd have known more earlier. I really do. Luis, go ahead.
Yeah, you are actually telling something that it's really touched me also a lot. And I already spoke here on the space, I think 4 or 5 months ago, that I didn't knew anything about Ukraine until this invasion started. And I first started seeing all those brutal videos and pictures of children and women, and I
Did you just get a phone call? You know, we just
Absolutely.
started engaging with Ukraine and its culture and its people, and I truly had to apologize because my thinking before, I'm not afraid to say this, because I meanwhile I've learned that this is nothing nice to say, that my thinking before was Ukrainians and Russians are the same. And this is people in Ukraine have proven me wrong so many times since the beginning. It's a full different culture and country, and there are so many values that you cannot compare them. Even if you say, well, everything was Soviet Union till a certain point. Ukrainians are so much different from what we thought and what was teach to us before this all started, and that's why if you truly want to help and fight for the good cause, you should definitely try to engage with Ukraine, try to learn a little bit of history, try to understand Ukrainians, because they definitely, and I can say this from the bottom of my heart, they definitely are worth it. If you see how this is something that touches me a lot when I see soldiers in the trenches at the front line under heavy bombardment, but they still have time to cover a dog or a cat that is simply running around with fear. I 2 days ago I saw an image of two Ukrainian soldiers carrying a dog, an injured dog, and I literally had tears in my eyes because I also have a pet. I have a cat at home, and our cat is a family member. And even if I think that she would be in that position to be injured because of a war, an invasion, I would tear apart. So Ukrainians, even when you talk privately to them, they are so. I don't have the words. My English is really bad tonight. I'm sorry, but I can tell you this, and for that my English is good enough. It is worth it that we fight for Ukrainians and for Ukraine. They are literally, and I keep saying this all the time, they are literally our bodyguards fighting for us in those trenches. It is really cold here in Germany. It's, I think, 1 or 2 degrees. In Ukraine, it's even colder, and they are in the trenches for us, for my kids, for my son, for my daughter, fighting against that evil that tries to annihilate everything that doesn't forget it. My English is bad today. I'm sorry.
Don't worry about it, Luis. You really actually, what you've said touched me, and it gave me the courage, I think, at this point to tell you something, and that is that, you know, before this invasion started, you know, I have a thing about accents. So very often when I find somebody, you know, in my daily life going about with an accent, I ask them where they're from. And I can remember this happening several times where the response was Ukraine, and my brain automatically went to Russia. Automatically went to Russia, not because of history, probably, and how I was raised and the time I was raised. You know, Ukraine and Russia sort of equal, but I've learned so much now about Ukraine and how different and how special Ukraine is that,
Prince?
yes.
Okay.
Sorry, Lewis, I thought you were hot mic. Carry on.
So no, just a quick question for Prince. I don't want to take you away from your thought, but how did you felt when you understood that Russians and Ukrainians are not the same? For me personally, I have to tell you, I felt embarrassed, shocked, and the way I was thinking for 46, 47 years, it's absolutely wrong, and it's hurtful towards Ukrainians. And I had to admit that, and I admit that, and I had to learn it, but I definitely felt really, really bad and embarrassed.
Me too. I was horrified. I was horrified, and I keep thinking about this one time at the dentist where my hygienist was Ukrainian, and that happened. And I've gone to the dentist a few times recently, and I keep hoping that I will have a Ukrainian hygienist again so that I can apologize. I feel like I want to go and apologize to every person who had told me that their accent was Ukrainian, and I automatically lumped them into a category they didn't belong. I just felt like I should apologize to all Ukrainian people for making that assumption and being so wrong about it. And I'm very.
Thing is,
What's that?
Thing is, what you've got to remember is that is the that's what Russia has been projecting into the world for a long time, that these people are just part of us. And so the fact that we weren't looking any deeper beyond the surface previously, that just goes to show how pervasive and how widespread the propaganda is.
And that's why it's really important to see past that and understand things properly. And without this space, I would not have had that understanding. So that's what makes the difference, I think, coming together and listening to people who've had experiences, who know more than we do, and can teach us the historical circumstances and show us exactly what the truth is. Because when it comes down to it, there's no real arguing with the truth. It's the truth. And I'm glad that people have brought that to me. Klaus, go ahead.
Thank you. This is also true, what is being brought up. Some people may know the series that is on Netflix with Zelensky back from 2016, a sort of comedy about how to combat corruption. And in that movie, he is taking his trying to become a president, and he's being elected as for the president in that comic series. And then 3 years later, he does get elected to the president, and the underlying theme is how to fight corruption, and that is, in my eye, what Ukraine is about: trying to get closer to the West, trying to be an integrated part of the West, and they have shown that they are willing to fight for it. And this is why it is so important we give them all the help they can get. So thank you.
Thank you. And yes, you can see the massive strides that they're making in fighting corruption now. It's bubbled under the surface for some time. They've been picking up a few collaborators here and there. But suddenly, massive sweeping changes, huge raids on their own customs services, for goodness sakes, just completely cutting out the corruption. And I found that incredible. I wish there was more of it going on around the world. Shall we just say that? Daryl, go ahead, my friend.
Yeah, I'm not going to go on the pizza rant thing here. You know, a lot of us, like myself, we came here for the obvious reasons. Okay, freedom, fighting for democracy, wanting to see people shake the vestiges of tyranny. Those are the basics for many of us. But there's also the cultural aspect for myself and others, where we see that there is a difference. We notice that these people are different, but yet we know nothing about them. And one of the things that I was taught a long time ago, and it has to do with the size of the country's plates. In countries that a lot of the times are very open, they have bigger plates. And that is to say that when you sit down to eat, they want to make sure that their guests are well fed. And so the size of the plate kind of matters to the interactions that you will have somewhat with the people there. And event when I go, because I am going to go, one of the things that I will be looking for is the size of a Ukrainian plate, to see what that is. I've met the people online, I should say, for Lane, Victoria, and others, and they are very warming. And I would only expect that their plates are as big as some of the ones that I've seen around in communities that are very warming to others and guess. So that's just something that I'm going to be looking for, and that I really want to see in Ukraine, and because they matter, the Ukrainian people matter, their culture matters, and though they have different cultures within the country, because it's not a monolith. A country that big cannot be a monolith. They're made up of different peoples from different times and periods. Uh, you know, the Tatars in the south, the Rus in the north, you know, and the people of the steppes. They all look different, and so their you know, their whole cultures and thoughts are different from each other. And so that's one of the things I think about when that are, you know, outside of the freedom and the fight for democracy. So I just want to put that bug out there for folks to understand where I come from sometimes.
Thank you very much, Daryl. And I was just going to say, in relation to the size of the plates, have you seen anybody be able to walk past a babusa without accepting food? Because I'm not sure I have. It seems to me that food is Ukrainians' love language. And I think it partially comes from the experience of the Holodomor. The fact that there was major famine and shortages. And now, even if they've not got much, they're willing to share food with you because it's a way of saying, you know, they accept you, they welcome you, they want to make sure that you're going to survive. And I think it's a really nice culture to immediately want to feed somebody. It's very nurturing culture, and yeah, I find it very welcoming. Even though, like everybody, Ukrainians have strong opinions, and why shouldn't they? They're under attack. But if they see a person in need, they're there helping, and that seems to be the entire nature of the Ukrainian culture. That they want to help one another, and of course, being put under an existential threat like they are, they come together even tighter. It's inspirational. Alan, please go ahead.
Hi, Mockers. Hi, Prince. Hi, Daryl, Axel, Luis, everyone. I had not heard before Daryl's discussion about the size of plates in a country, but I think that's very interesting. And I'm almost certain that Ukraine has gigantic plates because they are about sharing. I think that they will share whatever they have. As you just pointed out, Mockers, it is. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, just had a phone call, but they'll have to leave a message. That this culture, as you put it, the love language of Ukraine is food. It goes back to the Holodomor when they were intentionally starved by Stalin. And in my experience, people with little are among the best sharers in the world. They are willing to give up just a bit of what they have. And so that someone, maybe a next door neighbor, maybe a traveler, but someone who has even less gets something. And I think that is probably true in Ukraine. In fact, I believe today I saw that Ukraine pretty much instantly said that they would send first responders and rescue equipment to Turkey in the wake of this earthquake. Well, of course, first responders in Ukraine are searching through the rubble of residential buildings that are bombed by Russia. Ukraine needs these first responders for search and rescue as much as Turkey needs them. But where are they going to go? They're going to go to Turkey. Again, sharing what little they have to help those most in need.
You know, the talk of the size of the plate reminds me of a story my dad told. And I can imagine this happening totally in a Ukrainian household. So he went to visit a friend and they invited him to stay for dinner. And so his mom made a nice big dinner. My dad sat there and had 3 helpings. The mother tried to give my dad another helping. And by this time, 3 helpings of the food, he was stuffed. He didn't want any more. So he politely said, "No, thank you." And her response was, "What, you don't like it?" So it's that kind of thing. They will feed you until you cannot stand anymore and then try to feed you more because that's the kind of people that they are. They're very giving. You know, they have been sending grain and they have been donating grain and they are sending help to Turkey. And if you look on electrical maps, I believe, even though they are having electricity problems themselves, I'm not sure. I haven't looked at the electricity map for a while. But at times, there are times when some of the electricity from Ukraine goes to the European Union and other countries to help them out. So even in this time of great difficulty for the country, they are doing everything that they can to help the countries around them and the people of the world so that they don't have the struggles that Ukraine is having. So it's just a, you know, let me eat 3 platefuls and you try to give me more. And then, you know, the babusa says, "Oh, what, you don't like it," when she tries to give you the 4th helping. It's that kind of mentality. They are going to continue to feed you as much as they can. They're going to try to give you as much as they can, even though they may not have a lot.
Yeah, you've noticed anytime they've liberated an area, virtually immediately they're being offered food by the people who are coming out to greet them. I do think it's a lovely thing to do. It's a lovely part of their culture to have. Even in these awful situations, they still go straight back to that sharing. And yeah, it's impressive that is still there. You know, you can't take that out of them. Shall we have a little chat about karma? Would you like to talk about karma?
Does it involve a big boom? But we always like to hear about karma.
Well, karma's had a week, to be honest. I did not know that camels were so angry. Yeah, don't punch a camel, people. If you haven't seen the video, it's quite shocking. But yeah, apparently, if you're in Russia, I did not know there were camels in Russia, by the way, and apparently there are. But if you're in Russia and a camel cheeses you off, don't punch it in the nose because it will eat your face. Quite literally, yeah, nice. So yeah, instant karma number 1. Let's have karma number 2. Do you recall the absolute piece of horrible person that was holding a skull and stating that this was the skull of a Ukrainian soldier from Azov and what have you? Well, whether it was or not, unfortunately, his own skull isn't quite so pristine. It would appear that somebody shot that guy in the head from behind, from above, which suggests, well, it suggests an argument of some kind or an execution, perhaps. All I can say is Karma is, well, she's brutal and I like her. Yeah, apparently he's still alive, but, well, if that's what you want to call it, he's not receiving the medical attention he's supposed to. His wife's terribly upset. If you've seen her, she looks the right catch. Saying now, and yeah, so it would appear that you know how they get like bags of vegetables for their families when they get hauled off to war. Well, she's just getting one great big one, and well, yeah, I hope he survives. I hope he survives and lives a really long life, unable to do anything for himself. Only because I'm a terrible, terrible person. But yeah, unfortunately, if you're a terrible person yourself, karma will come and find you. So I'm expecting to meet her one day just for that statement alone.
That is, only getting one bag. Can you imagine? I found a video a couple of days ago of families of the mobilized from Moscow will receive 10 kilograms of potatoes and 10 kilograms of carrots. Sorry. So they'll receive 2 bags, one each of 10 kilograms of potatoes and carrots. And this woman's only getting 1 bag. She must be outraged.
No, she's just getting one vegetable, one very large one.
Okay, I didn't get the. Okay, I did not get the humor as you said it, but boy.
That's why I'm going to hell. I'm
No,
so
you're
sorry.
not going to hell. If you're going to hell, I'm joining you because that was hilarious.
Yeah. Well, let's just say there's worse jokes been made on the internet, and I can't repeat them all. But that one, yeah, is my personal favourite. Alan, please go ahead.
Well, you'll have good company in hell, as you know. Most of us here will be right there with you, but we won't be saying why. So this is also a kind of karma, and maybe you have come across this news today that Georgia, the country of Georgia, is suspending direct flights, regular direct flights with Russia. And so they are joining with the EU in tightening sanctions. And but that's a kind of karma because lots of Russians have fled to Georgia, but now this route is cut off for them, and I think that makes a point.
I think you're absolutely right. Georgia is another country that is living under some sort of dictatorial regime, and they've also been heavily infiltrated by Russia. And well, as the Georgian Legion says, that's something that they'll deal with later. And I wouldn't want to get between the Georgian Legion and what they want. So good luck to them is all I can say. Luis, go ahead.
Yeah, I have just a quick question. You were talking about potatoes and carrots. What about the lettuce? No more lettuce for the fallen Russian heroes? What happened?
These are for the conscripts that are signing up, or for the people who are signing up to go. And I didn't see anything about lettuce. I mean, there was nothing in there about lettuce, just the potatoes and carrots. And I'm thinking that might make an interesting soup with, just boil those up and mush them together. Or I'm ready to eat solid food. I've eaten nothing but mush for the last half, so I am ready for some solid food. But I think I just went that carrot and potato mush that way. Um, but yeah, you could make a lot, I'm sure, with potatoes and carrots, but they're only getting potatoes and carrots.
Prince, I think Luis was saying ladas.
Yeah,
Uh,
ladas.
yeah,
Yeah,
as
those
in
ladas. The cars. I mean the
Yes,
cars.
yes, yes. No, these were for the ones. This is the precursor to the Lada. Um, the Lada. I haven't seen anybody with new Ladas lately. I think maybe they're having manufacturing problems, but I could be wrong.
I mean, interesting. You go from Lada that you maybe don't have anymore. I saw a couple of weeks ago someone was getting fish because the husband was killed. I think 5 kilos of fish or something like that. Now they go to potatoes and carrots. What's next? Maybe we should open a poll or a bet on what's next.
Probably a lollipop. Here's a nice little lollipop. Well done. I
A bag of rice.
No, rice will go a long way. The thing is with a big bag of potatoes and carrots, right? If you and all your neighbours receive a big bag of potatoes and carrots, and you don't have a huge family, you're not going to get fully through that bag of potatoes and carrots before they're turning and growing little legs and trying to run off. Because I live on my own, and I know if I buy a bag of potatoes, I'm chucking half of them away. I'm sure that they'll go around trying to swap stuff with people, but if everybody's got a massive amount of potatoes and carrots, who's going to want them? But George, I cannot bring you up. I have no idea why. If you can hear me, please recycle.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just think that's it's false economy.
Okay, Stephen, what do you have?
Well, there were lots of photos of very happy Russian women getting money and potatoes, seeming like they didn't care less about their husbands recently. But there's a video circulating online for the last hour of Wagner troops killing their commander via a drone, a Ukrainian drone. You can see it. They drag the commander off. You would think they're going to help him, but then you can see that you can't see the body of the commander anymore, but you can see them literally hitting him with stuff. Several guys. So back to karma there.
We hear about that kind of thing a lot, as far as Wagner and Russian troops ignoring their injured people or executing the ones who are injured, or just taking after their superiors or other soldiers. I remember watching a video not long ago where two guys were walking along and one of them stepped on a mine, and the other guy turned around for half a second and sort of looked and just kept on walking, like, okay, whatever. No attempt to help him, no nothing. It's that cold heart that we see on a regular basis. George, I'm glad you made it up. What do you got for us?
Oh, one second before you go, George. I'm just going to say good night because the lovely Alan is going to replace me. Prince, at some point, Darryl will come and replace you, I believe. Good night, my lovelies. I shall be listening. And go ahead, George.
Good night. Yeah, I'm going to stay away from one of my epic rants because I saw a story that was posted about a mother and a baby that had been taped to her, and what happened when the Ukrainian soldiers tried to rescue the baby. So I'm going to stay away from that today for my own sanity. But yeah, the only thing I want the Russians to get is a parcel in the mail with a jar, a very small jar, and that to contain the remains of their Mobics and their fellow orcs. That's what I want them to get in the mail. A bag of carrots is too much for them. They need a small jar with what's left of their loved ones in grounded to fine paste, because that's the only fate they deserve. Because they're less than animals. You saw the clown that tried to punch the camel. Yeah, well, too bad there's not a lot more camels running around in Russia. Maybe we should import them, but I digress. Unfortunately, we had the tragic news of what happened in Turkey. That's it's all horrible. There's unfortunately going to be a lot of bad news coming out of there over the next 24, 48 hours. And, it looks like the earthquake that hit was pretty devastating. When you see a castle that has stood for 2,200 years, a castle that was built by it wasn't a castle back then. It was a defensive point built by the Hittites, and then built upon by the Romans, and then by the Byzantine Empire and subsequent empires, and for it to collapse like it did, just gives you an idea of how powerful this earthquake was. And unfortunately, it hit during the night when everybody was asleep. So let's just hope for the best. But yeah, it's an unfortunate thing that happened to Turkey. It's a natural disaster, unlike the man-made disaster by Putin in Ukraine. So we have to keep that in context.
Yeah, George, I have seen videos from Turkey and Syria, and the devastation as a result of this earthquake is just unbelievable. But unfortunately, I also read the story you referred to of the dead mother and the infant and the Russian booby trap. Equally dreadful, just dreadful. Nick, welcome up. Your hand is up. Please go ahead.
Hi, just with regard to the earthquake, did you see the reaction of the Swedish Prime Minister, or the Swedish Prime Minister's office?
I have not seen that yet.
You mean the Twitter notice he put out?
Yes. It was, here we are. Saddened about the loss of lives in Turkey and Syria following the major earthquake, our thoughts go to the victims and their loved ones. It's directly at the Swedish PM's desk, I have sent my deepest condolences to President Erdogan. As a partner of Turkey and holder of the EU presidency, we stand ready to offer our support, which I think is an absolute masterpiece of a combination of humanitarianism and shade.
Indeed.
A reminder to President Erdogan that the exact degree of generosity of the European Union in helping both with the immediate. The EU won't particularly be involved in the absolute immediate response, but in the rebuilding and the finance and all that sort of stuff, that Sweden will be having its word to say about exactly how much money the European Union commits to the reconstruction, just in case President Erdogan was in need of a reminder that we live in an interdependent world.
Yeah, one thing that I also saw today regarding Turkey, that we've seen responses from many countries about sending relief workers and aid workers and emergency response and humanitarian aid to Turkey. And Russia is included in that number. And it just like, how can you send humanitarian relief and that to a natural disaster? Yes, but when you're creating a disaster yourself in Ukraine, so it just, that sort of pissed me off. Something good when you're doing awful.
Prince, your audio is breaking up a tiny bit. Nick, please go ahead.
I mean, was there any possible response by Russia that wouldn't have pissed us off? To be sort of, I don't know, fair. I mean, you know, what were they going to do? So yeah, I'm sure they'll send you know, some cans of sausage or something, or you know, something useless. I don't think Erdogan is expecting quite the response from Russia that he's hoping for from the EU, but we'll see. We'll see. I think it is much more complicated to help Syria, and it must be because, you know, we can sort of deal with Erdogan. You know, he's still an ally. He's very canny, but you know, we're not in kind of any particular degree of dispute with Turkey. Whereas sending for governments to send anything beyond the absolute bare minimum of medical aid to Syria is going to, I think, run into all kinds of issues with sanctions, and indeed with Russia. You know, I mean, maybe Russia should go and clean up in Syria. It's just part of the tragedy of these conflicts, obviously. But a lot of people have been talking about Turkey. I haven't heard too much about the political implications of the Syria situation. I also haven't seen whether the Swedish Prime Minister has commented about it.
Nor have I. George, your hand is back up. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I just hope that when they rebuild these areas, they don't use the same engineers they used to build the buildings currently that have pancaked one upon another. If anybody's an engineer or has ever done construction, look at those buildings, and you can quickly ascertain that the construction was absolutely abhorrent to build structures the way they built them in a earthquake-prone zone. It's absolutely mind-boggling. And you know, the Turkish government needs to make sure that those buildings are built to a standard that's you know, post 1970. I mean, it's horrible. Most of the buildings.
Sorry.
Yeah, I was saying most of the buildings don't have rebar, and the ones that have the rebar, it's done by somebody that I don't know what idea they had in their head, but it's completely not done right, and I think that's going to be a problem for Erdogan and some of his ministers moving forward, because a lot of those buildings should not have pancaked like they did. Not with even the intensity of that earthquake, they shouldn't have pancaked like that. There's whole sections of the one city where there's you know, dozens of apartment blocks that are, you know, 6, 7, 8, 10 stories high that are just pancaked one on top of the other. That just tells you that construction was crap. Because if it was supposed to be concrete, it should have been reinforced concrete, but it wasn't.
Well, there's two issues, isn't there? There's the specification, and then there's whether the builders actually bothered you know, including all the ingredients. I'm just back from New Zealand, and spent a day in Christchurch, which is still only now recovering from the earthquakes of 10, maybe more than, is it 10 years ago, and the amount of work that needs to be done there, and now we go into any town in New Zealand, certainly on the east coast of New Zealand, and there's basically they're kind of propping the buildings up on stilts while they go in, remove the support, and put in new supports, and some of them are virtually being built on springs. I mean, it's quite astonishing the effort they're putting in. 14-story limit. But I mean, this is a wealthy country with a relatively non-corrupt, I imagine, building industry, and you know, even there they had problems with modern buildings, you know, buildings built in the last 50 years, one or two just pancaked as well, and we'll have to see that. But I hope that particularly I hope people from California and Oregon and Washington and Vancouver are flying down to New Zealand to learn what the Kiwis are doing to survive the next one. Their earthquake, I think similar to this one, about a 7.8, and the west coast of the US is overdue for an 8+. So yeah, these are terrible things. Yeah, let's see whether, I wonder if this will have political repercussions for Erdogan for the forthcoming elections, for his popularity. I imagine that the place where the earthquake took place is more or less his fiefdom. I'm not sure, perhaps.
Yes.
Yeah, certainly, his fiefdom appears to be basically proportional to the distance from Istanbul. Maybe we'll, maybe some little bit of good may come out of this terrible event.
Let's hope so, Nick. George, did you want to continue? We have a few hands up also. So if George doesn't want to jump back in, we can go to Sojo, Joanna, and Dryfly. Sojo, please go ahead.
Thank you, Alan. Good evening, all. I would just like to say, before we start bashing Turkey a little too much, I think you'll find that many of those buildings are many decades old. The last time I experienced a severe earthquake was 1999. So pretty much every single building built after that, from 2000 onwards, has been built to modern and strict regulations. It's a rather big country. I guess replacing every single building built prior to 2000 is a bit of a feat. An impossible feat, actually. So, yeah, I don't think we really need to go down that line.
No, I don't think so. Joanna, actually, and then Dryfly. Joanna, go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to comment a little bit on those buildings that pancaked, as you said. So, indeed, apparently there are some structural faults. My husband is an architect. We have talked with engineer friend, and it is not normal, even for a big earthquake, 7.8. So maybe that points to some corruption or some problems in the laws. In Romania, we had a big earthquake in 77, and after this, all the buildings or building laws were revised, and they are constructed much more with much more attention to the resistance. And I also wanted to point out what happened in Chile, because Chile is also in a active fault line region, and they are amazing in constructing buildings that resist to 9 on Richter. And Turkey is on an active fault. They have quite recently other earthquakes, and it's not normal what is happening there. It's tragedy, enormous tragedy, and I'm very sorry for Turkey and for Syria, for all the lives that are lost and for all that are injured. And that's what where I would to arrive. I really hope that Erdogan will maybe have some inputs after this. I don't know how to put it. I don't know if there is really an alternative to Erdogan, but somebody must respond for what happened there.
Thanks, Joanna. And do you want to continue?
No, okay, I'm done.
Okay, very good. Dryfly, please go ahead.
Yeah, I want to comment a bit on what George said. I agree with him pretty much in principle, except I'll tell you there was rebar in those. The problem with it is their design
philosophy in a lot of the Middle East, and it has to do with climate and just the cultural preferences of people in that part of the world. And it makes it really tough to build buildings structurally strong enough that they'll hold up to those kinds of shots. I posted some pictures on his timeline about some of the construction sites I toured as recently as 2017 in the Middle East. And you will see that they actually do have central columns in these buildings that are fairly strong in their rebar. The rebar isn't necessarily the proper metals. The rebar isn't for sure the right cement mix or process. There is always the opportunity of cutting corners, and I heard horror stories of corner cutting. But to a certain extent, the problem is the design philosophy of some of those Middle Eastern buildings in Turkey, Syria, through Saudi, down even around into India, Pakistan, Iran. All of them have in their mid-size, more central market, middle market buildings. The really high-end government contracts, they follow Western designs pretty tightly. But in that mid-size, so you're looking at those apartment blocks, they will have central columns of concrete, reinforced concrete that will go up the middle like bars, kind of like you saw in the high rises in New York. But then they'll have layers off of it, and on those layers they'll have a ton of rebar in those decks that the floors are set on. So it'll be almost like table upon table upon table stacked up into the sky, and they can go up 20 stories like that. I saw some that were 20 stories built that way. Big concrete columns in the middle with rebar in them, and then these decks. The problem is, instead of hanging really lightweight envelope type outside on it like we do in the West, they frequently use brick. So they have these decks floating off of these central columns, and then they'll stack bricks up in there to be the outer curtain wall. And they do that because they have a lot of thermal insulation and they make a lot of bricks. I mean, they're very low cost in that part of the world. And there's a lot of economic incentives to use them. I remember sitting at a job site with a guy and asking him, why would you stack bricks on the outside of a building like that? They're heavier than hell. They're loading that whole column with unnecessary weight, just basically to provide an outside wall. And the answer I got from the guy straight up was that that's what people want. They want to feel that solidness of concrete. Even the guy I went with, the friend I was with, who'd lived in America now for like 20 years, he's like, you don't get it. We want to feel that. He says, I hate those lightweight Western buildings. You can bang on them and you can hear how light they are. And I go, yeah, but you're putting all that weight on the column. And he says, yeah, well, nothing bad comes from it unless you have an earthquake. Now, I haven't talked to him since then. But you can bet in the next couple of days I'm planning to. So even with really, really strong standards and inspections and making sure the material's right, to a certain extent, you're going to see this repeat until they abandon that part of the philosophy. And you could say, well, they're not all like that. Well, they're not all like that. But if you look at the buildings that went down, a lot of them were. And I was just watching films of it recently, just in the last 20, 30 minutes, of some of these apartment complexes pancaking, and they all had brick veneer outside. And I mean, it's beautiful looking stuff. I mean, I would go through Riyadh and Dammam and some of these neighborhoods, and there'd be these 6, 8 story buildings that people were living in apartment complexes. Some of them were hotels. They were beautiful, and I saw them being built. They would build these central columns. They would put these decks would be poured on them, and then they put these brick walls up, and then they plaster the outside to get that nice, smooth, Arab-looking kind of look, and then they would paint it with a pastel color. It was just beautiful. But man, in an earthquake, those things all turn into rubble. And I will listen.
Thanks, Drivefly. I mean, it is relatively expensive, I believe, for earthquake-proof construction. Of course, there's no such thing as earthquake-proof. But Drivefly wants to come right back in, so please go ahead.
I agree with you 100%. But what I could tell you is if they didn't load the outside with all that concrete and masonry, okay, That stuff is really heavy. You look at a modern Western building, a balloon type building, 4-story, 5-story. You look at the high rises. They have a central column, kind of the same philosophy. But then we hang really, really lightweight curtains on the outside. They're usually steel or aluminum with glass and a lot of insulation. That stuff is a fraction of the weight of bricks. And then you take those bricks and then you mud them all over with stucco on the outside and plaster on the inside. You put tons and tons more of heavy material. Now, why do they use that? Because they got so much of it. They got huge amounts of limestone all over the place. They've got sand, they've got aggregate, they've got labor to make it, they've got energy to cook the concrete, to make the cement. So for them, it's a readily available material. And it would be perfect if the buildings were 1 or 2 stories. You just can't put them 4, 5, 6, 8, 10, 20 stories. Okay. And that weight piled up over and over and over. You see the videos of those buildings collapsing. They're not collapsing at the top. They're pancaking at the bottom, then the next level, and the next level, and the next level. It only stops when the building gets light enough that they stop pancaking the central column. So I mean, I get the idea that, yeah, there are standards, there are all kinds of stuff, but one of the things that's important is having a design philosophy that's consistent with standards that are realistic. And I saw that in the early the 2010s when I was in Saudi in the Middle East, and you can't believe how many arguments I had with guys. I said, "This is crazy." I mean, it was a 20-story building I was watching being built, and they were putting brick on the outside instead of lightweight curtain like you would see in New York or LA or someplace like that. And I was basically told by guys just to basically, shut up or go home because this is how we do it. Okay, so I got the message, but you're going to see a lot of rubble with bricks and prefab and stuff, and you're not going to see a lot of rebar because the rebar is all in the middle of the pile. It's the columns that collapsed. And I'll listen.
Hey, Dryflight, really quick. I'm going to send you a picture. I wanted to send it earlier and I couldn't send it to you. But there is a building and you'll see there is columns on the outside with rebar. But this is the problem. Even with those central columns, what's going on is they're not spacing the rebar correctly.
I saw
They're
places, I
pushing
can
the
tell you, I
rebar.
saw buildings in Riyadh that absolutely were spaced properly, wrapped and wrapped tight. But the problem was they put so much load on the outside, okay, that if you get it wiggling in the middle, there's no way any rebar would hold it. So I know what you're talking about. That one picture I sent you of the hotel, they had columns like that on the outside too. They kind of buried it behind the stucco, but it wasn't enough. It isn't close to enough for that kind of shaking when you have that much weight on the outside. When you compare it with,
Yeah, well, and I'm just saying in Greece, right? You're not allowed to you're not allowed to build in certain, and especially in the southern part of Greece, because we have faults that can cause major earthquakes, right? Uh, you're not allowed to use brick or cinder block, and the rebar has to be built to a certain specification. So if your column's let's say it's a smaller building and you've got a 16 by 16 inch column, you have to have 2 layers of rebar, a central core, which is a 4 by 4 inch square in the middle, and then 4 inches out of that, another square. And that's how they build them. And then there's supposed to be every so many feet wire or this mesh that ties the rebar in to itself, laterally.
exactly.
So it can't
I've been on
spread out.
job sites where they do that.
Yeah, you
I
know
know
what I'm talking about.
exactly. And for people out there, it looks like just a big cage that's just wrapped and wrapped and wrapped with wire. Then they put a form around it and they pour concrete down the tube. Okay. And the concrete has to be tested too. They do slump tests and they check even the aggregate that they put in has to be proper. You can't put in the wrong aggregate. If it says it has to be a certain size and a certain composition, it's got to be a certain size and a certain composition. And there's some cheating on that.
And waterproof.
And yes, exactly. And the key to it though is that in this situation, if you have a much lighter outside wall, the amount of weight in the middle the amount of weight the middle has to carry is much, much less. When I was there, I was trying to introduce some guys that I knew were from Brazil who were actually building almost like 4, 5, 6, 8-story buildings out of poured concrete, where you'd build a frame and then you would pour concrete in it and they'd stuff it full of rebar. So it would be like a bubble or like an eggshell. And they tell you straight up that, yeah, this thing will break in a really bad earthquake. This thing will break. It'll crack all up, but it ain't going to come down. You know, it's not going to crumble into rubble. But these central columns are super, super strong until they start getting moving. Once they get moving and you start getting cracks in it and you have all that weight on the outside, I mean, it just goes down, and it goes down to a great extent, like you saw with the 9/11 and the World Trade Center. It starts from the bottom and it just pancakes layer after layer after layer. And there's just nothing you can do. When you lose that central column, you're gone. And it's all that weight on top. They're going to have to change the way they make those, whether they like it or not, whether they want to feel that solid, bang, 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 solid concrete feel. These are not 2-story buildings anymore like they were culturally used to. And I'll listen.
Yeah. No, yeah. So like in Greece, the 4 corners of the building have to be concrete columns. And then the walls on the outside have to be reinforced to a way that if they, so the problem you have in earthquakes, right, is not only the building pancake, but the walls exploding outwards. And if you have like traffic or whatever in the street or the adjacent building, right, that explosion could be significant, and then it triggers another building's cascade, right? So the walls have to be reinforced a certain way where they will hold and they will not crumble. In other words, if the building has damage, it's going to be internal and not that much external damage, because they don't want it to spill out into the street, kill people. Because as soon as earthquakes start happening, people pour into the street, and they just don't want passerbys and whatever to be hit by falling debris. It does take.
Yeah, you can see the pictures that I sent you of all those bricks, how they were stacked up. Those bricks aren't even structurally strong. They're not made to hold anything. All they're used for is really as a medium to put stucco on and to give them thermal capacity, because the summers are hot and the winters are cold. And so I get what they're doing, and it works on a 2-story building. It will not work on anything more than 2 stories. I'll listen.
Thanks, Dryfly, and thanks, George. And just a note to those of you requesting to come up and speak. Right now, we do have a full speakers panel. And so if you don't particularly want to add to this ongoing conversation, if you can drop to listener, I can bring more people up. The scenes from Turkey and Syria are heartbreaking. No question about that. But this is, as George pointed out, a natural catastrophe. The catastrophe that's ongoing in Ukraine is a catastrophe inflicted by one dictator, Vladimir Putin, with imperial dreams, and he has a nation behind him who he has brainwashed. And I'm not saying this to compare a devastation in any way, or to compare loss of life in any way, but there is a difference. Prince, are you still with us?
Yes, I am here. And I'm there we go. Okay, so I will I am here, and I guess we'll go to Hendrik.
Yes, I'm a professional engineer, and I was in Saudi Arabia in the early or late 70s, and I worked on contracts. I saw columns poured where the aggregate was so bad that it could not actually encapsulate the vertical steel in the columns. Okay, the size of the aggregate and the spacing of the steel did not allow the concrete to flow around the vertical steel. Okay, I could literally, when they took the forms off, I could literally see the honeycombing, all right, and literally see the steel, okay, that was 2 inches away from the outside of the form. I suggested that was unsafe and the column had to be rebuilt. And the answer that I got was, oh, it's be fine. we can stucco, over that. And that is a major problem because basically the columns were not vibrated. The steel around the columns was not solid. And there's no doubt in my mind that you get a hinge point up there and the thing comes down. I mean, they just look the other way.
Again, here is an example of the kind of expertise that comes up to speak at MriyaReport. We've listened to 2 or 3 engineers, all with specific knowledge that can inform us about construction in Turkey and Syria and why the devastation is so widespread. And so I do appreciate your coming up to inform us. In other news of the day, specifically from Ukraine, in Vuhledar, it appears that the Ukrainians have successfully repelled repeated Russian attacks and may have destroyed or disabled as many as 30 armored vehicles that were massed to attack Vuhledar. So on this part of the front, it looks like the Ukrainians have blunted Russian attacks and taken, again, hundreds of casualties of Russian troops. And that is the good war news of the day. And there are days when there is good news to report from Ukraine. Ryan, I noticed you came up, haven't raised your hand, but I'm going to call on you anyway.
Just going to say, if we want to talk to a highly qualified structural engineer, I happen to know one that has a master's degree from Stanford and did some work in Haiti after their massive earthquake. She advised the Haitian government on how to keep the presidential palace from completely collapsing. And she's done some other work that she can't talk about, but if we want to talk structural engineering, I think I know somebody.
That would be great. I mean, you mentioned Haiti. We've seen the destruction in Turkey and in Syria. We know that earthquake zones pass through many poorer nations and cities, and they pass through rich places like San Francisco. I mean, I guess if we consider history, the great San Francisco earthquake of 1905, a lot of Californians are holding their breath for what will come in the future, because earthquakes are not predictable, but they will occur.
She actually lives out in the Bay Area, in the South Bay, and made her husband crawl up under their 1-story, 100-year-old home and reinforce it for potential earthquakes. But I think the genesis of the problem here is, like somebody else mentioned, one, these buildings are extremely old. So building codes probably weren't the same as they are now. And inspection and building and construction codes are only as good as inspection and enforcement to make sure it's done that way. If somebody's cutting corners, pouring a slab 3.5 inches thick instead of 4, or shorting the amount of rebar by increasing the spacing or anything else, all of that stuff isn't really going to be evident until something like this happens and tons of people lose their life needlessly. So it's a horrible situation, but this was also a natural disaster, like you said. That's why I'm such a big supporter of helping out Ukraine, is because they're not facing a natural disaster. They're facing a man-made human catastrophe.
Exactly. In other news today, and this might come under the category of karma, which Mockers brought to us before she retired, or she's still here listening. But Russia has sold a few tons of gold and sold some of its reserve of Chinese yuan in order to plug a hole in the national budget of billions and billions of dollars. So this is good news to see, because it speaks to the weakness of the Russian economy, which it will only grow weaker as time goes on, as sanctions are tightened. No explanation has been given from the Russian central bank of why this was needed. It was simply announced that it had been done today. So there you go. Monday's not a good day wherever you are. It's a time to plug your national budget holes if you're in Russia. Prince, I'm going to bring a couple of more speakers up, and I think they will be new speakers. What else have you been looking at today, Prince?
Well, actually, in the back of my mind since yesterday, I have, oh man, I saw this yesterday for the first time, and it's just not left my mind. And it is about a group in Romania who are building a mobile military complex. And once I tell you more about it, you'll see that it is obviously medical related. But 80% of the donations were funded by Romanians, with the rest of the funding coming from Poland and Spain. Now they've taken these vehicles and reinforced them with armor, along with doing other things to make them useful. What will be in this mobile military complex is 5 vehicles, a medical bus with an operating room that has double Swivor Armor 600, a extraction vehicle, a logistical vehicle, 2 ambulances, all armored and ready for off-road. And I've just sort of been obsessed with this story because it's so cool. And I remember seeing a redone RV a while ago that had a very big price tag. But these guys are finding these vehicles and up armoring them and making them into what Ukraine needs. And the ability for this little military complex, mobile military complex, to serve the needs nearer the front line just really gets me, because we hear, from Malcolm Nance about the biggest problem is getting injured people from the front to a place closer to the back where they can get some assistance. And we know Ukraine, because of the air superiority situation where they cannot fly helicopters in to evacuate people like we've seen in TV shows like MASH. But seeing something like this being put together for Ukrainians by a total volunteer effort just really touched my heart, because, like I said, it's the injuries that happen close to the front line and getting those people to a safer place and being able to treat them quickly, including an operating room, is going to be key to saving lives. So it's something I've just sort of had in the back of my mind all day. Well, since yesterday when I first saw it, because I just think it's a really cool project that is going to do wonderful things to help Ukraine.
It is a great project. I also saw news about that, Prince, and as you say, it's an absolute necessity to get injured soldiers quickly back from the front line to a field hospital where their lives can be saved, because that's what happens in field hospitals. We've talked to Malcolm Nance. We've talked to Sarah, who's a medic on the front lines in Ukraine, about the golden hour. And this is the amount of time, 60 minutes, that you really have to bring a wounded soldier back from the front, hopefully to be stabilized on the front or in transport back to a field hospital. But it's only 60 minutes. That is the difference between life and death when you have been wounded on the battlefield in some cases. So building and deploying these field hospitals are vitally important for the Ukrainian army. And again, it shows just how much Ukrainians care about their soldiers. They will not leave an injured soldier on the battlefield. They will not leave one person behind. They will do everything in their power to save that life. Folks, you're listening to Maria Report. You can go to MriyaReport.org, find out more about us. But we are here 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, bringing you verified news from Ukraine. News of the war, cultural news, news about how Ukrainians themselves are surviving day by day, because many, many Ukrainian voices join us here. I invite you to retweet the space, bring others here who have questions about Ukraine, who need to learn more about Ukraine. This is the place to do it. We talked earlier today about how much so many of us have learned about Ukrainian history and culture, in particular Ukrainian food, and how that reflects Ukrainian character. As one of my co-hosts said earlier today, food is Ukraine's language of love, and it is. They share it. They share it with people who are visiting Ukraine. They share it among themselves. The best example, of course, Ukrainian citizens welcoming their troops who are liberating their villages, their cities, their neighborhoods, welcoming them with food. Good, hearty, home-cooked Ukrainian food. You can also go to MriyaAid.org and see what a contribution can do. At MriyaAid, you can see how to send humanitarian supplies to Ukrainians and help them survive and withstand this genocidal Russian invasion. I'm going to look for some more news from the front itself, Prince. I have no requests at the moment, but we welcome anyone to come up and speak. You can do that simply by tapping on the little mic icon. That's a microphone icon at the bottom of your phone screen. Request to speak will bring you up, get you in line. Raise your hand by tapping the heart plus icon to the right. You can only come up as a speaker if you are using your phone. However, you can listen to Maria Report on our website, MriyaReport.org, and you can go to Spotify and listen to past interviews that we've conducted here with all kinds of people. Ukrainians who, for example, who run the postal service in Ukraine, the railway in Ukraine, the Ukrainian railway known as the Iron Army, because they make such a difference right now, keeping people together, transporting supplies to the front, and showing the world what it means to stay together and to resist and to fight for freedom. We also have military experts like Chuck Ferrer, Ben Hodges, Mick Ryan. They have enlightened us about what is happening on the battlefield and what we can expect in the coming weeks. So take a moment to do that right now. Retweet Maria Report. Go to mariaaid.org. Thanks.